the gravy, please.
8 minutes past the hour. It is the kickoff hour. Thank you so much for tuning in today. We are settling in. Good Time Gang here live in studio. Rick, Bubba, Adler join us an hour from now. A lot to discuss today, a lot to break down, and we'll go through all of that this hour as we kick things off for a brand new day, and we thank you for being with us. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
What up?
What's happening?
Hello.
What's happening?
Hello.
Well, you know, besides everything else going on, we're excited to announce another annual promotion and contest has hit our website under contest. Just go to rickandbubba.com, spell out "and" there, and click on contest, and you'll see Dr. Dudney's Fix Mama's Mouth contest.
Fix it.
All of this lines up with Mother's Day on down the road. But we start it now because it takes time for all of you to gather what we need. But you can hear Dr. Dudney with Rick and Bubba's Tooth Talk from time to time. He's got a great staff giving away another Mother's Day makeover. The makeover will include 10 upper veneers, lower bleaching, cleaning, and x-rays, a value worth $17,000.
Yo.
And, man, the success stories, if you go into his business, you see all of the pictures before and after and the lives that it's changed through fixing a grill. How about that? And so it's there now. You can register. Very simple instructions, but you've got to follow those instructions because in order to break it down to the top three, they've got to, they got to have 2 clear photos with a smile to know what they're dealing with, a letter of why the mama deserves it, and also need, contact information, name, email, phone number. But the instructions are really easy. But you want to go ahead and start gathering all that. If you want to, enter yourself or your mama or call some brothers and sisters and say, hey, we need to do this for Mom. Let's figure this out. Then you can go to rickandbubba.com, click on contest. It is there now, and we're looking forward to that and having another mama get a new grill. Also today, a little bit later in the show, we've got the folks with Jimmy Hale Mission coming in. This is a great time. Of course, it's Holy Week for all of us. Holy Thursday. How about the Last Supper tonight? And so we celebrate that all week long. But the true meaning of Easter will be a conversation we have later in the show in the last hour with Jimmy Hale Mission. And then RBU this weekend, looking forward to that. Jason Whitlock will be with us, and Fearless Army rollcall.com is the direct website to go to for his conference that he's having in Nashville on April 15th. We'll talk to Jason Whitlock about that and a whole lot more coming up on RBU this weekend. Well, how's everybody doing, guys? Everybody fired up, ready to go?
I'm good. Fired up. Greg sounds fired up.
Yeah. We're ready to go. We have got a lot to discuss today and break down. There's a lot of weird stories out there. The Masters round 1 starts today. And
forgot about it.
How about it's funny because they had the par 3 yesterday, which is always a fun day practice, and then you got the range and all that. But it's 1 week in April. Mike Stone sings
who won
about
the
it.
par 3? Do you know?
I don't know. But
I don't think anybody's ever won the par 3 and then turned around and won the tournament.
It was just funny because you saw like some of the wives got out there and teed off, and you got the little kids hopping around. All the players, they walked the par 3 with them, but.
They call it the par 3 jinx.
Yeah. But because we've been a part of events, right? And when forecast is not the greatest and you're like, oh, what are we dealing with?
Know.
Today's probably the best day for them, but the rest of the weekend, it's, chances of rain and thunderstorms and stuff. A lot that's coming through the southeast now will eventually get to Augusta. Wow. So that's there in front of them.
And a handle.
Yeah. But a lot of folks, if you're, in the golf world and you love it, then hey,
have at it.
Here it is
Tom
for you.
Hogue? Is there a Tom Hogue or
Billy
Tom
Hogue?
Hodge? I don't know if to say his last name, but he won the par 3.
Greg calls him Todd Hoagie.
Who is Seamus Power?
Seamus Power.
It says
he's got a lot.
Seamus Power fires back-to-back Augusta aces.
How about
so somebody had a couple of hole-in-ones
cool.
right back to back.
Seamus Power.
Yeah. Man, I wish we could play Mike Stone right. You were doing that.
I do too.
Well, you brought it up. I'm going all in.
Well,
Seamus Power. How about if your name was Seamus Power?
That's quite a name.
Well, he had two a whole.
I wish his name instead of Seamless. I wish his name was Seamless instead of Seamless.
How about he went
school
to?
and I
He's
did.
from Ireland, but how about he's from East Tennessee State?
But think about it. If his name was Seamless Power, that would be funny.
You like
Instead
that?
of Seamless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Greg was thinking of something else.
Oh, well, yeah, he was. That's why I'm trying to bring him out of
It'd
it.
be tough to
That's hard, though.
make it back in the 80s.
That's real hard to do that.
How about you, Mike
Yeah,
Stone?
yeah.
There.
So we've got some crazy stories today. One update, and Greg, I know you're a proud man, and this is an older country singer that I've always kind of liked, and that's Travis Tritt.
Yeah, he's good.
Did you see he has come out and dropped all Anheuser-Busch products after Bud Light's Dylan Mulvaney, the trans influencer campaign that we talked about? He announced on Twitter that he will be removing all of their products from his tour, Hospitality Rider, and push back on the company. And, you know, we talked about a lot of this, but this is what it takes. You know, it takes influencers, and
you can do whatever you want to do, and people react the way they want to react.
You know what I think's funny about that story? It took somebody messing with Travis Tritt's beer for him to go, okay, that's the last straw.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm out. I'm
That'll do
done.
it.
I'm done.
Well,
You messed
now-
with my beer. Now I'm getting involved.
Well, and I don't know why these people they don't have common sense. Well, now Jack Daniels is in the crosshairs. I don't know if you've seen
What
this.
Jack-
Oh, JD.
They
Gentlemen.
they are part of RuPaul's drag race show, teaming
Yes,
up with Jack Daniels Tennessee Whiskey Company. And so they've put out Jack Daniels. They've got two, I guess, drag queens sitting there with Jack Daniels products and all this kind of stuff. And they just, I don't know. They just don't know their audience. I don't know why they don't, but I know they're falling victim to the wokeness, and they feel like this is what they need to do too. But you just don't know how it's gonna backfire. But he let them know as well that, hey, we're not stopping at Anheuser-Busch. Now Jack Daniels is in the business of
I was
wokeness.
going to have a whole new bunch of brands backstage.
He's just gone with all of them. You think Kid Rock will start lighting up some Jack
Kid Rock
Daniels?
really made a statement, didn't he?
He did.
With an automatic.
I just don't get it. Well, I do, but I don't. You know what I mean?
You know, you make a decision and you know your audience or not.
Yeah.
We'll see. Who knows?
Who knows? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes right to the door, new dietitian win options under 700 calories, and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find the link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey, Culligan. I think my water might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8 ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. You don't have to break break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party, Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before, whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles. Plus, they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
You know, we always recommend Simply Safe Home Security. U.S. News recently named Simply Safe the best home security system of 2023. CNET recently awarded them their Editor's Choice for Home Security. Customize the perfect system for your home or small business in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes right to the door, new dietitian win options under 700 calories and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rolling back now, 20 minutes, almost 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler, the rest of the crew joins us right after top of the hour for the main show. Until then, it's just the Kickoff Hour. It's the good time, gang, as we kick things off for the boys. Bubba rolling in studio right now, getting fired up, ready for another day. The others will join him, and then we're all together at the top of the next hour. All right, so it's been great. You know, we had Congressman Jerry Curl in this week. We had Senator Tommy Tuberville in yesterday. It was good seeing both of them. Jerry for the first time in person. We've seen Tuberville, I don't know how many times, but it's been a minute. We've seen him more on Zoom and stuff, but he was actually in studio yesterday. And Helmsy was telling us a story and got teary-eyed during the break.
This is choked up about something.
And I saw his little alligator tears start tearing up, and I was like, well, just stop right there and let's finish on air. But you had a conversation with Tuberville and you started crying?
No, that's not what I said.
Oh.
I did say
like
that if
that.
I bring
That's
this
what I heard.
up, and this is Speedy will relate to this. He will probably go your way, though, Greg, in this story.
Well,
okay?
I'm just saying, I just saw
Now,
how emotional you were.
don't think anyway like I'm about to tell the story, so you're going to make fun, blow holes in it, and all
Okay.
that, and that's fine. I don't really care.
That's what I'm
But
here for.
that is the first time yesterday that I have actually been around Tuberville face to face, and like just me interacting with him. We've been at regions and all that, but I never get to interact with him. But yesterday was the first time that I had actually been able to kind of pull him away for a minute, or just he and I have a conversation.
Did you close talking? Because sometimes you can get a little close.
I did, and I
You
do
mean
get
coach
close.
to coach?
Yeah.
But I'm always I've always liked Coach Tuberville because of something he did 15 years ago that I'll never forget.
15
and
years
this is
ago.
one of those things that y'all will make fun of, but 15 years ago this made a huge impact on me.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
And
This
it
is
was
why you got
something.
upset.
It was something
He
simple.
gave you a tennis racket.
It was something simple. And so we were at. It was the last time we played. I don't know that it was like. I don't think we did the Ross Bridge thing, but like 2 years.
Yeah, it was
I
2.
think it's about 2, yeah.
So it was the first year I think I caddied for Bubba. The second year I was actually on staff, and we get there early in the
I remember
morning,
that one.
whatever.
Just
So
a rainy day?
this-
I remember
this- I
one
don't-
time we rained so hard we moved everything inside.
I think that was the.
That was before I was here, I think. The rain.
okay. All right.
Was it?
Hey, I
Then
don't
we did
remember-
it more
I don't
than 2
remember
years
the
then.
rain.
Was this a Rick shut down Bo Jackson?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're right.
I remember 2
Okay.
and 1.
So you're right. No, what I was going to say is the year it rained is when I caddied for Bubba.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't there yet.
So so that makes sense.
That's before you were on staff, which makes sense.
Correct.
Because that's when we had to we had to move everything inside.
Because Chisholm was the coach at Auburn when we were there, right?
I'm a whisper.
Well, maybe it was the rain because and I don't know.
I
if
don't
he was-
remember.
well, I don't know either, but I know Tuberville was there, and
you loved him.
and I went over to grab a cup of coffee. I was just like, it was early. It was like I don't know, it was 6:15, something like that, 6:30. And I was headed over to get a cup of coffee. This is going to be where Greg makes fun, but it just SEC coaches normally don't do stuff like this, or I don't think they do. He looked at me and he said, "Hey, can I fix you a cup of coffee?" And I thought, who does he think I am? Like I'm just some peon here.
Yeah.
And he's like, you take it black? You want some cream? Let's get some coffee.
I think he saw potential in it.
He did.
And-
He did. He said,
and-
something about you. Could I fix you a cup of coffee?
And I'll tell you that, and this has no reflection on the other coach in the state, but when one coach has security like the president's in town, and another coach is hanging out at the breakfast getting some guy he's never met, doesn't know, probably thinks works there.
You
A
sure
cup
it was
of
terrible?
coffee. It just it was like, what in the world? It was just it was one of those moments where this is how you treat people, kind of thing. This is how
You've
you're
been
supposed
holding
to
this
treat
for 15
people.
years.
No, I've always every single time I see Tuberville, it's on TV or whatever, I always think about that moment that he just.
Did yesterday?
So
did
kind.
you ask him if he wanted to go?
I didn't bring it up. Greg didn't bring up the story because I didn't.
You
want to
didn't
talk
ask
to
him if he wanted coffee?
Yes, of course, all that. But
Hey,
I'm talking
Coach,
about,
can I
didn't-
return the
didn't-
favor? Do you want coffee?
I don't know if you remember this or not. You probably do.
But it's one of those things that has stuck with me forever.
Okay.
Every time I see him on TV
Now, when I
or
see
in the
him, I'm
Senate
gonna-
or whatever, I just think this guy, for some reason, went out of his way to try to get me some coffee.
It was
one
probably
day.
some guy that worked at Ross Bridge that looked like Tuberville.
Right.
No, we just had him on we were having him on the show, Greg.
Well, that's a good story.
Yeah, I knew y'all'd make fun
No,
of
I
that.
mean, it's a
so-
heartfelt story.
and,
Right there.
and then yesterday,
It's all about how you treat people.
it
right,
is.
Greg?
That's the point.
Well,
is-
did he make
is
you coffee or
coulda-
not?
He could have not made me
Was it
coffee.
good coffee?
And he could have simply just got his coffee and left, and I'd have never thought, I wouldn't have thought anything negative of him. I'd have
He
just
must
thought,
thought
hey,
you were a
there's
big
Coach.
donor or something.
But he, no, I think honestly, he just thought, you know what, I'm going to make a kind gesture here, and this is the way we treat people. I'm serious.
Want the cream with that?
Yeah.
And I saw a little bit of that
Hey.
yesterday with some of the compliments and stuff he was giving. I mean, he's just a
Oh,
nice guy.
wow.
He's
Wow.
a
So
nice
you look
guy.
sharp?
Oh, you
He's
look
a nice
good,
guy.
Coach. Oh, I'm sorry.
He's just a super nice guy.
All right.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he is.
He's never made me coffee, but I'll still like
right.
it.
No, he's extremely nice. He's always been very
If he
nice.
hadn't
And I
made
would've
Hale's
thought
coffee,
it-
he wouldn't give him nothing.
No, Greg, I just said if
He did come in
if
yesterday. He
would've-
said, "Why didn't Helmsley give me more? I fixed him coffee."
He
10
said, I
years
gave him
ago."
coffee 15 years ago, and he didn't even say nothing to me.
This is where I knew y'all would go with this.
I was like, "What the heck, man?"
Remember that time? I wish he'd have got choked up telling it.
Well, it's not that kind of story.
It kind of is. Hey, Coach,
he went out of his way, and I was like,
You should have
what in the
told him
world? This
yesterday.
is-
Said, could you make me some coffee?
It
today
was
like you
really
did 15
well
years
at the time. It was convicting because I was like, I would never do this for anybody else. Like, I mean, that was honestly what I was thinking. It changed. I mean, I don't know. It impacted me. It impacted me. It did. There it is. It did.
What if he said, every time I see Rick and Bubba, I think about making you coffee?
I made you coffee at
Yeah,
Ross
15 years
Bridge.
ago. And
you
then-
were Bubba's caddy.
yeah, and then
Greg
you were-
wasn't working yet.
Then you vapored on me, right? I mean, after the segment, I looked for you, and you were gone.
Yeah.
Well, I did. I did vapor yesterday.
Oh, boy. I mean, good night.
One-
You didn't even leave a smell.
Now, in my defense, and by the way, I do need to ask y'all this because I was interested in what he was saying. I stood in there and watched it on TV in our little.
That's why the
area.
volume's up.
Okay, so that's it. You're
Had to
exactly
turn it
right.
down.
So so how
So you
high?
didn't give him much.
How high do we turn? Can we turn the volume up in there without it affecting anything?
Probably
in here?
10.
I had it
10
like
to
at
11.
22.
Oh, I know. Yeah, post show was blaring. Was it you trying to drown out you crying?
Were you drinking coffee while watching it?
I was.
Hey, hey,
I was, Greg.
Oh, yeah.
Tommy made this.
Still real me, damn it.
That means we're friends.
You had to be there.
Come sit with me, go.
He did
All
ask me
I'm
yesterday. He
saying-
goes, "Is that guy that I met?"
Right.
All I'm saying is,
That's all.
15 years ago, Tommy and I had a moment
Well,
Yeah.
A moment.
that was impactful for me,
I've been down.
and nobody else, and nobody else. It just was impactful.
And
for
you
me.
know,
now
and-
that I think about it, the next year, in the hospitality where they have breakfast, he made me a plate of eggs.
Did
Yeah,
he really?
said, "Let's get some eggs."
Let's get some eggs, Greg. How many? 2 or 3?
So
So
I'd forgotten about it.
to give you a heads up, if you want to spend some more one-on-one with him,
gave Speedy a massage 3 years later.
how's him track
Now I'm
feeling?
jumping in.
So he is going to be early at Regions. In the 6 o'clock hour, he's going to hop by and see us. If you wanted to kind of steal him before he
Hey,
gets under the tent.
Hey, let's
Coach,
do
come over
an
here.
experiment.
Mix me some coffee.
If we see him going towards the coffee, let's send Helms
Oh,
over
please
there
do
and
it.
see if he'll offer to do it
Okay,
again.
all right, let's do it. Yeah.
Then we'll know if it's just something he does, or is it something about Helms?
It doesn't matter if
Could be.
if it's something he always does. That's a good thing. That's the whole
Sure.
point of the
Wow.
story, Greg.
Yeah, well,
because
we
he
wanna
didn't do
find
it.
out.
There was no agenda behind it.
Well,
That's
I'd
the
like
whole
to
point
know.
of the story.
Something was
We
up.
know we are going to send you over with him, though.
Yeah.
And just
There
y'all-
was nothing.
Y'all stand there together.
There was nothing that Peon Me could do for him, and
Yeah.
he did it anyway.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Spring is almost here. We're already digging into new flavors with HelloFresh. Not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes to the door, their new Dietitian Win options under 700 calories make it easier than ever to stay on track with wellness goals. Or if you're looking to power up with protein, simply choose from the new Protein Smart recipes like one pot pork and bean chili or creamy Dijon dill chicken featuring 30 grams or more of protein per serving. We love to eat well, but hate the hassle. That's why HelloFresh delivers pre-portioned ingredients that cut down on prep time and food waste and save an extra trip to the grocery store. And since their produce travels from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days, I know what I'm eating and I know it's fresh. Why not taste it for yourself? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Have you tried tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
If you're a regular listener, you know we always recommend Simply Safe Home Security. And we aren't the only ones. U.S. News recently named Simply Safe the best home security system of 2023. And CNET recently awarded them their Editor's Choice for home security. Simply Safe is trusted by experts and customers alike. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use Fast Protect technology only from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence so you can get priority police dispatch. 24/7 professional monitoring costs less than $1 a day and half the price of traditional home security systems. You can lock your doors and access your cameras from anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at the top of next hour for the main show. Don't forget, it is in contest right now. Dr. Dudney's Fix Mama's Mouth 2023. The makeover includes 10 upper veneers, lower bleaching, cleaning, and x-rays, a value worth $17,000. You hear them on Tooth Talk, and this is an annual contest we've been doing for years now, and it is another great opportunity for you to get Mom a new grill. We need 2 clear photos. All the information is there on how to register, but they do need all of this. You know, it doesn't need to be blurry or anything like that. You want Mama's grill to be seen by the Dudney staff so we can break it down to the top 3. Need a letter on why Mom deserves it, your contact information, everything's there. Just go to rickandbubba.com and click on contest, and there you go. Good luck. We've got a lot going on today. We've been talking a little bit about that. RBU this weekend is with Blaze TV's Jason Whitlock. He's got a big conference coming up in Nashville on April 15th. We've been talking about Fearless Army Roll Call. We'll be hitting that and a whole lot more, and it'll be great to be introduced to Jason and get the guys connected with him today. RBU will drop Saturday morning. All right, so we've hit a lot here. We've talked about a lot. Helmsy's love for Coach Tuberville. We've hit that. And
sharing coffee with Coach.
Right. And that was special. That was Helmsy.
I'm glad you shared that,
buddy. That was really good.
Not saying another word.
Let me see if y'all know
Down
what's
in the
going on
ball.
here. Listen to this.
Smell it first. See if you can smell it. Is it normally? Would you be able to smell it? Oh.
Is it strong? Yeah.
Why are we crying? Is this something sad?
That's so exciting.
What do y'all think?
Is this somebody that hadn't been able to ever smell or something? And
that's pretty good, Helmsy. That's close.
Somebody rip one around.
well, I mean, they're,
Well, I know
they're
you
like
go
getting
there.
emotional.
Tears to their
They're getting
eyes.
emotional about being able to smell. It's kind of like when you see these.
It's kind of like when you get a
You
cup
talking
of
about
coffee.
something, Greg, that'll really get you is when these babies have they
Oh,
can't hear, and then they have these is it cochlear implants
Yeah.
or whatever, and then they hear
Yeah,
for the first
right.
time.
I saw
That's
that.
the first thing I thought of. Like, is this somebody that can smell
Something
for
to
the
do with
first time?
smell.
Well, it's a grown woman, and it's a long COVID patient. And
Oh, she just got
she
sensitive.
was getting
okay.
emotional after smelling coffee for the first time in 2 years. She didn't have a sense of smell at all.
Went with coffee.
Huh? Back to coffee. I know.
Hey, coffee brings everybody
I
together.
thought in the background you could see Tuberville.
She said, Tuberville said, here, take a,
Yeah.
a whiff of that.
He's like, "You're so sweet." But no.
Let me make you a cup. Take a
Right,
whiff.
and I know Rick's talked about some effects of having COVID that stayed with him a little bit, and I want to say it was what was it, smell or taste? I can't remember. Might have been both. Did y'all experience anything like
No,
that?
my sense of smell is not, I mean, it's not gone completely, but it's a little weak at times.
And I'm worried about my smell.
Well,
You stink.
No, because Terry claims. No, because Terry will claim. Well, that stinks. Whatever. I'm,
Least the
I'm thinking
same
to
way.
myself, I don't smell.
I don't,
that.
that same way. She'll tell me, she go, well, you can't smell nothing, because she'll do the same thing. What is that? And I'm like, I don't smell anything.
Huh?
I lost
So
my
you're like, okay.
Yeah.
taste
Ooh,
and
carrying a
smell for
box.
like
Ooh, look at
3
me.
days.
Hey, Rick. how you
Could-
doing,
let
buddy?
me ask you this.
Look out, Rick. That's all I'll say. More coffee.
Okay.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
good
Good
out
night.
in there.
Attaboy, Rick.
I went with the smaller bag. It's
Big
okay.
topic
Yeah.
this morning. Coffee.
Yeah. All right.
Lost my taste
Rick, the
and
Coach
smell.
Stuff will give you those.
Go ahead, buddy.
I'm sorry.
Lost my taste
and
and
you can
smell.
zip up
You said
just a
go
little bit
ahead.
more.
You said go ahead and then start it back in on me.
He's lost.
That's all right.
his
Just
taste.
talk through it, man. Come on.
Well, I'm trying, but then when somebody else is talking, I want to be kind and not talk.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I
Now look. No, I'm kidding.
I lost my taste and smell for 2-3 days. Amanda lost hers for 2 months. Y'all do
Really?
realize that? Like she could not taste or smell for 3 months, and she,
2 or 3.
I don't know, somewhere in there.
Okay.
I want to say it's 2, and I'd be over exaggerating if it was 3.
You know
I
what-
know it was at least 2.
What's a blessing, though?
She may say it's a little more.
Thank goodness that 15 years ago we didn't have COVID, and you'd have had it. And when Tuberville offered you that coffee, you could have said, I'll drink it, but I can't smell it. So that would have been bad.
That
So
would have been bad.
At least that didn't happen.
That's right.
What do you think?
You know, if you think about it that way, Helmsy.
At least our audience
blessing.
understands. I'm getting emails, loving the story. Okay.
Loving the story. Brought me to tears. Make my day. You know, I was down and out. Till I heard about the kindness of one Coach Tuberville
Right.
offering Helms a cup of coffee.
Yeah, actually, we do. We have. I can't believe, man, our staff is amazing. We have audio of him pouring you a cup, and your response.
See if you can smell it. Is it normally? Would you be able to smell it? Oh.
Is it strong? Yeah.
Oh, Helmsy, you had a kind of a higher pitched voice back then.
When he gets upset, that's how he sounds. All right, I'm gonna leave.
But
it
yeah, I
alone.
guess
I'm done.
I never really realized it because I
Helms, I'm
can
done.
smell certain things, but Terry will be like, "Man, that's," and I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
Same thing here. I get that.
So
all
I
the time.
guess maybe that's it. That's the
Maybe
deal.
it's a blessing.
I don't know, but I do smell. You know what I mean? It's like I can smell stuff, but
I
maybe
can, but
it's the
I-
finer things I'm not getting.
I'm saying, but I don't know what it is.
How about you, buddy?
I completely just moved off topic. I'm sorry. I wasn't even listening to y'all.
Okay.
Well, that's why I asked the question because you were gone.
Yeah. I just,
If little person
you
was
down the ball
complaining
and you move on. I mean, there's nothing. See,
Say it again. Say it again.
If we'd had a little person playing in the background
Oh,
while you were
God.
telling that story,
I'm so mad right now.
That'd be like Coach Tuberville calling him little person.
Yeah.
Hey, little person.
I hadn't had one in a long time, and this is you're talking about changing the subject. When's the last time you had a Twinkie?
Been a long. I think in here. It seems like or
Somebody
the old
brought
studio.
some.
Somebody
Yeah.
brought some.
Yeah.
I say 2 years, 3 years. I
How
like
about,
Twinkies.
How about you, Coach?
15 years. Coach Tover actually gave me a Twinkie, too, when he offered me the coffee.
You know why you having your? See, that's what you do. You just,
That
took our
helps.
you just took our sword right through.
That's
them.
it. That's it.
Beat you to it.
It is.
He said, "How about a Twinkie, son?"
No, Twinkies aren't cooked?
Well, I don't. They're delicious.
It's National Twinkie Day.
I love a good Twinkie.
Twinkie Day.
That needs to be a bait.
It does. I tell you what, I love a good Twinkie.
I just don't get them a lot, but if they're available, I'll take one. If you're passing them out. How you feel about it?
They're pretty good.
Yeah.
I like Twinkie.
I like a good old Twinkie.
Mm-hmm.
What
if Tuberville made you a
get
Twinkie?
one today?
Well, look, we just
It said it's
rolling
been
along.
15 years since he had one.
All right, how do you feel? How do you feel about this guy here? Take a listen.
I
to
don't
this.
like that song.
I had to wake up and go answer the door and explain to them that I don't have their device. And people don't tend to believe you.
Well, the cops are on their way over here, so you may want to come talk to me before they come here.
There's plenty of irrational people in the world that if they're angry, if they're drunk, if they, have had a rough night and they lost their phone and thought it was stolen, that's my biggest concern. Someone come into the house, potentially with a weapon.
What do y'all think happened?
Somebody accused him of stealing their phone.
Yes. Hey, Coach, what do you think? But you got to join us.
I don't know.
Well, you taking your ball and going home?
Well,
No. I just don't. I don't know. I mean, I can say, I wasn't. I wasn't listening. I wasn't. I am. I'm trying to get
Maybe
to 5:46, and then we come back, and I can, because anything I say at this point, if I don't have a Tuberville reference to follow myself, y'all are going to.
I'm done with it.
Well, a Texas man, since you want to know, says a glitch in the Find My Phone app has led almost a dozen people to his home. And they think that he has stolen their Apple product because
more
it
than a
leads
dozen
them.
people.
Yeah, even though he doesn't have
people
them.
that's lost something.
Mm-hmm. Scott Schuster explained, and that was him there, what has happened at his house and some Ring camera audio from angry people that you heard her saying, "Give me my device back," at his door. And he's like, "I don't have your device," but it's sending people to his house. Do y'all think he really has it, or do y'all think it really is a glitch?
He probably is stealing stuff. Y'all remember the time Adler accused the help of stealing his earbuds?
Yes.
Remember that? And the guy
pretty
much
it was the janitor.
There was a language barrier, and the guy pretty much proved that he didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to.
And then Adler wrote him an apology letter.
Well, I mean, unless you have proof, it's really hard to. Get on somebody about.
Right, but now I will say this: if you couldn't find your phone, and the Find My Phone app sends you there on like another device,
so
you're
12
checking.
different people.
I will say when I'm knocking on the door, I'm probably going, "No, yeah, you got it," because it sent me there, right?
Yeah.
What do you think, Tubbs?
Yeah, I think he's had something to do with it for sure.
What do you think, Tubbs Java? I'm asking him at Regions.
I am too. Oh,
you say, do you remember that time?
I'm gonna text him,
and
right
he
now.
won't.
Do you
and
remember?
That's the part of the story because he does it all the time, Greg. He's gonna say, "Do you know how many cups of coffee I've made for people?"
Now he's got to making them for everybody.
Well, he does. That's the kind of guy he is. That's the whole point of the story. You morons can't figure it out.
Well, how do you know he makes coffee for everybody?
Because he wouldn't have done it just
I've
for
heard
me. He
he's
didn't know me
anti.
from Adam's house cat.
I think he thought you were Saban.
Imagine it's the last ride, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are taking you for a ride. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about treating it with Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey, Culligan. I think my water might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
I'm Jenny, Senior Designer for Cleo & Wolf, and this is Behind the Designs with Boot Barn. Cleo & Wolf is a vintage-inspired, effortless collection with a country sensibility. Each design is thought out and crafted so that it becomes a special staple in her wardrobe. Even if it's just an article of clothing, there's so much meaning to that. In her most authentic, natural state is where her beauty and her confidence lives. Cleo & Wolf. Only at Boot Barn.
Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is a bacon or sausage egg croissant plus small seasoned potatoes for $3. It's the breakfast that don't miss. So if you did miss Wendy's breakfast, don't imagine. Fresh cracked eggs, sizzling sausage, crispy bacon, and block out those hot, buttery, flaky croissants. Croissants don't really make a sound, but if they did, for a breakfast that don't miss, Wendy's is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Select a request $3 breakfast deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions, that could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We could do unscreened phone calls this segment if you want to weigh in on some of our topics. But if you want to holla. During this portion of the show, though, I want to remind you, if you are in the market for trying to get your business some attention, maybe you want to let everybody know what you do and what you specialize in, but you're not sure how to get the word out. Our national sponsorship team at SSI has asked us to remind you that we are ready to use the power of this program and another popular program they syndicate to help you accomplish your goals. Reaching our loyal listeners and viewers is something we do every day, and they impact a lot of businesses. And over the years, we've had a lot of great relationships, and the network partnership with our national sales team at SSI can make it happen for you. We have a lot of experience. We've been doing this for nearly 30 years. The other program has been doing it for a while. We have about 50 network radio affiliates, but it's so much more than that. YouTube, some of you watching now, Blaze TV, the 24/7 TuneIn app. We've also got social media platforms, the podcast, like the one we're doing with Jason Whitlock this weekend with Rick and Bubba University, online showcasing opportunities, and a whole lot more. So if you want to holler at them, you can, 203-431-0790, or you can drop an email to rickandbubba.com. rickandbubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. You can do it that way. And if you're just in the market of going, I just want to get the word out locally where I am, I don't need the whole network, then, contact us as well, and we can get you in touch with the local sales team there. We have some great sales folks. All right, so the phones are lit up. We're going to reach out to them here. Hey, little person.
Hey, little person.
Let's
On
see.
line 3,
here.
Coach Tuberville.
Yeah. Let's see if I can get out of this here. I don't do that a lot.
Have don't let the cat out of the bag. Got a little surprise for you.
Yeah.
We always go to the kitchen
I
and get
thought
coffee.
you said you were done.
I got a
Let's go.
little surprise for you.
Let's
I
go
made
to
a phone call.
256 and see if they're there. Hey, what's up? Unscreened phone calls.
Hey, guys. Hey, just going to let y'all know, about 17 years ago, I was driving down the road, and all of a sudden, I got a flat tire. As soon as I pulled off, my car was getting jacked up, and I looked out the window there. Coach Tuberville was. He said, just sit right there, son. I got this. And had me on my way. It was like my own personal AAA. It got me all choked up and everything.
Thank you. Let's jump out to 334 unscreened phone calls. What's up?
Hey guys, I just wanted to tell y'all something that happened to me this weekend. I went to this chain restaurant, and something happened that I never thought would have happened. Man, I sat down at the table, and this waitress made me coffee.
What did he say? I love our audience.
Have you fun. Have you fun.
My grass was a little high. It needed cutting.
Yeah.
I looked out my yard, and
There's Tuberville.
there's Tuberville pushing a mower.
You're going, hey, son, stay inside. I got it.
I got it.
I'm cutting it on 3. That good? I'm sorry. All right, let's go to 256. What's up?
This is doing nothing but letting me get caught up on what I need to do.
Yeah,
He's over there.
all right, 256. Holla.
Hey, I was wanting to see if Helmsy could spell golf for us since it's a Masters week.
Spell golf. That's the guy, I guess, that says you don't say golf right. Remember the guy that you said golf?
Golf.
Golf.
Instead of golf.
Yeah.
Look at it.
So we're stamping that out today.
I didn't call.
He's worried about that after 8 years of calling in the first time.
Look,
calm
down.
I hadn't touched a golf club.
Not everybody is as
in
nice
5
as
years.
Coach Tuberville.
I mean, not everybody is.
You're going to have to learn that.
Let's go to 256.
Can that
unscreened
guy
phone
spell
calls.
diarrhea? I hope he has it today.
There you go.
Huh?
Attaboy, Coach.
Attaboy. Come on.
256 unscreened phone calls. Go.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Holla.
I just want to tell Helmsy, man, I'm proud of you. Even though you knew you were going to get rid of that story,
Yeah.
you told it anyway.
That's it. That's what we do. Anything for
What,
the show.
you're congratulating him for bad judgment? Is that what you're doing?
Spent an hour yesterday thinking, should I tell that
Well,
or
you gotta-
not? And I did it for the show.
I'm so glad
Yeah,
you
look,
did.
buddy, you got emotional. It's
Yeah.
good. Let's go to 334. 334
Here's the
checking
thing.
in.
If it was such a big deal, why are you just now telling us?
Because I saw
I see you
I
every
told
day.
you that, Greg. I told
We've
you that.
seen Tuberville a bunch since then. You think at one time that would have
Why?
clicked?
Like, look, just hey,
Well,
I
can we
think
go
I
to
dreamed it.
334?
Can I
He's
just
on-
ask?
hang on,
Greg.
buddy.
Do you really want? Why would I tell you that
I'd have
story
told that.
of all people?
Well, we might have been sitting around.
So you can make fun of it.
We've sitting. I said, "Yeah, Coach Tuberville going to be on the show tomorrow." And you go, "Let me tell you about him one time. Let me tell you what impressed me." And you just, I think you dreamed it and it didn't happen.
That does explain why you got choked up that time.
The reason I don't tell things to you two specifically, that story then was for the audience, not you two, because I knew you'd run with it the way you did, and it's good for both because there's
Seems
people that
kinda
don't
weird.
necessarily like me and don't like that side
I
of me.
feel like I've let you
and
down.
they love when y'all jump on me like that. And there's other people that go, hey, that's how real character is. You
So
know,
you
you
held
see
it.
real character
So you
because they're
held it.
doing it for people that can't do anything for them.
You held it for
All right,
15 years.
For 58 seconds.
I've told it a lot, just not to y'all.
Well, and I feel like I've let you down. I feel like I've let you down. You knew how he would react.
I've actually used
You
that
thought- you
example in a speech engagement
I
before.
got a surprise in the kitchen here after this segment.
For 1 minute and 13 seconds, 334 has held on very patiently.
He'll be
334
all right.
unscreened phone calls. What's up?
Hey, guys, do you think Alvin Bragg is jealous because he can't find his two little brothers, Simon and Theodore?
Oh, chipmunks.
Let's go to 205. What's up, 205?
Alvin Bragg, the guy, the
What's
DA.
Hey guys.
Hey, what's happening?
The carrot. Two things. The Keurig. You can go to YouTube, and ours is doing the same thing. You can clean it, and it'll start working. And are y'all still taking resumes for Helmsley's job?
Who, Coach?
Well, yeah, he is going to join Tuberville's staff.
In 2024, you can send your resumes in. Maybe 2025.
Let's go to 205. 205, what's up? Oh, hung up. Let's go to 601. Oh, Mississippi checking in. Holla. What's up?
What's up?
What's happening?
Oh, yeah, I was going to tell him it's not Seamus Powell, it's Seamus.
What?
Oh, Seamus.
The guy spells his name
Yeah.
Seamus, Seamus.
Okay.
And they're saying
Like Sean.
Yeah, but
Seamus.
Okay,
exactly.
got it. Just about 2 more minutes left, but we're going to go back out.
He
Some
told
phones
you,
here.
buddy.
So it's Seamus.
334.
Seamus.
So it's Seamus.
Seamus.
334. What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to say what Tommy Tuberville actually meant to our family. A couple of years ago, y'all had him on. My fiance is a Purple Heart vet,
Ooh.
and he had been stabbed in Somalia. He had tried for over 10 years to get VA benefits for medical. He has heart conditions. And Tommy Tuberville was talking about that in his staff. He has someone on staff that works with just VA, and we contacted them, and within 2 months, he had VA benefits.
How about
So
that?
to us, it means everything.
That is huge.
You can tell when he talks, he
That
has
is
he
great.
has a place for the military in his heart, and he talks about his dad. and
For
all
sure,
that,
for
so.
sure. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you so much, and thanks
Yeah,
for your
thank
your family service. Unbelievable. Maybe
Little
20
better
more
story than
seconds. Yeah, for real.
I'm glad y'all didn't make fun of her.
Oh no, no, you kidding me? 25.
That made your story look like nothing.
I mean nothing. 573 checking in. What's up?
Have a coffee, little Helmsy.
My favorite is when they do that and just hang up, and they're gone. Do I dare? Do I dare? 256 checking in. 256. What's up?
Good morning. What happened to the Roger Lewis character? Like, how come he's been ever calling anymore?
Greg just doesn't do him anymore. He decided that he wanted to get rid of that character.
Yeah, unfortunately, he changed jobs and just time.
But we've talked to Coach Tuberville. He may get him back on.
Right. Tuberville said that he could play the character easily.
Easily, he can do it.
So that's a possibility.
He was funny, Roger.
Yeah, he was.
Till you run him
Not a
off.
boy. 866 We Be Big, our number. The main show starts right after this top of the hour break. Don't you go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Kerosene Brothers. There it is, Ellie Schaefer.
Boy, it's a catchy little tune.
That's a snappy little number.
You know, you see these themes through a lot of music sometimes.
Yep.
What's John them doing right now? Where do you think they're-
you know, they were Hayseed Dixie, and then the Kerosene Brothers were supposed to be their cousins, and they would open for themselves. But and then they became huge in Australia, and we never heard from them again. I don't know what happened.
They went down under and never came back.
Yeah, they may be.
We need to look them
They may
up.
be officially living there now.
You know,
I don't know.
I really, you have different genres, obviously, but far as them, I really enjoy John's voice as a lead singer. I like his voice.
Well, sure you do. You love their little storytelling and all that.
Oh, Rick, they're so good.
But it
at
just
what they
hit
do.
me. Are y'all with me? Do y'all wish that Bubba could play the banjo like that, like nobody's business?
Rick,
I mean, I
yeah.
wish that Bobby Horton came to him for lessons.
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't you just love to see him just play?
Like
just
I
wear it out?
had to get it restrung
Oh,
like every week.
Yeah, because you just picked the food.
Yeah.
out.
He's right up every Grandpa John.
Oh yeah, I'd love to see him just wearing it out.
Who is the best banjo player of all time?
Well,
Lester Flatt and what is it?
Scruggs and Flatt.
Yeah, he's
You
up
think
there.
so?
That did the Beverly Hillbillies thing?
Yeah, yeah.
I thought
They gotta be.
I thought Jim Morris wasn't bad.
Jim Morris.
That's right.
Probably hang with anybody.
Yeah.
What about Roy Clark? Couldn't he play?
Oh,
pretty good?
Roy
Roy play anything.
He
He
could
play
play
anything.
anything with a string on it.
That's right, baby.
Roy
But
was
look,
the
I mean,
man.
don't kick Bobby Horton out.
No, don't you dare.
Bobby's pretty strong.
You dang right.
When he gets those little metal things on.
My favorite is,
You got to have that, right?
Oh,
to get in there,
oh,
to get
you
in
got
there
to
to
go.
it. You know.
Well, you know what they've done? They just strapped some strings across a snare drum.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly.
And somebody said, "Let's see what happens here."
But it
Can you
has
imagine the first person? I think I know something here.
It has a unique sound, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I love it.
Let me tell you.
I remember.
I love it.
Do you love to hear old banjo?
Yeah.
I do too. Somebody can really go.
Yeah.
But you got to really get on it.
Right. I'm not crazy about the steel. Hey, I'm not crazy about the steel guitar, but I like a banjo.
You talking about the old pedal steel?
I'm not that crazy.
And you know what? I'm kind of with you on that.
It's like when I was a kid, when I heard that, it just had such bad connotations.
They'd slide that thing
because that means I was stuck in front of some AM country song.
Oh, boy.
Do you remember how it made you feel as a little kid?
Yeah.
You thought, why are my parents listening to this?
Now, what's the guy?
Need something a little more chippy.
Is it Robert Randolph? Have you ever seen in the Family Band? And he plays a steel.
No,
And they
that's
rock.
different now.
Yo.
I have seen that. You know what? You're right. I forgot all about
I
that.
think I got the name right.
Yeah,
I may be wrong.
I don't know if it's Randolph, though. You got that
yeah.
part right. Now, first name you throwing around like a crazy man.
No, he can take that thing.
Yes, now you know what? I didn't think about that.
He took it to a new level.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. I like anybody taking an instrument and say, I'm gonna take it somewhere nobody else is taking it.
Yep. Here we go.
If people hadn't done that, we'd still just be strumming doing this.
Y'all, I know. Chords.
All right, a lot to do. Yeah, well, you and Bubba, one of our favorite topics today, Ruth Ginsburg is
Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Let me be clear. I'm sorry, Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Or Aunt Bethany. You can call her either one.
The sacred you to say grace. The blessing. The blessing. But anyway, she does remind us of that. And now she made some declaration about all these Supreme Court justices that Trump is trying to get his second one in, and she's declaring she's not going anywhere anytime soon.
The libs are panicking because all these spots are going to come open during his term, and she's saying she's got 5 more. Is that right, Bubba? Am I reading that correct?
Yeah. She, as a matter of fact, she was at a New York production called The Originalist, and it is about Judge Anthony. I won't say Anthony, but that's not how you say it.
Anthony?
Anthony Scalia, who was one of our great conservative minds of our time. Now, in a bizarre thing here, him and Ruthie were kind of pals, but they disagreed on everything that came before the court.
Right.
But they used to battle each other in private, meetings and talk about these cases. And anyway, there's been a production made about him called The Originalist in New York, and she was there, and then she did a little interview about that, and she was asked about her age and how long she's going to stay on the court, and she said that she will probably she's looking to John Paul Stevens, who was on the court till he was 90 years old, so she says she's got at least 5 more years, according to CNN.
Well, now, how does she know how long she's going to live?
Well, she's saying, I guess if she makes it, she'll keep doing it. She assured that the crowd that she wasn't leaving anytime soon at the production. When asked about retiring or setting limits on Supreme Court terms, she said such an effort would be impossible. You can't set term limits because to do that, you'd have to amend the Constitution. Well, Article 3 says we hold our offices during good behavior. And most judges are well behaved, she added as the crowd laughed.
Well, again, to see what the court's turned into should concern all of us because really here she is openly saying, what they all should say? Well, we will rule on the cases as they come before us based on what is the law.
And that's both sides.
Mm-hmm. And that's both sides. We really, but they're now all openly saying, well, don't worry, some of us that are libs, we're still going to be here. We'll try to balance this out. No, y'all shouldn't be balancing anything out politically. You should simply be interpreting the law.
Right.
And 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. A brand new hour on the Rick and Bubba Show has begun. This baby starts with the national anthem. Here we go. It is 7.5 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, it is another hour on another day in Rick and Bubba history. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy have already given you a kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms, and they will be with us as we move forward. Eddie Van Adler enhances the YouTube experience. He now takes over. You can watch the show in its entirety, live and the entire archive on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. You can go there and subscribe, and you get alerts when something new has arrived and the live show begins. Also, the Wednesday Bible study from yesterday, that archive now there on the YouTube channel, and obviously it's there live every week as well. So we'll unpack another day. It's another exciting day in America and around the world. We'll unpack those stories for you. We'll take your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We are missing the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, we all get so caught up in getting ahead in the traffic, getting ahead
in the workplace, and getting ahead in society. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Yeah, then we rush to our homes and turn on the TV and watch the news and can't believe our eyes in the crime and violence
and immorality. Yep, now more than ever.
Then somebody says we need to do something
to get this world back in line. Yeah, maybe we can thank somebody, cause no one seems to want to take the time. Sing it, Kevin.
Well, the cost was paid on the cross, and God's promises were kept.
Yes.
And for all the sins of the world, Christ died
and rose again.
And Jesus wept
on the day Lazarus died.
Jesus wept.
And again for Jerusalem he cried, yes.
Jesus wept.
And society slept, yeah. Jesus wept. Kevin Derryberry. Jesus wept.
I do love y'all when y'all play that.
Yes,
Bubba, I love it.
Love it. There it is.
You know, it's time to sign up for the golf tournament.
That's right. I got my golf
Not
tournament.
much I love Jesus, but I love golf.
So, Bubba, how are you?
I'm good.
Good
How are you,
night.
sir?
Look at that.
How are you,
I'm
sir?
I'm good. You know, it was interesting. You know, there's a lot to take away, and there's so much to remember and ponder this week.
Yep.
And so yesterday in the Wednesday Bible study, we're in the Revelation, and we finished chapter 6. So, you know, these are the seals. All that's left now is the seventh seal, and that's when Christ returns for the final. It's the end all. So we went into the natural disasters. Of course, we see natural disasters now, but these are nothing but foreshadowings of what is to come. You know, an earthquake that we've experienced will pale in comparison when after the sixth seal is removed and God himself puts a earthquake out unrestrained, without the restraint of his church still being here on the earth. And it will be an earthquake that will be worldwide. And we were talking about all that, and here's what's interesting. And, you know, there's so many, you know, there's moments when you study the entire Bible, also you go ding, 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 and you just go, my goodness, look at this.
Here's a point.
So I was doing the research on it, and there's a Christian scientist, and he says, you know, there's many things, you know, there really is no culture that was advanced in any way we've seen. We talked about this back when they rebuilt the replica of the Ark. There is a worldwide flood legend in cultures everywhere.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Across the board.
And like the time I was in Sedona at the Red Rocks, and the person was saying, this shows us that all this at one time was underwater, which shows we evolved from water. And I said, or a worldwide flood. Yeah. And we have evidence of a worldwide flood everywhere, no matter if you believe it was God's judgment on earth at that time or not. There's a lot of evidence of a worldwide flood.
Yep.
Well, as
like those fossils of fish we found on top of Mount Everest.
Yes, there you go.
I think that's always interesting.
So geologists and is it seismologists?
Seismologists studies earthquakes. Yeah.
So they have been studying Earth's crust, and what they have discovered is that this great flood altered the Earth's crust so much, and there's even a piece of it that they're not even sure what it is. They haven't identified it yet. But the bottom line, and I'll put it down in Rick Burgess terms and cut out all the scientific words that go with it, but to break it down, the worldwide flood so changed the earth that the worldwide flood has now set up the Earth's crust so that a worldwide earthquake could take place and destroy it for the final time.
I don't doubt it.
So the flood in that judgment was also playing a role in the final judgment.
In some places, not everywhere.
It's amazing stuff.
Not everywhere, but in some places.
Something to be real concerned about.
Where they have cut through mountains, building roads, and we have a couple of places here close to us. You can see in the rock that it is definitely one color.
Mm-hmm.
And then there is a thin layer, and then it's totally different on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell something changed at that little thin layer. And I've always thought that very possibly could have been the worldwide flood layer.
Well, in the sixth seal, we're going to see a worldwide earthquake. We're going to see asteroids and meteors just bombing the earth. John said it looks like figs hitting the ground when the winds blow a fig tree, when the figs are ripe. And then you're going to have you will have that. You will have the earthquake, and all these natural disasters will be taking place. And I actually watched a special last night. They're now finding in Russia, and we found some in Alaska, these giant craters in the ground. And they've realized when they went and studied them that this is not something that's hit the earth. It's explosions from beneath the earth. It's methane. And these huge explosions are taking place. So the methane that used to be trapped now, because of the permafrost starting to melt some, it's creating faults, cracks, that the methane now that used to be stopped by the permafrost now can get all the way to the surface, and it's blowing huge holes into the earth. And you just see the earth getting itself ready for. And of course, what we're going to have is when these things come down. Because it is shocking that people still won't repent during all this. Still won't. And the reason why is because there's been explanations built to say, no, this is just man-made climate change. This isn't God handing out his wrath. And but let me tell you, it's going to be if you think tornadoes, hurricanes, and earthquakes or something right now, as Bachman Turner Overdrive said, you ain't seen nothing yet.
The methane coming up, you mentioned it. That's one of the main reasons we had this Bermuda Triangle thing where ships would disappear.
Yeah.
Because ships will not float in liquid methane.
You should see the size of these craters.
Have you ever seen when they do a test like in an aquarium with that? And they cut on the methane and that little boat will go right through it and it falls like it's a brick.
Right.
I mean, it's amazing.
How about yesterday, and John talks about this, these disasters that God will be handing down on the earth himself, it says they will be so terrifying that there will be a number of people that will die from nothing but fear. I mean, they'll just be so terrified, they'll just stand there and die by just the fear of it all. Because that's the reason why you got to remember, when you look to the cross this week, you do see how much God loves us, but you also see how serious he takes sin. And you cannot trade either one of those out. They're equal pillars. His wrath and his love, they stand there equal. And we elevate one above the other, but the other one doesn't mean anything without the other.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Looking for peace the Constitution. I mean, that's all you should be doing, and that's supposed to have no party affiliation whatsoever.
Yeah, but
Justice Ginsburg also said,
y'all don't make law, by the way.
She told the press about her time working with Scalia, where the two would go back and forth in forming arguments. She said, if I had a choice of dissenters when I was writing for the court, it would be Justice Scalia. Sometimes it was like a ping pong game, she said.
Have you, but Ruth Bader, how you say her name?
Bader
Ginsburg.
right.
But sometimes I'm like you guys. We use the Aunt Bethany thing because there's times when there's a group picture of them or something's going on, and like when the president's giving the State of the Union, she doesn't look like she's awake.
Yeah, well, she doesn't photograph well.
No,
and
she can't find the camera.
Right.
Again,
her comments were very funny and entertaining, but she appears by the visual that she's not with us sometimes.
well, she's 85, and I'm not, being an age hater or what do you want to call me?
Oh, there you
but
go.
you should be required to stay awake. That should be a requirement. If you can't stay awake, no matter how old you are, and we've seen her asleep, we've seen those pictures. And now the whole group picture though, Bubba, we saw that. I ain't never in my life.
It's a sad state for the country, Rick.
Supreme Court justices are like football coaches. They don't know when to leave.
No.
I mean, they hang on and hang on and hang on until they become a joke.
Yeah, here's the latest picture of Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
That's funny.
That, right?
They want you to say the blah thing.
She added that she credits her late husband, Marty, with her hope in politics. She says, my dear spouse would say that the true symbol of the United States is not the bald eagle, it's a pendulum, she said. When it goes too far in one direction, you can count on it swinging back.
No, there's a lot of truth to that. There's a lot of truth to that.
I thought that was pretty good.
I
don't credit Ruth Bader Ginsburg with much, but I will credit
her. Actually, her husband.
Yeah, well,
so,
she's quoting it now.
Right, so she gets it now. But her husband was correct. We see that all the time. It's like people they can't believe when it happens, but it happens all the time.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? It's almost like we as the American people get bored with a certain thing, and then we go, let's go this other way. Let's swing back the other way.
That's absolutely.
When it's like water settling in a container or in a swimming pool or whatever, it sloshes back and forth, and it gets less and less. But there's times with politics, it seems like it gets wilder and wilder, which makes for a rougher ride. It would be nice if the pendulum calmed everything down as opposed to made it go worse.
Well, really, what she should have said, I mean, she threw out the 5 years, but what she really should have said is, I will remain here as long as I'm, mentally and physically able to do it.
Well,
because
Rick, that may mean that she needed to step down today.
Right.
So
Well,
I don't know that that's the line.
But guys, we all know at this age, with parents who are aging and parents who have already gone on into glory, we know that things at this age, how you are at 85 versus how you'll be at 87 could be wildly different.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, because. And that's sad, but that's just part of the aging process. But
and even when
the country can't just hang on because you don't want to give up a slot.
Even when you're on your game in your mid 80s and up, I don't think anybody would say you're, as sharp as you were maybe at 60.
Yeah, it's impossible.
You can't interpret law like you did when you first came in.
No, I mean
that's your job.
I think if you do have your act together, you should realize that.
Well, let me tell you what's funny. We have we have this man that we recognize every year at our church.
Look right there, Rick. Nice shot. Looking at her right on top of the head.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Good night.
There's a picture of her on RBTV right now, and she's sound asleep.
Somebody needs to be hired to hold her head up.
You must be required to stay awake.
But
I don't think that's asking.
Hey,
much.
put that picture back up. That's some nice ones there to our right from her too.
Yeah. Hey, how about that? How about that? Wow. Goodness gracious.
Yeah,
those people have a very, very important job.
They sure do.
Boy, they do, Rick.
Boy, let me tell
As a matter of fact, to me, they look like the picture of whoever they is has always been the picture I've seen.
That's true.
People say, well, they say. Always picture a group that looks just like that.
Well, they shouldn't be as important as they have become. Right. I think the power, which is split between our branches of government, has drifted a little heavy in their direction.
Yeah.
Well, see, and here's the thing: when you're making up law, that's what happens.
Right.
When you're ruling on the law, you're not as important because if you say something's unconstitutional, then the Congress goes back and they work on it, and that's where the law should be made. Not over there where they're wearing robes.
You talking about the way it was designed?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Staples Sisters start the hour. All right, so this past weekend we were looking around and a lot going on. I had I was thinking to myself during the show on Friday. Anytime if you live where we live. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us. We'll get to some of your phone calls early today. Fix Mama's Mouth is back. Mother's Day will be here before you know it. We're stepping deeply into April now. Mother's Day less than a month away. So if you want to give a makeover to Mama, only this show would call a contest Fix Mama's Mouth. Only this one. There's no other show that would do it. But that's what it's called because that's what we're doing. Sometimes Mama's teeth are jacked up, and she always puts others ahead of herself. But here is Dr. Dudney offering a dental makeover for a lucky mom. We've been doing this for years. Everything you need to do, you can find now by going to rickandbubba.com, and you'll see the contest button. And you go there and fill out all the information and get us the pictures that we need to send to Dudney and the gang. And then somebody's mama is going to win a $17,000 dental makeover. And Bubba, with those before and afters and interviewing those mamas afterwards, there's a lot of things that we get to enjoy, and that's definitely up there in the top.
It is. I mean, you're talking about life changing in a positive way.
I'm certainly not the only one who's, and I don't want to beat a dead horse on this Trump thing. We spent a lot of time on that yesterday because it was the biggest story of the day yesterday.
Yep.
And I don't want to spend a tremendous amount of time on it again today. And Adler, I know that you're still working through the videos, and I'm not trying to surprise you or get ahead of you, but it was just the way it looked just felt so Soviet Union and China that red China that I couldn't get past it.
Yep.
And I saw some people that were putting it out on social media. So we all know little Peter Pan, Rachel Maddow,
Right.
on MSNBC.
Little Peter Pan.
Doesn't she like Peter Pan? She really does. You know how they used to have women play Peter Pan
Yes.
like the plays and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
She would have been a good Peter Pan.
Yeah.
So anyway, so Bubba, now tell me this doesn't sound like commies to you, okay? So you already have it? Is this where she's deciding what we can and can't see?
Yeah, it's going to be part of today. Yeah, she's basically saying, hey,
Right,
he's talking, but we're not going to cover it.
Listen to how it's worded, and I want you to this is a media source, okay? This is the United States of America media.
Right.
And Trump has come to the microphone, which all the other media sources, are saying we're waiting on him to comment from Mar-a-Lago. And I want you to listen what she's decided on your behalf as a news source.
Is making remarks tonight from his home in Florida. As far as we can tell, and what we were prepared for here is that this is basically a campaign speech in which he is repeating his same lies and allegations against his perceived enemies. It is just getting started. So far, he's just giving his normal list of grievances. We don't consider that necessarily newsworthy, and there's a cost to us as a news organization of knowingly broadcasting untrue things. So our deal with you is that we will monitor these remarks. If he does say anything newsworthy, we will turn them around and report on that right away. But for now, just know that it's happening and we're not taking it.
She decides.
If this is the Rachel Maddow show, and she wants to cover it or make fun of it like Hannity would if it was the other way, that's fine. Do what you want to. If you're a news show bringing the news, you ought to cover it.
What about what she said?
Yeah,
though?
I know. Well,
we are monitoring these comments, and we will decide what is news and what are lies. We are telling you he's lying. We've made the decision he's lying.
Well,
on your behalf, we're not reporting the news and letting you decide and let you do your own vetting of a person. We are going to decide what we will allow Trump to say and not say, meaning if we were the only news source, we would decide what you, the people, could and could not hear. We'll monitor this news and decide what is news, and we'll tell you who's lying and who's not. That's our decision.
Yep.
Because they're a cable outlet, and of course, let's be honest, not a lot of people watching. Their numbers are worse than CNN.
I don't even think Rachel's family watches.
But the cable outlets have a little different avenue on it. But for broadcasters, when you're a qualified candidate for a federal office, you really can't edit what they're saying.
Well, the key to listen, you're 100% right. The key to what you're hearing is you hear what they wish.
Right.
If they had their way, If they were in charge of,
it just shows you the bias.
If they stood between us and the news, they would want to be like a communist country and decide what we get to hear.
Right.
Speaking of editing, and this is ABC News, you can see they blurred out the front of Trump's podium that has his numbers that you can text for, like, text Trump to whatever, 80, whatever. They blurred that out on ABC
on their
News.
own. You can
see.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's the thing. You're editing the news,
right?
You're
are.
putting your personality, your
right.
feelings into it. Show the clip for what it is, or don't show it.
Yeah.
You know, it is news. You may not like it,
but they're
show
manipulating it.
But you're coloring now what you want to see and not be seen. See, that's crazy.
They're manipulating the news.
If Fox News did that to Barack Obama, people would lose their mind.
Absolutely.
We'll have this a little bit later
it.
Today, but Jean-Pierre was asked about Elon Musk labeling NPR on Twitter as a state-affiliated media. She was asked about that. We'll have it a little bit later, but he labeled them on Twitter as that.
Well, it is.
But
it is.
You made a good point. Look, on this show right here, it's the Rick and Bubba show.
Right.
If all of a sudden one of us said, or both of us agreed and said, you know what, I just can't take any more Trump. We ain't gonna cover that today. Fine. Because we just don't feel like it. But we are the Rick and Bubba show, and we're talking about the things we want to talk about.
We're a commentary show.
But
it's our opinions on things is what this show is about.
But her sitting up there and what ABC did, what they're doing is they're saying we are news, and we are already telling you that he's a liar. We're already telling you that we're not going that we'll listen, and if anything on here we decide is newsworthy, we'll report it. Well, that's different.
If we were doing the newscast at the top of the hour, we would put a sound bite in of what he said, and that we thought was appropriate for to give a picture of what was happening, and you let it go.
Right.
I don't blur out numbers. I don't give you my feelings on it. I just let you hear it.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know, it's two different jobs. It's two different roles, and I don't know what she's in.
Bottom of the hour.
Ain't much anything.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When you think to yourself, I've got to get to Atlanta, Georgia, it is never a pleasant feeling because you don't know what's going to happen on road construction on the way. You don't know what's going to happen when you get there. And I have to admit, there was this wonderful, wonderful feeling that came across me when I realized that where I was actually going, I would leave before I ever got to Atlanta and head out into the country, into this extremely beautiful place. But, Greg, to go back and start, this is we talked about how life changes, and I'm telling you, somebody's missing a reality show called Bill and Ganell.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my mom and dad's name.
Yeah.
They are really missing an opportunity here. At this stage of their life, because they're always on the move to go see a grandkid somewhere and do this, and they're just they're funny as a couple. They've been married for 54, 53 years something. But anyway, so Greg, Bubba, Speedy. So here was the thing. Now, first of all, we also, when your parents begin to age, everything's planned around what? Their latest doctor's appointment.
Yeah, oh yeah,
You know what I mean?
and there's one all the time.
Right. And then when you start throwing when you start taking time zones, Eastern and Central time zone, and throwing those around.
Oh my God.
And so those of you that try to get a visual in your mind that don't live in the part of the world we live in, where Bubba grew up, where Greg grew up, where I grew up, was really almost exactly halfway between the city of Birmingham, Alabama, and the city of Atlanta, Georgia. So that becomes a place. As a matter of fact, I joke the part where Greg and I grew up is right next to Interstate I-20, an east and west interstate, and we made a joke, which there's a lot of truth to it, that our city was built on human waste because it's where everybody stops and goes to the bathroom if they're traveling to either place.
Yeah.
And
they even put the plant right there near the highway. You can see it.
And it's a booming little community because of them utilizing that interstate for business.
Yeah, well, it is. You talking about a financial boon, that is.
Well, so my parents, anytime you're going to meet them now, where do they always want to meet, Greg? The Exchange.
That's right there by Panera.
That's where all the new places have been built, out there away from. So anyway, that's right on the way to Atlanta. So Mom had a doctor's appointment, and I felt really bad because we were supposed to go to Atlanta, and we did, to see my oldest son in a presentation of Titanic, which I'll talk about that in a minute. It was unbelievable. And so we were trying to go, and it was really, really hot, okay? So Mom says, well, my appointment is at this time, that I'm supposed to see the doctor after they do the test on me, and then I'm supposed to see the doctor, which is the doctor that we're kin to, okay? And so, God love him because of, we're always, we need to talk to him. We need to talk to Jason. And so anyway, my mom said, well, what time do we need to be leaving? And, of course, being the guy in charge of the trip, I said, well, we got to be on the road. We can't be on the road any later than 3 p.m. Central Time. We can't. And or we're not going to make it.
Yeah.
And so Mom, first of all, says, well, I don't know what, these doctors, they leave you out there in the waiting room. And I said, well, we got to. So, of course, at 2:30, I get the text from her, I'm out. I'm leaving. Well, I ain't never going to see the doctor, and I'm gone. And I said, okay, well, so because grandkids, of course, outweigh any doctor's appointment.
Okay.
And I don't want to run y'all late, so we're going. So now I'm traveling to meet them at the halfway point, and then we're going to leave our car. We have 3 with us. They have 2. Their car, you can get more people in, and we're going to shift from our car into their car, and I will drive. Because we're going to. You see how that's going to work?
I do.
Oh, boy.
So we arrive, and they're eating some lunch they grabbed from somewhere, a late lunch, early dinner, because we didn't really factor in how we were going to do dinner because of the show starting and all that. So everybody's on their own on that. And then we're going to spend the night there on location, and I'll explain that in a minute, and then get up the next day and spend some time with our son and their grandson and, have lunch together and all that, and then we'll leave and go home. Mm-hmm. Now, it's blazing hot. Okay,
sure it is.
Now, my dad, as you know, is he was OCD before anybody knew anything about OCD.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Everything must be done a certain way, as we talked about already.
What's wrong with that, Rick?
There's nothing wrong with that. So when we get there,
there's a right way and there's the other way.
When we're going to shift in the parking lot into the car, and you know how sometimes you're the person who has the facts and nobody's listening to you, okay? And it just gets away from you. You're like, hey, guys. But anyway, so we go to shift, and Dad, I said, people got to go to the bathroom and all that. I said, this is the bathroom stop. And so Dad wants to go, but Mom is still in the car. Minutes past the hour. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. TheraBreath is our friend, and TheraBreath.com is the website for you to get all the different TheraBreath products. You can find them on shelves at over 100 retailers, but sometimes due to shelf space, you can't find every single product that TheraBreath offers. So if you can't find the one you're looking for, go to TheraBreath.com. They're there. We love the oral rinse, obviously. But these were created by Dr. Harold Katz to go after what is actually causing bad breath. There's no artificial colors. There's no added dyes. It's gluten-free. They're even certified kosher. Bubba's wanted someone to walk that out, how that actually took place, but we'll take Dr. Katz and the gang's word for that. Also, if you have bleeding gums when you brush or floss, try TheraBreath Healthy Gums Oral Rinse. It's new, FDA-approved ingredients, and also that fight gum disease. They also have a new whitening oral rinse that is far superior to the other products. Find everything you're looking for by going to TheraBreath.com. And, of course, we are always talking about the lozenges and how much we love those that you put in to supplement throughout the day. So confidence in every single product. TheraBreath.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick, I don't know if you saw, there's a big scientific study going on. Scientists at Budweiser are attempting to discover how many beers it would take for Dylan Mulvaney to pass as a woman.
That's hilarious, funny. Bubba.
That is courtesy of Babylon Bee.
Babylon
I just
Bee.
thought I'd slip it in there on you.
Well, that's really, really good. There have been, the Bee just doesn't miss. They do not miss.
They are amazing.
Not miss. And how about when they did the Mike Lindell one, and then he was positioned right there where that made that even funnier, didn't it? When Trump came out,
when he's bebopping in and out of the camera shot there. Goodness. I mean, good night.
Talking to the gubernatorial candidate that out of Arizona, wasn't that her there too? The one that got robbed or
Ricky Lake.
That is hilarious. That's hilarious.
It's something like, what's her name? I forgot.
I don't know. But anyway, all right, so
Carrie Lake?
Carrie Lake,
thank you.
So when you look,
Ricky Lake had a talk show.
There have been marketing debacles throughout marketing history. One of the biggest is when some Igmo decided to change the formula of Coca-Cola, and they came out with New Coke, which was a complete disaster. Then they went back to Coke Classic, and New Coke you couldn't find it anywhere now. Well, I don't know who in the world is in charge at Budweiser now in marketing, but this is a disaster. Again, you knowing the product, we're talking about beer, and this is one of those things that we all find a little odd, but it is true that those people who drink beer are very, very devoted. Now, you wish they would be as devoted to maybe other things, maybe things that are more important, but they are very devoted to their beer. And I've told the story on the air 1,000 times. When I was a young buck selling radio advertising, and I met with Miller Beer, they wanted to go after an age group that was a certain age. And then when I told them, what about the people older than that? They said they've already decided their beer and we'll never change them. We have to find.
They're set in their ways.
We have to go after the people who haven't decided yet. But I'm gonna tell you what. There may have been a lot of people out there that made Bud Light their beer, but they are changing their minds. This marketing campaign is so offensive to this core audience. And again, what I don't understand, I think that some of the marketers at Anheuser-Busch now, and a lot of you told me that they've sold to some company in Germany or something. And you know how woke Germany has tried to be, and Europe and all this, but y'all are buying into the fake world. You somehow think that the majority of people who drink Bud Light are big supporters. Not just you may have people who drink Bud Light who don't care one way or the other when it comes to people's orientation. I mean, it's not they don't make one stand against it or for it. They just don't care. But they don't want this. You're acting like that there's this large number of Bud Light drinkers and potential Bud Light drinkers that are activists for LGBTQ. I think they've added an I now too, and a plus, and all this.
There's all kinds.
Whatever the letters are.
I mean, it's not confusing at all.
Rick, it's just typical of the whole situation to keep adding letters to it.
You realize the only way this campaign works to have a trans person being your spokesperson and putting their picture on Bud Light cans for them and doing all this social media stuff, the only people that is going to affect you would be an activist that would say, "Oh yeah, I tell you what, I'm Bud Light forever now." And now we're just having one group after another saying, "I will never drink Bud Light again." And I had people sending stuff out on social media yesterday showing me their new Miller products that they're now drinking. And now,
check them out too.
And Travis Tritt and says others. Now I know that there's a lot of people that are woke in country music right now, and again, those two things don't go together. We saw you bring the drag queens out on CMT. Our obsession with drag queens and trans people right now in the entertainment business is just bizarre. I mean, it's just look. I'm okay with just saying "let live and let live," but that's not what we're doing right now.
No,
it is so. Anyway, Travis Tritt says there'll be no Anheuser-Busch products in their green rooms going forward. And then they said there's other artists that are doing the same thing. But more importantly, because artists sometimes can be swayed, the hard-working American is who's really mad about it. And that's the Bud Light core.
Yeah.
I mean, that's your Budweiser drinkers right there.
Rick, I
think it's the number one domestic brand.
You're going to look in the infield at this race at Talladega coming up in April, and there's going to be a lot less Bud Light.
Yeah.
Rick, again, from a marketing standpoint, I don't know what the future's going to hold, but you're certainly on the early tides of this trans thing. And for the few people that you to reemphasize your point, for the few people you're going to add by going down this road, you are going to lose so much of your base. It's just absolutely crazy. It makes no sense at all.
You might get away with taking a biological male who's a trans woman and make that person a spokesperson for a microbrew. Maybe. You might get away with that, but not Budweiser.
No.
I mean,
even the frogs can't sell this.
No, I mean, think about what you're saying. Think about the Budweiser core audience. Okay,
Easy girl.
And you sit down with them and you go, I tell you what, that man
She's
right
a
there.
guy.
Hey, Greg, that guy that just got off second. Okay, and he just got him a six pack of cold Bud Light on the way home, and that guy, he's got his working boots on. He just took his working gloves off to grab a cold gooseneck, and he says, "I tell you what, that guy wants to see from us. He wants to see us take a trans woman and be our spokesperson. He wants a biological male who wants to live as a woman. That's who he wants as his spokesperson."
I don't think we're there
in the
yet.
world. I mean, picture tailgating, picture people, men watching football on Monday night. Does any of this resonate?
Well, Rick, it's not just with them, and I don't know what Dylan Mulvaney's grip on the American marketing scene is here, but
I know he's not. I know.
Nike
Greg, don't
is
look.
now angered feminists
Don't look.
Do the dance in the
by
backyard,
choosing
please.
Dylan Mulvaney as the new face of its woman's sports bra days after the Bud Light controversy.
Ladies, I hope y'all are listening. I hope you are listening. Nike joins the
And
people.
from the looks, he don't need one.
As we were talking about yesterday with Senator Tuberville, I think it was off the air, but we've said it on the air. The trans community is saying to biological women that men are better women than you are.
Yeah, basically.
We're going to take a biological man, and we're going to let that biological man be the Nike sports bra spokesperson.
And this is the announcement right here.
Okay.
That you would think this is a skit. This is real.
That's a big waste of a sports bra. It's not doing anything.
There's nothing there. It's just some music going.
Okay.
You know it?
Yeah.
That sports bra not getting a lot of work.
Greg,
No,
all right.
no.
Okay.
Guys.
Honestly,
Come on, man.
it would get more work on me.
That's really
You
good.
should be the ambassador.
That's really
And
good.
now
You
it
got the
still it
leggings
doesn't
in.
end again. Back to the obsession with trans and drag queens. Now, is it RuPaul?
Yeah, RuPaul. Yeah.
Her drag show is now teaming up with Jack Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody, I don't.
You got to see that flyer.
What world are we living in? I mean, it is a.
I think we must have had a changing of the guard at the marketing departments, but a lot of these people, I would get a box ready because I don't think you're going to be around very long.
So do you think, though, I'm just trying my best to understand it, and I still think this is flawed because they've got a vision that there's so many more people that are passionate about this than there really are.
Yeah.
Now, there are people that don't want to get in the debate and they don't want to be attacked. But in their private lives, they're like, I'm not for this. Right. Okay? They're not going to be vocal about it.
No.
And maybe that leads to the believing the fake world because they're keeping it to themselves. But so I'm a young whippersnapper, and I'm in the new marketing thing with these products: sports bras, beer, and whiskey. Okay? So am I thinking you backwards old people here? These old farts that are mad about all this, they're going to be dead. And what I'm telling y'all to do is market to the future. Is that what they're saying?
It has to be.
Now, they're still wrong because I think they're delusional about how many people.
But I mean, I'm trying to see why they would even.
Is that what they're saying?
I don't know.
We don't care.
We got these others.
We don't care if we anger the current old farts.
Because they're on their way out anyway.
Yeah, or rednecks or all these people that they want to vilify and they wish we were all dead. Are they just saying that we don't matter anymore?
Or maybe they've ran the numbers and they say it really doesn't impact sales and we get all this free press.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, could be.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
and Sherry is already gone to the restroom and come back. They're going to get in the car and wait on me and our other son and Dad to go to the restroom. And so Dad, of course, because everything's got to be done a certain way, he goes to turn the car off. Hey, don't leave the keys in here now. I said, Dad, Mom and Sherry are staying in the car, and you need to leave the air conditioner on. Hey, you don't need to leave the car running. And I said, well, Dad, but they need the air. Okay, now remember that. Keep that in mind as we move on. So we go to the restroom and we come back, and it is pandemonium at the car. But stuff's being pulled out of their car back into my car. People talking about how I think we can squeeze 3 of us in the back seat. And I said, what's going on? Well, the air conditioner's broke. And I said, Mom, was the air conditioner giving you any problem? No, there was nothing wrong with it. It was running just fine. Oh, Sherry, we ain't riding it. Hey, we'll just have to get in my car. I said, hey, folks, hang on a minute. And everybody's coming. I said, I don't think the car's cranked.
Wait a minute.
You know, like that.
That'll do it.
So anyway.
Well, that's it.
And then Dad said, what's wrong with the air conditioning? I'll tell you what, if I said, guys, I don't think there's anything wrong with the air conditioning. The air conditioner won't run if the key's just turned on and the fan's blowing. This car is not cranked.
It requires to be cranked.
No, and look, Sherry, I look, Sherry, I hear our car. I said, everybody, hold up.
Everybody back.
Put the bag back in the car. Do not grab that overnight bag. This car is not cranked. You're like that.
Rick.
And I get in there and crank it. I said, you feel it? Hey, Greg, you know what happened? Well, I guess there's nothing really. Listen, I can feel it. It's cold now.
Yeah, it's cranked.
It's cold because it's cranked.
Hello.
Compressor doesn't run unless the engine's running.
So you know what happened? OCD went over and cut it off. You know, as he got out, I said, well, we've been sitting there. We're burning up. I mean, there's air blowing out. I know air's blowing out because it'll blow out if the key's turned on. Yeah. Well, this is not cold air. Well, I know. It's not cold air.
Fan is on, compressor is not.
Explain this. Yeah, and nobody's listening to me. Hey, we riding that car.
I've solved the problem.
I hear our car. Air's fine in here. Cherry, get out of the car. We can get in the original car. It just wasn't cranked.
Did anybody make the statement? Well, I hope it don't go out again on the line.
They did. We start pulling out. I'll tell you, I hope we don't have a problem with it. There's no problem with it.
We're running.
If the engine's running, you won't.
Your air conditioning is fine. Well, you know what? It was working just fine on the way down here. I know it was because your car was on. It was cranked and running. Everybody, wait a minute. Just let me get down the road a piece, and everybody's gonna be fine. And
Rick.
Golly. So I was just like, and of course that was there was a whole discussion about that. And of course, as you know, Dad. Because what's the biggest thing no OCD person wants? Anything not to go right.
That's right.
Because we've planned.
What's wrong with air conditioning? There's nothing wrong with it. Okay, and everybody just settle back in.
I love don't touch that bag.
Right. Oh no, they're unloading bags.
Don't you touch that.
Hey, I guess we can all cram in this back seat. Because theirs has a third seat. And I'm like, no, there's no need for that. Well, we ain't riding with no air conditioning. We don't have to. So when he got out to go to the bathroom, he cut it back. Now you can't leave the car on. I guess he got halfway in pulling those keys out and not.
Yes, Rick. Yes. I'm not surprised.
Greg, but that couldn't get everybody's attention. The car is not cranked. There's nothing wrong with it. I found it. I had to fix that air conditioner. I cranked it. Crank the car.
I'm a mechanic.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I'll wrap it up. So we finally get the car rolling, and Mom and Dad and my wife Sherry and our son Brooks, Big Love Burgess, all rolling to see the oldest. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. All right, so got the yesterday's Bible study archive is out there. Catch it. We finished Revelation 6 yesterday. That's available on the YouTube channel and the podcast channel. And Benny Rose is been in the old Bible study for a while. A friend of mine, his wife Caroline, having a birthday today, and all the kids at Inverness Elementary where she teaches. Y'all be sure and tell Miss Caroline and Mrs. Rose happy birthday today. Bubba, as we make our way back, I know that we have other things to cover. I'm okay with moving on from the marketing and the whole thing we're talking about.
Can I just say two things about that? Just for example,
yep.
You've just had a big finish to March Madness on the women's side. Mm-hmm. You had the LSU Iowa game. You had the 2 stars. You had the controversy about, trash talking. There's 2 ladies right there that would be excellent examples for anybody. For us, if you wanted to use somebody on to
NIL, they could do it too.
Yeah, all over the place, and this is what you go with.
Yeah, I think the women are going to eventually wake up because right now they don't want to be attacked, so they're trying to stay. They don't know what to do right now. But I think you're going to see women slowly but surely going, so biological males are taking all of our gigs just because they identify as a woman. They are now the preferred women. I do believe you're, athletically, now marketing. But anyway.
Well, I'm just glad the feminist groups are now saying something because I've been wondering where they are.
Well, they went to sleep, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. We haven't heard from them in a while, but they're back now.
Where's their numbers too big to ignore?
Okay, so again, Bubba.
Where's Helen Reddy at and all this?
Bubba, I know you're non-denominational now, but I'm still Baptist.
Rick,
so
you're getting me in trouble with so many people.
But what I'm saying
is,
but I would say that you would not consider now. Old Rick was pretty savvy on the beer brands and all that, but that's been so long ago.
Right.
I'm not savvy to that anymore. Right. I can't even remember the last time I had a cold beer. But what I'm saying is this.
Never been my gig.
You and I talk about, because you're more of a mixed drink guy, but but I noticed and maybe a little wine every now and then. But
I don't really like that.
I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. But anyway, when we
I've never liked beer. Just never cared for it.
Yeah,
much rather have a Diet Coke.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean,
but I will say this: I am uneducated about it.
Right.
And that's where I have to turn to Greg.
Right.
Because Greg
you're exaggerating.
He has a lot. I love how he knows the categories and the divisions, and it's educational to me from a conversation standpoint.
But going back, because this is the thing, I said, and Greg had to correct me in the break. I said, well, at least when it comes to this type of, if this is your thing, if you like to, in moderation, there's no justification any way, shape, or form. Now, some of you are not people of faith, so you don't care about that either.
Right,
but if you're a person of faith and there's been this ongoing debate here, there's no justifying drunkenness.
No,
I mean that you cannot biblically. You have nowhere to stand on that. But but you get into the can it be consumed at all and in moderation. That's been a debate with the churches for a long time. And I'm not weighing into that today.
Right.
But in the break we were discussing we know that Apple are crazy liberals, and we know that Microsoft are crazy liberals.
Right.
So if you want to use products that these two produce, you get mad at one and run to the other. You
got nowhere to go.
You got nowhere to go.
Right.
So I said, well, at least I would think that beer drinkers have lots of choices, and Greg said, not so fast. He said,
if you were a Bud Light person,
so this is a study
where do you
of people.
go?
That's
where
my
do you
point.
go?
Okay, because of if you're that fan of that product,
right?
Yeah,
you would think some would go to Coors Light, but you just Jason Isbell, who's taking the liberal side, he just posted because Kid Rock had said he's going to Coors Light. Well, he just posted that. Well, now hang on, Coors Light in the past has been pro LPG or whatever.
They've done a rainbow can, right?
So if that's the case,
LPG.
I'm just saying whatever. I can't keep up with Bubba. Plus, minus.
The women's golf tournament?
Can you be specific? Did they not put a rainbow on their can or something?
Yeah,
what did they do?
He showed something.
But you're just saying they did do something that was pro.
They've had anti-discrimination sexual orientation since 1978. First American corporation to do so. He's trying. His point is, he said, this is leave no bigoted beers for him to drink. In other words, if everybody will.
In other words, he can say if you walk it out far enough, Kid Rock has no beer.
Well, I think I haven't seen the report yet, but you're asking me this group of people that we have studied,
right,
at your NASCAR events and stuff like that,
the beer community.
If they were leaving Budweiser, I think they would go to Miller.
Yeah, because you're saying
talk to us about the taste.
Because Miller is what?
What do you mean?
Like the different products. What product?
Now I think they. Ooh, wait a minute. They merged with Coors. I think they're the same company now.
Oh, what?
I didn't think about that. I think Miller and Coors are
But
merged.
they're still different product lines, though, right?
But they're I think they're the same company.
But same umbrella.
Looks like Molson Coors owns Miller Brewing Company.
Yeah, that's what so everybody's in merged together. So like you said, if you can keep coming up with stuff, according to like Jason Isbell's point is, you're gonna have a hard time finding a beer.
Aside from the corporate, just from a taste standpoint,
if you were leaving Bud Light,
where do you go? Where do you land?
You go to Miller.
Which one is there?
Miller Lite.
Yeah. Well, it depends on if you're going for the best deal. The Miller High Life, the champagne.
The champagne.
Champagne of beer.
Yeah. The cost,
Miller High Life is.
Yeah. The cost. I mean, if that's where you headed. If not, I'm thinking you can't find it a lot. I thought their best product was Miller Genuine Draft, but you don't really see it a lot.
That's different. Huh?
Yeah, you don't see it a lot. But I thought that was their best product.
Yeah.
So how are you on Coors? How's the Coors?
Coors is a good product. But I'm just saying you see it's popular.
You
it's
don't
very
like
popular.
it. You don't like it like Miller High Life.
No, I'm just saying those are, to me, if this group is swapping around, that's where they stay. They don't go,
Is there anywhere else
fancy.
other than
But then
that?
you got
Where
all
do you
the spinoffs. You got Bud Ice, you got Busch and Busch Light. That's Anheuser-Busch, but it's, Kevin Harvick's race cars. It's Busch Light.
Right.
Okay. But that's all under Anheuser-Busch. They've merged so much now, Isbell may have a point.
You may have nowhere to go, yeah.
Yeah, he may have a point. He said he ain't going to have no beer left if he keeps boycotting.
Well, you remember we've said that on the air, and it's made some people mad before. We're very, very sensitive. We don't do a lot of boycotting because it's hard to be consistent.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You get all passionate on one side, you run over here, and you realize, well, now look what all these people do.
Right. I guess you got to go back old school, and I'm not sure who the parent company is on this, and go with Pabst Blue Ribbon. It's making a comeback. I've seen it a lot on movies now. You'll see them, so they're making a comeback.
Is that
the old
old,
PBR.
that's old school, huh?
Yeah. I'm waiting on Sterling Big Mouth to show back up. With the big mouth bottles.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so, and we can talk about it here on this program. When you talk about taking care of your liver, we can say something about that, can't we, Bubsy?
We know a little bit about it.
We know about that. The latest data from the American Heart Association indicates that adults with fatty liver were 3.5 times more likely to have heart failure than those without. The American Liver Foundation says that 100 million Americans have fatty liver. Now, that means many people listening to me right now are at risk. Now, think of all the things that we throw at our livers. Cholesterol, alcohol, we just mentioned that, toxins, overtaking of Tylenol, overtaking of statin drugs, some of you that are still smoking, cigarettes. That's why many people have a sluggish, fatty liver that makes us gain weight and lose energy. That's why. Now, for decades, the liver has helped you with over 500 key functions every single day. And so now it's time for you to help your liver, and we have the solution. Are you ready? Be ready. Write this down. Liver Health Formula. Liver Health Formula. It's an all-natural supplement, contains 12 clinically proven botanicals that help recharge and protect your liver. And it's made right here in the United States, and it is approved by American doctors. So try the Liver Health Formula and receive a free bottle. Also, and I was talking to Greg about this because he's type 2, you also will get a free bottle of blood sugar formula, which reduces sugar cravings when you order this today. Try Liver Health Formula by going to getliverhelp.com/Bubba and claim your free bonus gifts. Here's that website again, getliverhelp.com/Bubba. A boomer in Serenby, Playhouse's version of Titanic. Now, I must tell you, Bubba, from an engineer, and Adler has some pictures if you can look at that. That's Blake in the actual production. Look at that. They built a replica trying to do the stage was built.
Now you're outside, right?
You're outside. I didn't realize this, that it's called Serenbe. We stayed at the Serenbe Inn. It's a Serenbe farm. On that is what they call the Serenbe Playhouse. And what they do is these are plays that are put on where a lot of times you're part of it. Like they do a Sleepy Hollow thing. Right. Where like the Headless Horseman runs right by you while you're standing, you're there. and then that
the Headless Horseman's one of the scarier things to me. Is it you?
Yes, it is. And so, and then when we went to see him in Of Mice and Men, and you're sitting on the farm, and like the play starts happening all around you, like you're sitting out there where they are.
Yeah.
So, and undoubtedly, when it comes to this type of theater, that this is the number one performing location in our entire country, and is world renowned because the productions they put on, like this was like I did some research on it, about a $300,000 production, and this thing of Titanic, guys, I can't even, there's no way I can describe it to you. If you are anywhere near the Atlanta area, can get to see this before it ends. They've extended it because the response has been so incredible. But what they do is, as you're coming through, the actors and everything will begin to just be around you, already in character, as if you're coming into the Titanic, or in Sleepy Hollow if you're there, or Mice and Men, you're on the phone. So anyway, Blake is one of the people on the staff. See him there?
Yeah.
So he's one of the matter of fact, his character, the real history of this guy, and I can't think of the name of it. This guy.
So he is a historical character.
Yeah, but but they don't really do in the play what really happened to the guy because they have to take it and modify it all down.
Right.
This hoss right here that Blake's playing, I can't think of his name, actually sunk with the ship. When it broke apart, he went under, and it shot him in the air. The force of it. He landed, and there was a lifeboat that was upside down. He laid on top of it and actually got rescued because he wouldn't leave because he wanted to be sure people that could get out got out, and he wouldn't leave the ship. And he went on to be one of the guys who took boats to go get the guys at Dunkirk.
Yeah.
So he was part of that too.
Wow.
So he actually
he's had a few historical moments, hasn't he?
So anyway,
I believe if I survived the Titanic, I wouldn't even get in the bathtub after that. Seriously,
I'm done.
You're right.
I am out.
So he got involved in Dunkirk too, and went and rescued people. But anyway, so this thing, I tried to get I wanted you to try to comprehend the enormity of it. I mean, you're sitting there, and like there's people up there. And what they did, so you could see through it, they did it like you see the first class, second class, third class, but then you see the staff and all the stuff that's interacting the whole time, and then they come down in front of you, and they're all around you. And so, not trying to give any of it away, the visual, the sound, I mean, they had 35 people putting this on, and everybody was mic'd. You know what I mean? Can you imagine trying to mix that?
Good night.
And the boat itself would do so many things, the lighting and the way they did it, and they said originally the guy wanted to completely sink it, and they finally had to come back and says, "Hey, man,
we're not in an ocean."
So this
is it outside, Rick?
It's outside. That's a lake that we're looking at right there. See the bleachers?
Yeah.
See the crowd?
Well, where you're at, is it covered?
No,
everybody's outside.
Everybody's outside, and we're looking at a lake. And of course, we got to go on a night when it was no threat of rain. It was beautiful. It's what made it even better. So all of this is in front of you, and that highest part, Bubba, I think it's about 40, 50 feet high.
Yeah.
7 minutes past the hour. Young Broadbeck. That's how it's done, buddy. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all ready to go for a brand new hour from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. Welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Science update.
Well, now, Rick, it's also a space update.
Space update?
And it's also an Elon update.
Okay, all right, let's see. I'll give you this next. And then you said Elon Musk?
Elon.
Hey! Hey! Boom! So what's up, Bubba?
Rick, the FAA let it slip that next Monday, April the 10th, is the target date for the launch of SpaceX Super Heavy rocket. The paperwork is still being worked out, according to several news agencies, but a planning notice was issued Tuesday saying Monday is the primary expected date for the first launch of the 394-foot giant SpaceX rocket. Here comes the money. Tuesday and Wednesday are also possibilities. The 33-engine first stage, with its solo-like Starship forming the second stage, is poised for a launch on the pad at SpaceX Boca Chica, Texas. That is Starbase, Texas, better known as.
Will you be there?
Rick, I'll tell you, I would love to see Boca Chica, Texas. I don't know if they're set up for, for visitors and tours and all that kind of stuff yet. Of course, if Elon wanted to carry you around, I guess you could.
Is there any shot you're saying that right?
Boca Chica is right.
Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that is correct.
Do I feel good about it? I don't know. I have no idea.
But maybe some of you folks with NASA, and I know we have a lot that listen in Huntsville and some of the other places, what is the deal? Is there? I don't think they have a viewing set up for Boca Chica yet, but maybe they do.
Do you like saying Boca Chica?
I do like saying Boca Chica. It just flows. It's like saying eclectic.
I agree.
It's just one of those fun places to say. And Rick, it's an incredible building facility that they have done down there. Boca Chica was a very small retirement community. Now it is, Space Central. Mm-hmm. The biggest building project since we built the Kennedy Space Center and all of that down in Florida. So it's really a cool deal, and I would love to see this big Mama Jama take off.
You mean Big Mama Jamma?
Now, Mama Jama,
sure,
Mama Jamma,
right.
Whatever you want to call it.
I didn't say anything because I didn't know if that was
maybe
something.
that's a new word.
It's just whatever. It's a big.
Go back and say Boca Chica.
Hey,
again.
she's a big one.
Say Boca Chica.
Boca Chica.
Say I'd like to go to Boca Chica if I could work through the minutia of my life.
I would like to go to Boca Chica if I could work through the minutia in my life.
Yeah, so I like minutia too.
Yeah,
all right,
architectural review.
Yeah, all right. So is this the one you were telling me, and when you thought I wasn't listening, but was this the one you were telling me that Musk says he gives it 50-50?
Yeah, he said about a 50-50 chance it'll blow up.
Whoa!
But you got to know his engineering style. He says he learns more from launching one and it blowing up than just never launching.
Right.
So it was an amazing interview. We've talked about it. The Starship is going to be it's what they're planning on landing on the moon with, unless something changes. But it doesn't have a door. It doesn't have a windshield. It doesn't have all that. And he said, why design that till we make sure it'll fly? Mm-hmm. Then we can go back and add that. But, Boca Chica has the giant chopsticks you see here, Rick.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to
That's
catch.
Boca Chica?
They're going to be able to catch the rockets coming back. You know how they land on the pad now? We see them coming in?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
They're going to snatch
They're
them
not
out of
gonna
the air.
snatch it.
Yes, they are.
Like a giant hand?
Yes.
No.
And they're going to be able to put it back on the launch tower and refuel it and get it ready to go in record time.
You're gonna have to.
How about the giant chopsticks?
You're gonna have to button a button, buddy. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to button up just a little bit.
That's right.
So one button.
Well, there's not a lot going on.
There's
in Boca
a
Chica.
lot of animation out there.
Where would you
about
stay?
how it
Where would you
looks.
even be?
Well, I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Somebody who's been there, somebody knows something about it. What is the deal down in Boca Chica?
It doesn't like there's anything there.
You're in a rough patch. You don't need to be going.
There's a lot of buildings.
Well, you could stay
there.
in. Yeah, but you'd have to stay inside the Musk compound, right?
Well,
I mean, you're not going to be at the Hampton Inn.
I mean,
know.
It's what's Boca Chica got kicking down there?
I don't know. Adler, do you know about Boca Chica?
Speedy makes a good point about the rough patch. I don't know if Bubba needs to be doing that.
No, I mean, Bubba. I mean, you're.
Look, no, the answer to rough patches is getaways.
Okay, all right. Vacation.
Look, if the curveball ain't working, you just keep throwing it until you get it breaking.
Yeah, that's
you
right.
get a little bite on it.
It's, you know, this to me is Bubba's version of looking at trees. Just stand and look at a rocket.
That's right.
You think he'll care about
I like,
anything else?
Rick, I like looking at rockets more than looking at trees.
No, easy.
I do.
Okay.
You just don't get to see them that much. Right. You know, I tried to talk them out of that when they were taken down.
How about this? I mean,
That'd make a heck of a corn silo.
Did they take it down yet? Is
well,
it
they're
still
going.
up?
No, it's up, but they're going to.
Okay.
Imagine that as a silo, Rick. You put corn in, and you come up and fill up to go put it in your feeders.
Oh,
Wouldn't that be awesome?
Oh, yeah. That would. I really
How much
would.
do they want for it like it sets, Bub? Did you ask them?
Well, they said it's a little pricey. It actually has to go back to NASA. It's on loan from NASA, technically.
Okay.
Because it was one of the booster stages they built to test the Apollo that never went into
But
orbit.
what you need to play on, of course, then it'd be your problem. But how many times I know, because you know me, I'm a dream for people that want to get things for nothing or for on the deal.
Right.
I would much rather somebody take it away from me than me have to haul it away.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And so if you can kind of play to I know it's NASA, but we're kind of.
If you want some wood to repurpose, I know where you can get stacks of it.
I
right
bet
now.
you.
I
do.
mean stacks.
Do you have any with a picture of a dragon on it?
There is one, but it's still in place.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was for a UAB thing I was working on. But the
Go Blazers.
yeah, but that rocket right there could be Bubba's, but it's a big hassle for NASA to have to deal with it. Say, look, I'll take it right now. Now I don't know how you're going to get it to where how we're going to get it anywhere. Where do you even begin to take that somewhere? I mean, what's day one?
Rick, I don't even know what truck that would fit on. You know?
Right. What's
I'd
day
love to
one?
I think you'd have better luck flying it somewhere.
I'll lay it down in the lift if you can find a way to get it in there. We'll drive.
I don't think the straps I got will hold it. You know.
Please picture that.
Oh yeah.
So we need inside information from someone with SpaceX or NASA about how do we get to Boca Chica to see the launch.
Yeah, how about
you
this?
had
Our new plan is get Bubba to Boca Chica.
I'm going broader here.
We're going to call
bigger
it
net.
We're going to call it Boca Chica Bubba.
Boca Chica or bust.
Right. Boca Chica or bust. Bubba to Boca Chica or bust.
You know, actually, when we went hunting in Texas, we were not. I mean, we were not right at it, but we were on the coast. It was just further up the coast.
Oh
we
yeah,
were.
yeah.
Down at Kingsville.
Yeah, that felt weird when we came up on the beach while deer hunting. That was odd.
Yeah, it was.
Somebody sent me a
You know what it
link.
felt like Planet of the Apes a little bit.
Yeah.
Somebody sent me a link that says the best places to watch SpaceX rocket launch in Boca Chica.
Okay, we'll
so
look
you
at
can
it.
go to places.
Oh, there you go, Bob. There's the Google for you.
All right, let's do that.
Let's go
check
phone
it out.
calls next. All 10 lines are available. We chat with America.
SpaceX people, you get in first.
866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba.
At least.
Yeah,
At least.
it may be higher. And so you see all these different.
See the chandelier.
That
hanging
chandelier
there?
comes out of the water and goes up. They've got
Oh, cool.
hydraulics where people are coming down and stuff like that. Some of them going into the water on the bigger numbers. They bring them down in hydraulics as they go. But then what I wasn't ready, some of these actors, see these people over here? Can you see the people up there standing at the very top?
Yeah.
There were people, when it came time for the tragedy part of it, they were falling from those heights into the water.
Oh yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. They said they had
okay.
stunt coordinators come out there, and they were falling like it was.
That's a pretty good
They had
jump.
lifeboats come and rescue people, and it goes off into the darkness with a spotlight and with fog. It was. I'm gonna tell you,
It's all you could do for that story in a presentation, I guess, right?
Yeah, I've been fortunate enough to go see productions all over the world. And so I've seen the best of the best. This holds its own with anything I've ever seen.
Really?
Because just what they pull off with this thing they've built, it becomes the star of the show. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And then, of course, all the people in it are extremely talented and all that. Understanding what it took to get the lighting, the sound,
the technical part of it,
what they're
mind-boggling.
what they're pulling off, singing and acting, why it's all. I mean, lots and lots of moving parts, and it all comes together. So, of course, when we're going in, Blake is like already there in character, and he's speaking in his English accent and all this, welcoming you to the Titanic, and stone-faced, whatever. We all get it that he this is part of it. Well, as we all know, we've got all these iPhones, we've got all this stuff, and my dad is still clinging to that flip phone.
No, don't tell me he pulled it out.
So all of a sudden, Greg, we look, Blake's in character, standing in front of him, is Coach with his flip phone. Hey, Blake, what's going on, buddy? And he's got the flip phone in front of him, and he's taking Blake's picture with his flip phone, like that. And I'm like, Dad, we all got pictures. He goes, no, I'll take. He's taking pictures.
What kind of resolution does he get out of that?
Here's this
About
gigantic
8K?
Titanic.
It's really good.
He was the only person that they didn't care if he took pictures during the production because it didn't mean anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, Coach, take all the flip phone pictures you want.
Yeah.
He's like, man, look at this. And he'd have the flip phone out.
He was doing it at the wedding.
Yes.
And we're like that.
Greg, well, now he's got Blake posing out there, and he's taking and talking to him when we're supposed to just be moving on.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, Blake. He said,
He's right there.
He said, well, Blake sure is talking funny. I said, Dad, he's in an English accent.
Oh, that's so good.
Why is Blake talking like that?
Boy,
Well, he's
His
already,
voice has changed.
Because he's in a play, Dad.
that it started. We're in. And so anyway, so I just want to tell, and it's called Serenby, and we'll put that in show notes today.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Serenby Playhouse in the Atlanta area. First of all, it's a beautiful place just to go and spend a weekend. But we stayed there at the inn, and the food's fantastic. But this production, if you can get anywhere near it and see it, and tickets may be hard to get right now, but I'm
a
telling
lot of it. I was looking. A lot of it's sold out.
Let me tell you something. That was a spectacular is the word. I mean, it was spectacular.
That's
I was blown away by what they did. Guys, when you're sitting there and people are falling out of the top of that thing into the water and all of that, and they actually pull off rescue boats. I asked him, I said, what was that like? He goes, well, they got a guy who's a really good actor, but he did not play any ball and had never paddled a boat before.
Yeah.
He goes, the other guy in there, he said, well, we had to struggle to get him to have to paddle in there and paddle out.
Yeah.
But it's amazing. So, great weekend. Enjoyed it. And props to everybody that's part of putting that thing together. Wow. We'll be back. Bubba had an interesting weekend. When you hear what he took on, every dad out there will go, wow. Let's hear how he pulled that off. All right, so Bubba, this past weekend, we're talking about our adventures. I remember you telling me, hey, buddy, this weekend I'm going to be kind of everybody's now trying to get together before college starts or before school starts.
Oh, yeah.
And you took on your daughter and friends hosting an all-female gathering?
Yeah, Caitlin said she wanted to have some of her friends down to the lake. I said,
Teenage
that's great.
girls.
Yeah, we'll make it a girls' weekend. And, we had them coming and going during the weekend, but at any one time, 8 to 10 incoming college freshman girls.
Oh, my.
Oh, boy.
You had your own little squill day, didn't you?
It was exciting, yeah.
Uh-huh.
But I was blown away. Very nice ladies, very nice. I was impressed with all of them.
So tell me what happened.
Well, you get out at the lake, and I played captain a little bit, and we rode around on the old pontoon boat. And, if you've got 8 to 10 incoming freshman girls on the boat, you're going to get attention.
Yes.
And several jet skis I noticed were zooming in, getting a little better look and circling the boat a little bit. And Betty and I were laughing about it. We were spotting them along the way, and so it was entertaining just to watch the people watching.
It is 21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, let's go. Phone calls coming in now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Yesterday's Bible study archive is there. The Revelation chapter 6, we finish it out with Seal 5 and 6. Wow. This weekend, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, we are stoked. We'll record it today as we talk to Blaze Brethren, Jason Whitlock. Jason Whitlock will be with us and talking about a number of things that are going on in our country, but also Fearless Army Roll Call is an event coming to Nashville next weekend. Jason Whitlock, you will find that really resonates with us. this is a call to men of God all over the country to rise up and take our proper role. It is the rebuilding of the family is the only hope for this country. The church has always been the only hope. But anyway, Whitlock will talk with us about that this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, and other topics as well. All right, to the phones we go, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Seth in Sweet Home, Alabama. Seth, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm doing good, guys. How about you?
Good.
Hey, so this week we, of course, I think a lot of you guys know that Officer Garrett Crumby was killed in the line of duty in Huntsville.
Sure.
He was a dear brother, a dear close friend. But we had his funeral this week, and the procession from the funeral to the graveside service, to see all of the people lined on the side of the streets. Yeah. The media tries to say that there's a lot of hate towards law enforcement, and I know there is, but to drive in that procession and see those thousands of people, it really shows how much support people really have for law enforcement.
Well, yeah, Seth, it goes back to what we were saying earlier, and that is this fake world that is being portrayed. The fake world is that there's a large number of people out there that are embracing all these the total destruction of the family, the total destruction of male and female and equal but distinct. And also the other is that Americans really want to live in a society with no law enforcement. That is hogwash. The only people that want to get rid of law enforcement are people that live in places that are pretty much safe.
Or have their own private.
A world without law enforcement is not a world that any of us want to live in. And, does that mean that everybody in law enforcement is a wonderful person and handles the authority correctly? It doesn't mean that. And it's okay to take those and remove them from law enforcement. But law enforcement is mainly done by people who feel like this is a call on their life. And I am thankful that they are where they are right now.
Amen.
And it's horrible when we lose one in the act of duty. But
I love seeing that footage of people lined up and down the highways.
Michelle in Alabama. Michelle, go ahead.
Hey guys, I listen to you every day, and you keep me going on the road. I'm a home health physical therapist.
Thank you.
I wanted to let you all know that I grew up in Pittsburgh, where we drink Iron City beer, and my dad and my grandfather and my uncles would be rolling over in their graves right now over Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch.
Yeah, I just don't understand this marketing at all. Scott in Alabama. Scott, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, I got pretty burnt up this morning when you were talking about that giraffe neck Peter Pan Rachel Maddow chick was saying. I think she's a chick. But I had to realize that she's in an echo chamber. She's just pandering to the only people who are still hanging on and watching her. So then I calmed down a little bit and realized, the message probably didn't get as far, but she has to say things that are super out there just to get her message, get that long tail marketing going.
So what you're saying is it's like when Johnny Van Zant asked the Fox Theater in Atlanta, what song is it you want to hear? And we all screamed Freebird. She is giving Freebird to the small audience that likes her, right?
Yeah, she's just pandering to who she knows her demographic is and who are still holding on. So I calmed myself down and had to just step back and realize that's all that's going on in this world. Is the small 2% is just yelling so loud that it's making it seem like it's bigger, and then they shoot themselves in the foot like Bud Light. Like, that's just idiotic. Sorry, I'll say something that get me in trouble. But
no, you already, Scott. Even though you've handled it well, at one point I looked in the call screening room. I thought Greg had called on one of the other lines. So no, thanks for that. Let's go to John in Alabama. John, go ahead.
Hey, John. Hello, man.
Hey, buddy.
I'm a General Whitworth. I'm a spokesperson for NASA. I just wanted to call and tell Bubba to stay away from Boca Chica. We don't want him there. He can go to Huntsville in Florida, but there's no room for Bill Bubba Bussy at Boca Chica.
Chris.
Padre Island.
Chris, go ahead.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good.
All right. Hey, I was getting back to Bubba with the rocket. If we could find a way to get that to him, if we could get his ham radio tower set up on top of that rocket, he could talk to people in space.
Yeah, we need, boy, if you could.
Well, I can already do that, but it's you don't have to be that high. You don't have to be that high.
Well, my goodness.
They're overhead. All you got to do is point it straight up.
Fort JJ.
If you had lasers in your eyes, I'd be dead.
Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Well, I noticed on Twitter this morning that Elon has removed the blue check mark for NPR. And below NPR, he's put U.S. state-affiliated media to the label.
Yes. Yes, he has.
And I think that's accurate. I think it's become politically weaponized, so I'm glad he did that.
Yeah, we were laughing about that. We're going to do that story a little bit later on, but that absolutely true. Let's go to John. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Biggins. How y'all doing?
We're good.
Good.
Good. Hey, just want to bounce this off, y'all. Seems like the Trump indictment is playing out the whole purpose of the First Amendment. I mean, it was all designed to protect political speech, and of course, in that is also assembly, religion, that sort of thing. And we're just seeing it played out, the purpose for having it in the first place.
Yeah, it really is. It does show you why they wanted that.
Oh, yeah. Brett, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, bud.
I was just chiming in on the Budweiser, Anheuser-Busch.
I
didn't ever see that.
Go ahead.
I wasn't surprised by the topic choice. Go ahead.
I didn't see that logo they put on the Bud Light, but I'm a Budweiser drinker, not a Bud Light or nothing like that. I just like the taste of Budweiser, but I'm glad they hadn't put no picture on Budweiser, even though they're affiliated. I've already bought my beer for, a little while.
Yeah, got to let
in bulk, But it's a good thing I haven't done seen that, because I would probably stop drinking.
Yeah, see,
I don't know about that.
Yeah. I mean, probably not, but I mean, I was wondering the response. He said if he didn't already have it stockpiled.
Yeah. It could be trouble.
Could
be trouble.
When he got out in front of it.
When he goes through this case and a half, it's it may be
you just don't know what's going to happen next.
It may be a new day. Bottom of the hour.
So good.
866 We Be Big is our number.
Oh, thank you.
More of the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You told me that you had some junior high guys make a run.
Well, we saw, it looked like some junior high guys come up on a jet ski one time, and I think they realized that they were in over their heads, so they just kept moving, But we had them well represented from all over the state. I mean, schools in Huntsville and Birmingham and everywhere around. So, but it was a great bunch of girls. I was really impressed.
So you didn't have any drama of any kind? Everybody got along good? Nobody said...
best I can tell, everything was pretty laid back. We just garnered a lot of attention.
Yeah,
had some visitors come by once or twice to the place to visit. So
Did you do your...
Don't usually see them. But apparently this weekend was a good weekend for them to come visit.
Somehow I think these were all young men.
Yeah,
that decided to come by and say hello.
Yeah.
Did you do any cooking for them? Or did y'all order in the whole time?
We did a little grill work. And
were you
by the
proud
way,
of it?
I tried. Well, we kept it simple, hot dogs and hamburgers
Sure.
and stuff. But I did try, and I was going to tell you this: grilled okra on the green egg.
I'm telling you, it ought to be fantastic.
We did it a little bit different. We put it in a little pan so I could keep up with it a little better.
Yeah.
But put a little oil on it to begin with, and put it in there. And when I saw part of it turning black, I pulled it out.
And how good was it?
Oh, it was real good. We did like a test batch because we were experimenting, and it worked out very well.
Don't you agree that for those of us now at our age that are trying to do a little bit better, but we don't want to say goodbye to fried okra, this is as close as you can get without having to without frying it?
I'm kind of blown away by how good it is versus. I mean, you cut it off the stalk like God made it, and you put it on the grill. I mean, it's not now Betty insisted on washing it. And I said, there's nothing will survive that temperature.
Right. I had the same issue at my house. Notice I didn't do that when Sherry was gone.
Yeah, but we did anyway. And so, but it tastes to me like fried okra.
That's why I liked it. I do not like boiled okra. It's slimy.
It's juicier. It's juicier. I mean,
now I love fried okra. Don't misunderstand me. And
I'm not saying that's.
But if you want to be a little healthier with it, but still get that taste, I think this is the.
And
the
you don't have
compromise.
to cook it very long. That's what I like.
You better not.
Hey,
already be gone.
Just soon as I saw part of it turning dark, I got it out of there.
You know? Attaboy. Question here. Back to the party boat.
Yep.
Do you actually wear the captain's hat? I'm trying to visualize what it is.
I have it in the office because I wear it around here, acting like I'm the captain more than actually being the captain. I usually go with a basic visor.
Yeah.
Keep the sun out of my eyes, hold some glasses.
Well, I know that you love music on the water.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'd like to know what the music selection was on the party boat.
Well, it sometimes it's just the radio, sometimes it's an iPhone. It just
do you
varies.
Introduce them to the 80s?
Yeah, that's where we're headed.
Do you go back in time, or do you let them?
Because I was on your boat one time, and you said, "Here's my '80s playlist," and it was fantastic.
Right.
Well, if it was up to me, it would be 80s all the time because that's the greatest decade mankind has ever seen.
But did you say now, ladies?
And I do announce to most guests, like I did this weekend, that I weep for them because they didn't get to grow up in the 80s like I did.
Mm-hmm.
I weep.
Did you
openly weep?
I mean, I'm picturing the party boat.
Yeah.
It's you and how many blondes?
Counting Betty? Could have been 10 to 11 at any given time.
And you didn't at any time ask the robots and the freakazoids to report to the dance floor?
I will say this, Friday night we had a little dance, instructional dancing going on.
Right.
And, we had a discussion, Michael Jackson, Mad Chad, that other guy that Mad Chad pops with. I can't think of his name now.
Yeah.
Like Jimmy the Popper or something. I don't remember his name. He looks
Jimmy
like
the Popper.
He looks like anybody's dad, but he really is good at that.
Right. So Jimmy
Turbo. We even looked at Turbo from the movie Breaking and his broom dance. That was pretty big at the time.
Right. I got to ask this. Do people on the lake, I mean, are you probably getting to, quite a personality now and a reputation on the lake? Do they hear the music coming before they see you? I mean, are you like...
Well,
are you known as the party boat on the lake?
No, I mean their sound system's very, very superior to mine. I mean it's minimal.
Tell me you dropped the bomb.
If I start playing 80s music, I'll get a look from Caitlin like, so we're going there, But I worked in some oldies, for sure.
So you went straight to Paul.
So
Abdul.
they didn't let it whip. They were never required to let it whip.
No, but we did, Tick 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 Boom was on there.
Okay.
A few of those. So.
Right.
I don't have my playlist exactly because if it's songs I want to hear, it's probably not the songs that Caitlin and her friends want to hear.
But sometimes you have to do what's best for them.
Yeah.
And give them some of the.
So I tried to mix it in,
little spoonfuls here and there.
I would think, but I can buy me a boat's a standard on any list.
Oh,
you have to have that in there.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll get to more of your phone calls as the show progresses. I do want to point you to Relief Factor. Relief Factor and the Rick and Bubba Show, we have been teaming up for a long, long time. And it is a 100% natural, research-based formula created to help combat the root causes of inflammation, the body's natural inflammatory response function that can cause aches and pains from exercise, overexertion, aging, and everyday living. And, a lot of you out there, as we continue to get the emails, and, some us that are aging too, there's as we make the joke all the time, you know that life has changed when you have something hurting and you have no idea why. You cannot draw a line to any event. Like we joke around, I think I got injured sleeping. But anyway, this is all natural. And a lot of times you pop in that over-the-counter stuff and the opioids and their addictive properties, they can be very dangerous because none of these things are designed to be a lifestyle. But with Relief Factor, you can because it's all natural. And all these botanicals have proven that on their own that they help with inflammation. And together, They work almost like the Avengers of inflammation. So get yours now. The majority of people that get the 3-week starter pack, which is $19.95, go on to order more because it's working. I take it every day. I love it, and I hope it will work for you. Get yours right now by going to ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Karine Jean-Pierre, she is the press secretary for the Biden administration. Can you imagine? It's so here she is. We've got a couple of quotes from hers. Now, first one will be our caller who called in the last phone segment that we had, bringing up the fact that Elon Musk has labeled NPR as state-affiliated media. So we will now have Jean-Pierre weigh in on that. So here she is. Kareem Jean-Pierre.
Twitter labeled National Public Radio as a government-influenced entity, putting NPR the same category as Russia Today or Chinese media. Do you have a comment?
Yeah, so social media companies make their own independent decisions about content rules, so I won't comment on Twitter's rules, but what I will say, more broadly, I'll say there's no doubt of the independence of NPR's journalists.
Yeah, just like the independence of government-run schools and curriculum.
Right. Yeah.
Now, once the government's handing you money, they can tell you you're independent all day long until you say something they don't like.
Yeah.
Or you do something they don't like. Yep.
Look, NPR, I don't know that we should be funding it with tax dollars, but it's there. It currently is, and it serves a purpose, and there are people who like to listen to it. But I think he's categorizing it correct. It is state-run media.
Y'all, their coverage of the Trump arraignment was hilarious. They're like, all right, we're going to pitch it to Eric. And then Eric starts talking, and then the host interrupts Eric because they can see. We see him. We can see him. He's visible. He's headed in.
Did they get that excited?
He's visible. Like that, they were just
Usually
so
they
giddy.
never get excited.
They were giddy.
Well, they thought Bubba, that Trump was going to be indicted, and they were just jazzed. Look, I can tell you, once you take money from the government, they own you, and you are not free to do whatever you want if you still want the money. Next, Bubba, we should not be concerned about the Chinese spy balloon.
Really,
Karine Jean-Pierre wants you to know that even though we absolutely know that they were surveying military sites and sending it all back to China, we should not be concerned about that because. They jumped on it and they took care of it.
Yeah. I mean, who is she, Baghdad Bob?
Yes. Here we go.
I would refer you to the ODNI if you have specific questions on their reporting. What I can tell you from here and what we have said many times is that we knew the flight path of the balloon before it crossed the United States. We took precautions in advance to ensure that it didn't get sensitive information. And when it comes to technology like this balloon, it has limited additive value compared to other means of intelligent collection. And we have said that. And the bottom line is this is the administration that identified the problem and took action.
Several days later.
Several days
after it completed its mission.
After it was finished.
Unbelievable.
And
I don't think it wanted to take pictures of the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah. God love her, but you can tell when there's a question that she's been given a card like you follow a recipe, and she just looks right at it and reads. You can tell she don't know what the words that are coming next. If I could, I've been there. What I would tell her, because you sound like us, sometimes it is different when you're reading something you've never read before. And you have no idea what the next words are coming up. If she would just look over it a few times, I think she could deliver it a little bit better. But it sounds like, and look, I know because I've done the same thing. All right, so now we get to, of course, you can't have a press conference anymore, Bubba, or you must speak to something to do with transgenders now, no matter what you say. Yeah. And she wants us to know that this current administration and Joe Biden, that they are all for children having all these surgeries and all this stuff before they're to an age to really make these kinds of decisions. They don't have any problem with it whatsoever. So here we go.
Does the president have a position on at what age these kinds of therapies and surgeries are appropriate?
That's something for a child and their parents to decide. It's not something that we believe should be decided by legislators.
So
she'll be in trouble for saying the child and their parents.
Well, you're right. Yeah,
that's a bobo no. They want to be able to indoctrinate the children without interference from
You're
the
right.
parents.
No, you're right.
Let the children decide. They're so wise and smart,
That's right.
and they have
Right.
such a long vision for their lives. That they think about all the consequences of taking drugs and purposefully mutilating their bodies.
Yeah.
They're thinking about that. Let the children decide.
Instead of letting a child decide how they want to identify from a sex standpoint, let them identify as a straight A student.
There.
I bet they wouldn't be so big on that.
All right, so here this next one.
Or maybe they will.
If just tell me, answer this, and I know the answer, but let's all answer it out loud. Anytime someone who was alt-right or is some person of faith or something like that, and they write a manifesto on why they're going to kill everybody, how quick does the left identify that as a hate crime?
Quick.
How quick?
So quick.
Not on this one. Not on the Nashville shooting. You're going to see now that even though there was a manifesto on why this person wanted to go to the Christian school and slaughter these people, you're going to hear she will not land on hate crime. So here we go.
Former Vice President Pence said that if the shooter who killed 6 people in that Christian school in Tennessee was motivated by a hatred towards Christians, that the crime should be categorized as a hate crime. I'm wondering what the president thinks of that kind of designation.
It's not for us to decide.
Really?
She loves it. Now, look,
bless her heart. I wouldn't have that job.
No.
You talking about a no-win.
No.
To have to go out there and try to sell everybody on things they obviously know is not true.
Yes.
Wouldn't want to do it.
Do you realize how quickly and inconsistent that is? If it had been any other topic, how quickly?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
they'd been screaming hate crime before the police showed up.
Yeah, sure. All right. So, and then in Canada, we're leaving now.
Careful here.
Because this is not her. This is just in Canada.
Yeah.
In Canada, since we brought this up. Now, Bubba, now keep in mind, this is just right above us, okay? In Canada, they now are going to prosecute anyone that misgendered people, criticizes transgenders, protests against transgenders, anyone, and the state will decide, that they deem as transphobic, homophobic, or just offensive will face prosecution and a $25,000 fine.
Well, crazy Canada. Who knows?
Look at what they've added.
Yeah.
to
Protect 2S LGBTQI+.
I told you I
what is
got
that?
added. What is I?
What's 2SL?
2S is two spirit, and that is referring to evidently, supposedly, Native Americans on the continent of North America had a two-spirit. Some people were two-spirit, meaning there is a feminine and a masculine spirit within them.
Are you
and
making
they're
this
putting
up?
2S at the beginning of LGBTQI+.
Are you making this up?
Two spirit.
Are you messing with me?
I am not.
Did you come in
I
today?
just had to look this up.
I can't wait to mess with
I
Rick.
just had to look this up because I'm thinking to myself,
If
what
I'm a
the
G or
in-
B in the middle, I'm probably going to say, we got too many letters here, guys.
It was LGBT. That was original. Wasn't you
We
count 'em?
almost got the whole alphabet.
Originally, it was LGBT, right?
We're 8 letters and one
Two
symbol.
spirit.
It was LGB. In fact, it was just G.
Yeah.
It was just G
Yeah,
for a
it
really
was.
long time.
Yeah.
So
Anyways,
That's a good point.
But two spirit, and they put it at the beginning
Two
of
spirit.
LGBTQI+ or whatever because North Americans were the first people on this continent. So it's all got it's layers upon layers
that's
of
not confusing at all.
insanity and wokeness. It's crazy.
Right.
It is crazy.
It's called
hard to take
chaos.
any of them
It's
serious.
called chaos.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Hey,
All right, here we go.
All right.
Firstly, it enables the Attorney General to create a 2S LGBTQI+ community safety zone to prohibit within 100 meters of the property any homophobic, transphobic act of intimidation, threat, offensive threats, offensive remarks, protest, disturbance, and distribution of hate propaganda within the meaning of the criminal code. It also comes with it a penalty of $25,000 if prosecuted successfully.
Please don't miss green hair behind her.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, she's 3. What is that? 5D.
I still think 2S would be covered under the plus.
I love that one of them. I love
do
that.
too. I'm with you,
I
Greg.
do too. Plus,
just
doesn't that
saying.
just encompass anything else? By the way, I love that 2 of them still have masks on.
I know.
Oh yeah.
Oh, wait, you were talking about like surgical masks. I thought you were talking about the makeup.
No, not the drag queen.
Oh.
14 minutes to the top. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're in a boat and don't play, that's something wrong with you.
That's
I would think that you, Bill Bubba Bussy, would have a cruising playlist, which is I'm out here and I'm just kind of cruising along, and then you would have your, funk playlist or you know what I'm saying? You would have different playlists.
I do
and
have
just go
one.
to whatever.
I have one called the Deep '80s, and that's only for the people that really love the '80s.
Now,
and you had to live it,
right?
You had to live it,
right? You had to be
part
of it.
You're gonna get some time in Jesse Johnson's review and all.
Didn't
that
I get that? Didn't I get the Deep '80s?
I think you got Deep '80s.
I remember because I heard some album cuts in there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, if you go Jesse Johnson, you got to really love the funk.
Yeah, I remember sitting there just pondering the Deep '80s.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Did y'all do any skiing, or was it just a ride?
No, we did a little tubing on Friday, and then we did a little just riding.
Riding, just cruising.
Tubing,
did you get off and jump off anything?
Tubing is tough because everybody wants to be thrown off.
I know. I know.
And that requires a lot of more complicated moves in the pontoon, which is really. It'll do it, but it ain't set up for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so it's a little more difficult to captain, and plus Betty starts getting green looking from all the moves.
Right.
So you got to know your big S curves, and then Rick, the one that always gets them, and it's very few have ever survived the Ring of Death.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did you throw the Ring of Death?
Oh, I
this weekend?
did. Yeah, I did.
And they didn't survive it, did they?
One group went flying off, and one group miraculously held on 3 different times in the Ring of Death when I thought they were gone. I thought, well, there's
That's
no way they
impressive.
survived this. And they were like flying through the air, holding the float in some awkward position, and was able to land and stay on it.
You got to give props.
Oh,
for
I
that.
do. I said no one has ever survived the Ring of Death 3 times.
You know what you need to do? Because you probably didn't think that would ever happen, so you weren't prepared.
Right.
You ought to take their picture and put it up. Survive the Ring of Death.
Survived it. Yeah, on the refrigerator.
Right.
And you get the picture. Flying through there. But we had a great time. Great time.
All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big.
You know what I do love? I love asking them questions about their dads and what their dads, how they act with them in certain situations.
Yeah.
Just so I can be sure that, I'm still where I need to be and everything.
Where were you? Were you in the extreme zone or about right?
By most accounts, I would be a little extreme, but in the average this weekend.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes now to the top of the hour. Let's go down to the Sunset Grill as we work our way back. So, I think we talked about this before, but I kind of want to come back and revisit and ask you a question. Bubba, I think you started it years ago, and it's almost under the title, Is It Me? And you remember the time you came in, and then and we've come in at various times throughout the year as individuals, and we asked the rest of the staff to kind of assess
Is
this.
it me?
Yeah, and then one time,
because you'll even ask somebody to do a study on you.
Yeah,
because you need somebody a little further away to look at it.
So, and Greg, I think you and I have had a conversation about this because I think I kind of know where you stand. So anyway, Sherry and I, my wife, we're in a run right now where, my wife, like I think this kind of goes maybe a lot with women, but in general, and I know there's always exceptions, but in general, and I don't want to get arrested in Canada, but I'm just going to talk about males and females right now, okay, two genders. But anyway, so it is that, and I'm going to say they're equal but different, so just know that I'm going to get pretty controversial right here. But that men seem to, in general, have more of the ability to compartmentalize things than women. I've heard it said that we can have something, that's bothering us, and we can put it on the shelf and go to a task, where women hear all the unresolved things all happening at the same time, and those voices never stop. They can't turn any of them off, okay? So if Sherry has a project that she's working on, she cannot multitask, and she has to focus on that until she gets to the end of it, and she has to work at her own pace. And she refers to me, and I think this is a compliment. I don't know, because we're empty nesters now. She refers to me as one large distraction, and she says you're a major distraction. And of course, I think, well, thank you. And she goes, I didn't mean it like that.
And Rick, you think that means you get to go the farm?
Well, thank you. So
let me get out of your way.
Yeah, so I'll be running along. So anyway, so she's got that. Well, one of the things that it really has impacted is that we're not sitting down and eating together very much, because she's doing her meals when she's ready, getting it done and getting back to her project that she's working on. So I'm having to fend for myself a little more right now, which I don't have a problem with. It doesn't bother me in the least. So I love when my wife prepares us food, and she's a great cook and does great. But I can cook. I got no problem cooking for myself. B, I like saying I'm going to do whatever I want to eat, whatever I want to. So anyway, it was one of these moments where she knew that in this particular moment, I was not going to cook. I was not going to eat leftovers. I was going to get me something. Okay. From a restaurant, and I love eating at restaurants. I really do. Yeah. And so anyway, and this is the point. This is what I was going to ask you. So she comes downstairs and she goes, well, did you not get anything to eat? And I said, yeah, I've already eaten. She said, well, where did you? And she goes, have you already cleaned up? And I said, no, I just ate at a restaurant. And she said, what? And I said, she goes, you didn't get it to go or call it in? And I said, no, I sat down and ate in the restaurant. Mm-hmm. And she goes, well, that's weird.
No, I get the same thing.
And I said, well, that's weird. She goes, you go in a restaurant and just eat by yourself?
Oh yeah, I do.
And I said, Sherry, I said, I'm going to go this far. I not only will do it, I love to do it.
Let me rephrase.
I love to do it.
I've done it many times. Lisa said I was weird. Her and Chandler, my daughter, both.
Okay, I don't want y'all to take weird as necessarily negative, though.
No, yeah, okay.
No, they meant it negative.
Because here's what I mean. Unique. It doesn't happen much. Because here's what I want you to say. I want you to do.
I took it as a compliment.
When you do these things, look around and see who else is doing it. Mm-hmm. And there's not many. That's the thing I've come to.
It is unique
because when I go in and eat, because I do it too,
right?
And I look around and I'm like, I'm the only person in here by myself. Everybody else has somebody with them.
Well, one time I guess I must have. I think when they see us, I think people think that we're troubled, or something like that. Because I was sitting there and I wasn't trying to look down. I was actually relaxing and I was just kind of waiting on my food. And Tommy Tuberville came over.
Rick, I was on your side. I want to point that out. I was on your side.
Rick, you look thirsty.
Yeah, you look thirsty.
You okay, buddy?
I need a friend. Coffee if you need it.
No, I'm totally
I
kidding
wish
about
we
that.
played today. I'd already been gone.
But,
Hey,
but
Rick,
anyway,
Reese sent me a text about a week ago and said, "Well, for the first time, I'm going into a restaurant and eating by myself." And I said, "You'll be surprised how relaxing it is."
yeah, it's
And I like sitting there reading, catching up on some stories, emails on the phone, and I'm fine.
Yeah.
And,
He
and
came
planning
out
out
saying
what I'm going to do after lunch.
you were
Before
all
I had a
over that.
smartphone, I would buy a paper and take it in there with me.
Greg, I
read it
love
over.
that. Well, here's the thing, and then I hit her with this, and she said, "Why would you want to do that?" I said, "I can tell you. Number one, and look, I'm okay with pick up to go, but when I get my food to go, it's put in a bag, it sits in my truck, I get home, and then I get it out, and it's fine." But there's nothing quite like
It's not as good, especially wings or something like that.
It came from the person cooking it right to my table, and I'm eating it, and then I throw it away and leave.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, I'm done. It's all put up. It's not here at the house. It's not going in our trash can. It's not whatever. I love that. And then what you guys said, I'm telling you, I find it to be peaceful.
Well, and here's another thing, though.
It's extremely peaceful.
You won't think it's weird if it's breakfast. Because if you'll look around, a lot of people
it happens more at breakfast.
To Greg's point, they take in their newspaper
coffee.
or their iPad or whatever, and they get coffee and they eat breakfast. You'll see more of that than you do lunch and dinner.
Yeah, I've noticed I've done it for dinner, which is mainly when and I'll do it for lunch too, and I get some looks at dinner.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like, well, what's going on, man? And you remember that time?
Kicked out of the house.
You remember that time not too long ago when I came out, when that family asked if I wanted to join them?
Oh,
And I said, I don't want to get
yeah,
into all
don't
that.
want to get into all that.
And,
I don't know why you said that.
I know, and I didn't mean to do that. It was honest.
Just blurt it out.
But what and another thing is, and I love what we do for a living. I love what we do for a living, and I love the times that we get to spend. But I talk to a lot of people in a day, and I interact with people quite a bit. So, and I love that. So it's also now I'm not interacting with anyone.
Right.
And
just
I'm
shut down.
Stay a little down.
Just relax.
And I'm just chilling.
Yep.
And I like my food. And for some reason, I'll say this: my food tastes outstanding.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Because I'm really focused on it.
Fresh.
You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
And then I also can be a little creative. I don't have Speedy screaming at me. What are you gonna get?
Yeah.
I mean, I can. I can.
What do you do when you eat by yourself?
You don't
How
have
do you
to
order?
You don't have to break from chewing your food to talk.
Right.
Once I finally order and can figure that out, it's relaxed.
Do you ask the people sitting next to you what they have?
Yeah. Sir, excuse me.
What's that?
What'd
you order?
I'm gonna admit it. I like eating by myself. There it is.
Yeah.
I do too.
So relaxed.
I enjoy it. It's really
Don't
relaxing.
feel sorry for me.
That's right. Yeah,
No.
I'm good. I'm good. Tommy, I'm fine.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It looks like Nick Saban is set to
Working on that
do a
Bubba.
long-term contract. Hey.
Dickie.
Okay, so I know if you're like us, you're trying really, really hard to find good movies to watch. And we've talked about some great ones. I mean, we really have. But I want to point you to a movie called Nefarious. The same people who made God's Not Dead and Unplanned have also put together Nefarious. Now, if you've seen these posters or the trailer, it looks great. But I want to tell you about this because I'm not a big scary movie guy. But it looks a little scary, like a horror film. It's not. I want you to know that. It's not. It's based on a book by the Blaze's own Steve Deese. Another one of our Blaze brethren. It's more, think more like C.S. Lewis, Screw Tape Letters. Fantastic movie and book and stage play. And I'd call it, interview with a demon. What we have here, and this is true. Spiritual warfare is true. It's a psychiatrist who's been called to a prison to meet with a convicted killer who's about to be executed, and the killer actually tells the psychiatrist that he is actually a demon named Nefarious, and the psychiatrist doesn't believe in God or demons, so he has to decide if the man's insane, pretending to be insane, on and on. You can see it. I won't give away all the details, but the psychiatrist picks up pretty quick that he may not believe in spiritual warfare, but he's in over his head. So it's a supernatural thriller. It's perfect for you to go out and say, I want to see something of a spiritual nature that actually is what the Bible talks about, not some of this gory stuff. So why don't you mark the date? It's going to go nationwide on April the 14th. Nefarious opens nationwide. Mark the date. Get your tickets now by going to Who Is Nefarious. Nefarious is NEFARIOS.com. That's whoisnefarious.com, and get ready for the opening on April the 14th. Roll Tide, Saban for the long term.
Just announced this morning, Coach Nick Saban will extend his stay at Alabama through 2025. He will be paid $8.3 million for this next season. The total package, $74.4 million. Come on.
And on the 27th, the information kind of started getting out there, but what's new about this morning is a lot of the details are now coming forward as to the numbers, and wow, the numbers. Hey, the numbers.
You know,
I think he made after all the total compensation for last year, I think he made $11.1 million.
So that's with all the bonuses and everything tied in?
Yeah, not including the team performance incentives.
What? Okay.
Yeah, all these numbers are somewhat staggering and confusing the way they break them all out.
I tell you the one I like is the $4 million signing bonus.
Yeah.
How about that?
I like that money right now. You know what I mean? I'll take that. Well, I mean, he's obviously worth every dime of it. Road Tide ain't nothing but championships. We're going to win it again this year.
And, Rick, the new contract appears to kick in before the old one is up, which means he will make an additional $1.175 million more this coming season than he was scheduled to make.
Thank goodness.
You know,
college football alive and well.
It is. Well, and I look at this when you talk about. Do you see the Jimbo Fisher deal? So Texas
money.
Texas A&M, they've agreed to a 10-year deal with him worth $75 million.
Yeah, well, that was when he was hired.
Yeah. I mean, but still, I forgot he got that much.
Oh yeah. When the A&M's got the money, they weren't afraid to write the check.
So he's almost got saving money, or he did up to this upgrade.
Yeah.
Because we can't have that.
No. Nick had to move ahead.
Well, sure. I mean, if you're the most successful college coach in the modern era, and you hear that somebody over there that's just the new coach at a school is getting your money, you got to get more.
Yeah, that's why this is the third time and is in many years that Alabama's restructured his contract.
Now, I don't know.
John Calipari for Kentucky, Rick, the men's basketball coach, is scheduled to make $7.95 million for his current 2018-2019 contract.
Okay, so I'm looking over here. So it said the prior terms for Saban was going to remain at 6.7 annually, and you said now the contract year completion payments of $800,000 for 2019 and 2020, and $3.6 million contract year completion payment for the 2021 season. That's all gets kind of confusing.
Yeah, I started to say you'll get lost in all these numbers. It's mind-boggling. I think the two that you just need to focus on next year, Coach Nick Saban will make $8.3 million, and his overall deal through 2025 will get him $74.4 million.
Yeah, they were trying to put it in perspective, like you said. They said he had been set to make $32.5 million for 2018 through 2021 if you put it all together. Now he's set to make 35.6. So, by the time
there's a lot. Those coaching jobs have so much pressure with them, but they are compensated well. If you just win, baby,
you better win though.
What Al said.
Well, I can't say that. You really don't have to win if you get the right contract. Really, one of the smoothest things that could happen to you is to underperform and they pay you to leave. It is 6 minutes past. All right, so a brand new hour has begun. So looking at a couple of things out there, first of all, I'm getting lots of emails of men who like to eat alone and their wives think they're weird. So it must be a man-woman thing. And also, Bubba, today you and I are going to be talking with Jason Whitlock for Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. And apparently something happened on Fox News last night, and I'm having people emailing saying you're going to ask Jason about this. And Speedy just said that Whitlock just put something on Twitter about it. And he is, kind of defending Tucker, right?
Yeah, he just said he deserves credit for letting me come on and quote the Bible. He can only control what he can control. If you want my full thoughts, he gave a link to his podcast.
So do we have the clip of what it was?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if we can find it. And but apparently, what he's saying is, if I did get cut off, it's not Tucker's fault. Tucker can only control.
It's probably a time.
Might have been a hard break. Yeah, something like that.
They have very tight windows on those shows. You know, you'll go and you wait and you wait, and they'll talk to you for 90 seconds.
Right.
And you're out. So I'd like to see what the context.
So we'll throw it into the podcast.
Yeah.
And we'll ask him this week. Ed, you think you may have found something?
I found the clip. It's on Whitlock's YouTube channel.
Yes, sir.
The title of it, it's 5 minutes long, but the title of it is Fox News cuts off Jason Whitlock, goes to commercial break when he talks about secession.
Yeah.
So that I don't know, but you saw Whitlock's tweet and what he said about it. You guys want it here?
Well, it's like you said, it's 4.5 minutes.
Do you want to get toward the? You want to get to the end of it?
Go to the 4 minute mark.
All right.
Yeah, go to the 4 minute mark.
Looking for it, want to see it, don't see it.
No. And look, there was a time I had many liberal friends that I loved, and I could find common ground with them. But now, if I have to agree that men can get pregnant, I have to agree that children should be subjected to drag queens, can't do it.
Yeah. Last question. Do you think that there is underneath it all, maybe in hiding, a large group of people who are fundamentally liberals or Democrats who actually do agree with you but are afraid to say so and will at some point, make their voices heard, or do you think they just don't exist anymore?
I think they exist.
Some people want to occupy the corner office.
That's the cut right there.
Well, see what does that got to do with succession?
I don't know. I don't know why he labeled it when he talks about secession.
I don't know. We'll ask him about it.
That looked like a timed hard break that had to roll no matter what, and maybe it got away from the
maybe
host
it did.
there.
Yeah, just Tucker came back on the other side and didn't mention, hey, what happened, we're sorry, or whatever. Just kind of moved on. So that's the criticism. But us not being able to watch the full segment because I don't really know the full context of the segment.
Plus, somebody said he was quoting the Bible. He's not quoting the Bible.
I don't know if in that segment, I believe he did.
Earlier on.
It could have been earlier.
Yeah, but that wouldn't have been the reason they cut him off if they still let that go.
Right. I don't think so.
It didn't seem that way at all.
Yeah.
That looked like hard break all the way.
It did, and I've been there.
Yep. And if Jason is talking late today, say at the 45-30 minute mark,
I'll have to cut him off.
We'll have to cut him off again.
Don't ask him a question at 45-30.
Yeah.
Rick usually starts telling me.
Yeah, I'll try.
Look, he'll say 2 minutes. No question.
Yeah, because Bubba can't see the timer, so I try to keep him informed of what's going on. Also, Bubba,
Speedy, 2 minutes. No more questions. No more.
Stop it. Yeah, I'll do this. Look like this.
Knock it off.
Start your timer.
And I'll try to look at what shot that Adler's chosen, so he didn't see me doing it.
Yeah,
sometimes you see me, sometimes you don't. Do I ever get? Does that ever get on?
Maybe once or twice.
Okay,
it's funny though.
But hey, it's baseball signals. It's all baseball.
Bubba, also, I wanted to tell you something. We were talking about eating alone and how our wives think that's weird. I do want to thank you for. I know that you've been passionate about removing PPR. Premature plate removal.
Yes, I have fought PPR. It's been a personal battle of mine for many, many years.
Yeah.
And you were talking about a lot of times you'll be in a serious conversation with somebody.
Yeah.
And hey, can I get that plate?
Yeah, right.
And I'm like, I still got 2 bites on it. I just stopped to talk for a minute. Doesn't mean I'm done.
That's right.
And I usually go, "Are y'all out of plates?"
Right.
If you're out of plates, you can have it.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Great.
But if
That's funny.
not, just leave it. What is the big rush?
Right.
For real.
Well, also, and what you must also not.
We must stop PPR.
Well, I will say this too. Also, use some discernment. If you see people that look like Bubba and me, do you really think we're giving up that plate if there's still food on it? I mean, just use discernment. There's no way that Chubbalicious has given up that plate. Until, there's 3 fries left on it. You think he's not going to eat those 3 fries? Of course he is.
Yeah. You know what? I may have to take a timeout to get my second or third win.
Yes.
But I'm going to finish that plate.
Of course.
That's how we were taught growing up.
Right.
We were told there were starving kids in China.
Absolutely.
And we ought to finish the food we got on our plate. And then even with my kids, I finished the plate, and then I would get my fork and I'd go,
Yeah.
Like, look here, my plate's clean.
I had a guy.
And you save a piece of bread for the end of the meal, and you clean up anything left over on
That
the
is
plate. I mean,
correct.
my plate looks like the dog has licked it clean when I carry it to the sink.
Talking about a happy plate.
If you see anybody
right here
out of the community that we are members of, if you see them and there's a little piece of bread left on there, that's the cleanup.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean we're done with the bread.
We're about to sop on
right.
that.
And if there's anything that we got as a side, say a fry, a pork skin, a chip, there's not going to be any of those left. I mean, we're going to finish all that up. No, there's no need to panic. And so let's say no to PPR, premature plate
Rick,
removal.
Let's stop PPR in its tracks.
Absolutely.
If the restaurant's out of plate, I'm good with it because I've had most of my meal, and I'm glad to help somebody else.
Would you like to be offered a to go to rake it over in there and finish?
That's another thing. I'm kind of I like to fix my own to go box. Okay, you know how sometimes they want to carry it to the kitchen, and I'm like, I don't know what they're doing with it back in the kitchen. Am I getting it guys over there? Do they get it confused?
Right.
You tell me they ain't got it confused in the past.
Right,
Okay, they got a bunch of boxes. Bring me the box. Let me rake it off. Then I know it's mine. I carry it. Everybody's good. But leave my plate alone.
Do you know
why? Why is the big put? I mean, it's like they've just harassed you like a mosquito trying to get it.
I know.
They'll come back. No, still not. Still, I might eat some of their food.
Right.
They're not done. They may give me a piece of theirs. I want to eat it on my plate.
Don't PPR me and do not PPR my wife because I might be going after what she's got.
Always. Right, absolutely.
Always.
Yeah. By the way, I'm not a big. Do y'all want to go? I don't do the go.
I don't either.
I never do.
Very rare.
I bet out of 10 times I eat, there might be 9.5 times I say no.
Yeah, me too.
Betty doesn't eat all of her. Betty doesn't eat all of
her.
hers, so I usually will get some of it.
Yeah.
Do you think
I never take it to go with me?
I know y'all are shocked by that.
Do you think the reason for the PPR and all that is because they're only sitting half the table, so they're trying to hurry you up by
That's exactly
pressuring
what's going
you?
on.
Yeah.
Like
they
let's
just
go.
want you to have more room, be comfortable.
That's why I'm saying stop PPR.
How about I got called out leaving a restaurant about a month ago. Didn't know it. Was with another couple. Terry and I were. And we finish and we sit around and we talk for a few minutes. Well, we didn't know there was a wait and that they weren't sitting a bunch of people in one area. So we get up, we pay, we leave, and then this guy goes, "It's about time."
Ooh,
and I looked over at him and I was like, "What in the world?"
Because we like to sit there and talk.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't think we took it too far.
And it was
we were just
Mark
kinda,
called.
And so we closed the door as we're walking out, and I looked
it
at
on
the
you.
other couple and Terry, and I said, "You hear that guy?" And they're like, "No, what's up?" And I was like, he just screamed, "It's about time." He was looking at us. Because I guess they were sitting half the restaurant.
You know what he did? He
and
pushed
we didn't know. I mean, a waiter never came back and said,
Y'all need
okay,
to go.
y'all need to go, whatever.
Well,
so we
open up
didn't
more
think we were.
tables.
And it's not like we sit there for 30 minutes or anything.
Well, nobody
but
can
you
get
know,
anybody to work.
You know me. That sat with me the rest of the night.
Oh,
I
you
couldn't.
hate
I
it.
was like, I hate that.
Well,
That's so good.
Felt bad.
Hey, it was loud, too. It's
hey,
about time.
He set you straight.
I'm like, good night.
I would have asked him if it was worth it.
You must have sat there a long time.
How bad you
We
want
really
that
did.
thing?
I guess
You know
it
what
was
I
just
would have done, Speedy? I would have took my plate and walked out with it.
Yeah.
So he couldn't have it.
I guess he was just hungry.
I said, keep on.
You're a bip to him.
Hey, keep on. It's going to be awful hard to sit down.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And then you just kind of hang out over at the lake and you
Suddenly
know,
that pressure's gone.
yeah, and how about then you get the money without the pressure?
And I love the way this is written. It says that Saban's new compensation amount will move him past Ohio State's Urban Meyer and likely, again, make him the nation's highest paid college sports coach and public employee.
I mean, hey, let me ask you something, Busby. How do you make a case that he shouldn't be number one paid? How in the world does anybody justify paying Urban Meyer more than Dick Saban? It's embarrassing.
Well, I will say this. I think they're getting more for their dollar spent at Alabama right now.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We're really, all kidding aside, what he has accomplished in the limited scholarship
modern era.
Modern era.
I'm gonna call it modern era.
Yeah. Most of his career, and I'm being careful what I say here because I don't want to. I know you have to be careful comparing eras. But when you look at, and I know this past year, the top teams were still as good as they've been, but from top to bottom, the SEC, the bottom teams seem to be kind of bad, mid to bottom. But in his era, the SEC has been highly competitive.
Oh yeah.
Compared to really in the Bryant area, it really wasn't. And certainly Bear Bryant's a phenomenal coach and is one of the best who've ever coached.
Well, what you're saying is for him to do what he's done in the current environment, is unbelievable.
Well, don't forget the limited scholarships too. Everybody's got players now.
Yeah, I mean you can't sign 120 anymore.
No,
and set them on the bench.
No, that's over.
And that was a common practice back in the day.
Yeah, the big. That's the reason why you saw the same 3 or 4 schools. You had your Notre Dames, your Oklahomas, your Nebraskas,
Southern Cal,
and your Michigans, and Southern Cal and Ohio State. They would just kind of take all the players, and everybody else was left with.
Yeah,
and so now that you can't do that because you've only got so many scholarships, and most of these world-class players are not going to come to your school and pay their own way. So if you don't have room for them, they go somewhere else.
Yeah.
And
I think now even with all the marketing and social media and the ones that are trying to get to the NFL, I mean they're more apt to try to get somewhere to get playing time too.
And these big time programs bring money. Everybody wins at the universities.
Yeah.
Where you have the big time programs. If it's much more complicated than this, but even simply, I mean, there's people that are going to school and paying to go to school at Alabama from all over the country and around the world, and they would not have done it if the football program wasn't so well known.
Right or wrong, good or bad, Rick, and I've seen. I know of examples I have seen firsthand. Colleges are known by their football team, and that may not be the way we desire it, the way we'd like it, but they really are. I'd met, and I told the story before when Dan Moultrie was getting a scholarship named after him, and it happened to be at this particular time at Auburn, and I met the 2 ladies who got the scholarship, and I asked them. I said, where, and one was from Texas, one was from California, and I asked them how they found out about the university, and they said they saw the football team on TV. I mean, and that happens over and over and over again.
Oh, sure it does.
So that's just the way it is. And far as this money being paid, you see the $74 million, you think, oh my gosh, but the amount of money that Coach Saban and that football program is bringing in is many fold that. I mean, they bring in that a year or more now, I guess. So it's money well spent.
No question.
And then they help to fund so many other things on campus, all the other athletics and other things too.
Yeah, it is a good deal for all parties involved.
As long as we keep standing in line to get tickets to get in and watching it every Saturday, it will continue to go up.
Oh, and don't forget all the products that are sold.
Oh, yeah.
All the merchandise and all the whatever.
Yeah.
And if you don't think a successful football program doesn't churn out merchandise sales, just look around. I mean, it's everywhere. And all that has unless you've gone rogue, you had to pay a license fee to even have it in your store.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it's worth every dime. And so if you can complain,
and there's a lot of accountability there too. You have to perform.
Yeah, if we had the same accountability, we've said many times, for teachers and professors as we do for football coaches, I bet all those would be better too. Of your There goes the phone troll music. That means it's phone troll time. That means that now all 10 lines are made available, and you can join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll make a comment, ask a question, bring them in. Come on. Come on. You're programming the show now. I mean, we've taken this show, we've handed it to you. And you can make comments, you can ask questions, you can bring information to the table. This is your time to shine on the Rick and Bubba Show. At the end of 30 seconds, buzzer grabs you. Your time on the program comes to a close. We move to the next caller. There are 2 timeouts available. but I wouldn't count on that. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. Those will all get instant buzzers.
Ooh, that hurts.
And no baby prediction or anything like that. Speedy's on the phones. He's ready now. Joanne is in Wetumpka, Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Joanne, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Good morning. I was just going to tell you I was watching that interview that you guys were discussing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there was any conspiracy at all or, problems with them having to go to the hard break. The interview was actually delayed at the beginning because the guy was having trouble getting the sound in his earpiece. So it took him a while to get started. They had to delay it.
Yeah, I think it just ran up on a hard break, and people now, I don't know why it's like everybody's looking for some sort of conspiracy.
They cut him off.
I mean, we literally got people saying they cut him off because he's talking about the Bible. Well, I mean,
Is that what he's talking about?
we could the Bible commentary was already over, and Fox News not going to take him out for talking about the Bible.
And Tucker Carlson's not going to get him taken off for talking about anything.
Right. Yeah. So I think it was just a programming thing.
Yeah.
Beth, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hear you call.
Hey guys. Okay, so I'm not like a big woman. I'm 5'5", 165, but I love going and eating by myself because most of my friends are those girls that are going to go order a salad. And I want to sit there and eat my burger or my wings or whatever, and I'm judged for it. Like, let me go eat by myself, please.
So what you're doing, you eat alone just to find a no judgment zone.
There it is.
No judgment zone.
Yeah, makes all the sense in the world. Let's go to Phil in Birmingham. Phil, 30 seconds, go.
Good morning, Biggins. How y'all doing?
We're good. We're good.
Good. I am a waiter at a local restaurant down near Bubba's Way, and the PPR.
Yes.
As a waiter, that is my biggest fear: throwing away somebody's food that they're not done eating.
Yes.
A lot of it is turning and burning. More butts and seats.
Yep.
They're trying to get you out of there.
Yep.
I encourage people to stay, but some restaurants it's quantity over quality.
Yeah,
it all figures into the formula. We know.
Speedy messed that up.
We knew. Look, we learned a lot when we ran a restaurant into the ground, so we understand that.
Had things you do and you don't know.
But from a diner standpoint, the minute that I take a pause to look around the restaurant, don't assume I'm done. When I put my knife and fork in my plate, you know I'm done. You can come get it.
Well,
you ain't gotta be so mad.
And I try to help the servers, to not be guilty of PPR. And I catch flack for this. And Sherry thinks it's weird that I move my plate, but what I do is when I'm done, I will physically, if it's just she and I at a table, it'll be in front of me, and when I'm done, I'll move it out to the edge of the table for pickup.
Right.
Yeah.
Easy access.
Have y'all heard the fork rule? If your fork is still pointed up like you would eat with it, then don't take my plate. If you turn it down with the prongs down on the plate, then the waiter will
European.
know.
I've never heard
That's
that.
European. That's what the Europeans do. They do that in France.
If you just
Come
lay it
on,
across
man.
your plate,
I just said
Parlez-vous français?
I'm just asking. Calais-vous boom.
as long as
I've heard
my
that
fork is not laying across my plate like it's a dead soldier, I'm still eating.
As long as there's stuff on the plate that I need it for.
Yeah.
That's also a sign.
Casey.
Yes.
30 seconds. Go ahead.
Huh?
Yes, I was wanting to talk about the First Lady inviting to lose their national championship to the White House. I played basketball in school, and the worst thing, when we were in tournaments, they always gave a trophy to the second place, the runner-up. And that's the thing we hated the most, was having to walk out there, get that second place trophy, and the only people that's clapping is our parents.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can see some of that. We, like in our state championships, they have a finalist trophy. They don't call it a runner-up anymore.
They got the red and the blue.
It's the red state, but everybody calls it the blue map. They want the blue map. That's the championship. So I don't look, just like participation trophies. I don't want to get legalistic and carry it so far we get ridiculous about it.
Sure.
But the champions are the champions. Let them be the champions,
Absolutely.
and everything else fall where it may.
No doubt. Let's go to Eric in Alabama. Eric, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Speedy.
He's screening phone calls.
Okay, well, I know what he should have done when that dude got mad at him at that restaurant.
What should he have done?
He just got up. if they just got them a cup of coffee, they had a peace treaty.
A cup of coffee, and they had what?
A peace treaty?
That's what I thought he said too.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Speedy.
Hey, Speedy. Let's go to Bonnie. Bonnie, go right ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go.
Hello, this is Bonnie. I agree with Elon Musk that the national radio has been political for years. Now they have a station down by you guys that they run over the stations down by 104 to 106, that public radio station.
Bubba, that's your area.
They're
bleeding on us.
Where are you from, ma'am?
Hoover.
In Hoover.
And what station is bleeding over on you? Well, here's the thing, and we get these
said
kind
NPR.
of we get these emails this time of year in the spring and fall.
Yep.
The FM radio band will skip, and it's a ducking effect, they call it.
Yep.
It gets trapped in between layers of air, and it acts like a pipe.
Yep.
And you will get interference from distant stations this time of year and in the spring when you have these wild temperature swings, and it's normal. It happens.
Diana, go right ahead. 30
Just
seconds.
stay with it.
Hi, good morning.
Hey.
Being an only child, I've eaten in restaurants alone by myself all the time because you're comfortable in your own skin.
Yes.
So it's not weird. I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. I enjoy it. I really do. Thank you. Thank you for that, only child. Gary, go ahead. 30
That's
seconds.
not weird.
Yes, sir. First of all, I want to say monkey grass and green acres.
Thanks for the call. What's on your mind?
Yeah, you were talking about the average Joe getting off work and buying a 6-pack and the way the Bud Light cans was. I just want to say it gives a whole new meaning to getting off work, going home, and pounding a few tall boys.
Did you understand?
I got that.
I understood it. Yeah.
Should I be dumping it?
Probably, but
Okay.
No, it's fine.
I think it's okay.
I couldn't understand it. I didn't understand what you said.
That's funny.
yeah, you probably. I mean, seriously, that was
a good one.
That was a good one, but it's rough.
Eric,
I just didn't think I'd hear the term tall boys today.
Eric in Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1.
Biggins, how are y'all?
We're great.
Heel turn.
I wanted to ask Helms and Bubba who their favorites were to win the Masters this week.
Okay. Guys?
Scotty Scheffler.
Scotty Scheffler, Bubba?
I don't know. He's just winning everything.
I'm going with Nick Faldo.
I got a strange feeling that Jordan Spieth is going to have a good round.
My son thinks the same thing, by the way. Actually texted me that this morning. Want to know who I was picking. And he said, I got Jordan Spieth, just so you know.
I don't even know who these people are.
I wouldn't bet against him.
Yeah.
My money's on Shooter McGavin.
Shooter! We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Just pick out which one you want, and you get an additional spin. Brody gets a spin again. All right,
Brody, go again.
Spin it again, Brody. We're going to try to get you some dimples at some point. Here we go.
A lot of excitement
Oh,
here.
look here. Oh! Flowers, flowers, flowers. Smell it. Boy, you almost got a spatula. Had to come around to it. So, some of y'all, I thought some of y'all could handle technology and just have some walking around sense.
No.
This thing now where you're sitting there in the car swerving all over the road and you're like trying to get her, you think, oh man, somebody's drunk. You get up there and they're just texting.
Yeah.
You know, looking down at their phone.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look around right now driving and you look into cars and you see how distracted people are right now messing with their phones, it'll scare you to death.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like, hey, man, let's get to where we're going now. Or, if you want to wait. How many times now, too, it seems like every time you're at a stoplight, every time at a red light, the person in front of you that turns green does not go. You know why? Oh, red light, let me check my stuff.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I'm safe now. And I've been guilty of that a few times.
Yeah.
Just give him a little tap in it.
Well, the thing that drives me crazy is when I drive my wife's car because I can't figure out where the horn is on it. She's got one of those weird horns that's on the inside. It has the two little things on each.
You don't just hit the middle?
No, the little bars you push.
Yeah.
And so first thing you do is start pushing the stuff that you normally, And I was like, well, you can't even.
You got so many controls in there now with the radio and all that. I mean, you can do everything without cutting loose the wheel.
Sure, absolutely.
Which is what you want.
Yeah, it is. I had to, like I say, I had to take some of the sensors off because, look, I appreciate, we're trying to create a car that'll never let anything bad happen. But, boy, I tell you what, not everything needs, just because I was switching lanes, I don't need the wheel to start out thinking I'm going off the road. Well, look out.
Does it do the vibration?
Well, no, it will actually take the wheel and do this.
Turn it back.
Yes, I turn that off. That's too. That's too sensitive. It's because the thing is, we're trying to create vehicles to be, even smarter than humans, but the vehicle doesn't have the ability to reason. So the vehicle thinks, just like I was talking about trying to get out of the garage. Well, this feels tight. It is tight, but I can't get out because I know that. I can see where I'm at. Right. And it's trying to stop me like something's behind me. And I'm like, nothing's behind me. But I appreciate this. I kind of like the alarm more than I hit the brakes because the alarm you can look and see.
Yeah.
But when it hits the brakes and there's nothing back there, now you're in an argument with your own vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we're good. There's nothing back. Like the first time it hit me is when I was trying to turn around because I'd turned down, couldn't find a parking place somewhere, and I was going to turn around. Well, all it was the road did this, then it went up a hill.
Yeah.
Well, when I went to turn around, it felt the hill.
Yeah.
So it started, and I was like, it's just a hill, man. You find yourself talking to.
Let it go.
Hey, it's an incline. That's all you're feeling back there. I can see through all the various cameras you've given me, and I can hear the noises you're giving me. But I think you're going to have to release me.
Yeah.
I'm simply turning around. You know what I mean? So
I've got a friend that just got a Tesla, and I'm gonna check that baby out, all battery.
Yeah, it's interesting the things that you hear out of your kids,
and it's got some of that technology. It doesn't have the one where it'll just drive itself,
right?
But it has some of that stay on the road and space yourself properly and all that. So
look, I'm all for safety. I'm all for safety,
Yeah.
but I think sometimes what we're doing, like we try to do with everything, we're trying to create. The something bad will never happen.
Right.
And some of those things may make things happen because the car, like I say, doesn't reason. The car just says, well, y'all told me every time I sense a line to put the car back over.
Right.
Well, I'm just shifting. I'm just changing lanes, man. You know what I mean? Or it's a.
Well, it's complicated,
it's
and
an incline.
They've got to get it dialed in.
It's an incline. Sure. It's not somebody behind me, which I know. But what I'm talking about is we gave you a camera and we gave you a sensor. Look out. I think that's all we need. You know what I mean? Because the alarm means I should look. The camera means I can look. And I think we're trying to go further than that. $35 past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Teaming up with HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Having a little trouble with your meal planning, getting the family around the table, getting food on the table? Oh, yeah. HelloFresh.com/Bubba will solve that problem. This service delivers farm fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes right to the door. Serving, just delicious meals. Even the quick and easy. Look at their quick and easy list. You can get those on the table in 25 minutes or less. So if you're tired of making the same dinners week after week, HelloFresh will make sure there's always something new to try. Their weekly menu of 40 mouth-watering recipes to keep your taste buds on their toes, and it's easy to round out orders with snacks and sides and desserts and all that from the HelloFresh market. You're going to love this. America's #1 meal kit, and they send you everything you need. You just simply make the meals. Right now, you sign up, and we get you 50% off Plus, your first box will ship free with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or go to RickandBubba.com. You'll find it right there under the sponsors button. All right, so we do have a COVID, remember COVID?
Oh, a whole bunch of COVID.
COVID updates. COVID me.
Rick, you're not going to believe what we're going to tell you today.
I know.
You're not going to believe it.
I mean, you're not. So, Bubba, what story?
Hey, let me give you the headlines on this.
Yeah.
Now, even Chinese scientists claim COVID did not jump to humans inside the Wuhan market and blow to natural animal origin theory.
Because, Bubba, I don't know if
the bat sandwich has just crashed.
Well, we never did this update because it just could not get legs, pun intended.
Yep.
Did you know? So we had the bat sandwich thing pretty much got destroyed. And then people were leaning, in a bizarre concept that it might have come from that building that has it on the sign.
Right.
And so they started going there, and the bat people panicked, and they tried to run raccoon dogs by us. Did you ever see the raccoon dog deal? Well, we think it may have come from the raccoon dog. I didn't know. Have you ever heard of a raccoon dog? This is some animal and
raccoon dog,
something like that. It was
like beagles or blue tick hounds.
It was like a half raccoon, half dog.
Oh, hybrid.
Yeah, the common raccoon dog.
The common.
Yeah, and they started trying to put it. They were coming off the bat. And putting it on the raccoon dog, but now this story today is going to destroy that too.
No, it wasn't.
Look, there's a raccoon dog. Look at that thing.
Raccoon dog.
Look at that thing.
Look at that.
It looks like a bear.
Yeah, but it picked up. How about this?
Badger
Raccoon dog picked up zero momentum. They put it out there, and it just
Rick,
it was too late.
You hit the nail on the head.
Look at the raccoon dog.
Good night.
It's a dog and a raccoon.
That ain't real.
That's a raccoon dog.
Oh, look, give Adler enough time, he'll have one.
Yeah,
guys.
There's a lot of them.
When they let Xi walk through the market,
that was the day.
You knew good and well it didn't start there because he was not going to do it. Their leadership would not let him do. If he went through there, caught it, and died, they would be forever the laughing stock of the world.
No, I didn't know about that. Yeah, but they tried to blame the raccoon dog, but it was not successful. So
but now I have to ask this question: where did we get the raccoon dog? How did that come about?
I'll take a shot at how, but I don't want to go there.
Well, that brings another question.
There's no way. No way.
Look at the dog. Look at it.
No.
Look at it.
I'm looking at it.
I just
and
don't
you make
see
a good
a raccoon.
point, but I don't think
they
that can
stuck
happen.
that face on.
I just don't see a raccoon holding still for that long.
Wow.
They're busy.
Wow.
So you
I will
said it.
agree.
They're
I will
busy.
agree. I will agree.
That guy,
Busy little hands.
fake.
Mm-hmm. So not even Chinese scientists claim COVID did not jump to humans inside the infamous Wuhan market.
Well, you know what?
The natural animal origin theory is all but dead.
Well, that's just shocking, isn't it?
Yeah, even the Chinese scientists say hogwash.
See, we did need to be
no animal
experts in we didn't need to be experts in these diseases to figure this one out. Really,
Right.
that somebody ate a bat sandwich. I just never saw it. I just never felt that was part of it.
So it's a paper that has been eagerly anticipated. Experts from the Chinese Center of Disease Control and Prevention say the evidence provided in the study is not sufficient to support the hypothesis that it jumped from animals to humans. And probably...
No, well, you know what, Sherlock.
Yeah, probably came from the building with it on the side. And John Stewart was the first one to make it that simple, and he's 100% right. And then, of course, we pointed out the Xi walking around with a Walgreens mask on in the seafood market. I don't think we would have him out there.
We're really not that smart if we could figure it out. What do you think?
Yeah.
So the raccoon dog, since you guys are worried about that so much, I've done some research, and they're canids, like dogs or foxes.
Yeah.
So they're kind of more like almost like a fox-like creature.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Small, heavy-set, fox-like.
Just got the raccoon kind of around the eyes, kind
not
of face.
canine, but canid.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I got you.
In the canid.
Okay.
Ding 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 ding. Dog say.
You can see the commercial with them.
Yeah,
that's good.
I still love that video.
Bubba, now we have what some of the studies are saying out of Berlin, in Germany that they may have a game changer on the ongoing battle with this new virus, and they're pointing now to a new nasal spray. Virology at some university in Berlin. They have doses of the live nasal vaccine, and they administered, and I don't know how you get a nasal vaccine in a hamster, but they did. They said animals showed...
With a tight grip, Rick.
I'm telling you. Animals showed a stronger immune response compared to their response to 2 doses of the vaccines that are currently available.
Okay, so here's a couple of points on this. I think very, very interesting. We know the virus enters the body through the nose. Why not have the vaccine go through the nose? And the fact this is a live agent vaccine. This is what we call an old school.
Old school.
It's been weakened, or a lot of times they fix it so it can't reproduce. But your body sees it, it jumps on it, then it builds up an immune response. So when you are faced with it on a bigger level.
Yeah, it says the nasal vaccines are not available in the U.S. Yet, but it says today there are 4 approved COVID vaccines in the U.S., all of which were administered by injection. We do not have the approval yet on the nasal, but of course Pfizer is here to save the day, and Moderna, I guess they will try to do this, but it says, listen to what it's supposed to do. Please listen. Prompt the immune system to create antibodies. You mean kind of like having it?
Rick, every vaccine, shot, nose, however, prompts your own body to give an immune response.
Can I tell you
That's
what?
how they all work.
Can I tell you what it feels like right now? Because now people are pretty. I mean, honestly, a lot of people are like kind of done with the vaccine. It's like we don't see any upside for it.
Yeah,
we
get a lot of pushback.
Yeah, we only see the downside, and this feels a little semi-am. Could you a nasal vaccine?
Right.
Could you one in the nose? Would you take another dose? So there we go. Bubba, we start wondering.
Wouldn't take it with a fox. Wouldn't take it with a raccoon dog.
Raccoon dog. Wouldn't take it with a hog. Wouldn't take it with a raccoon dog. All right. So President Biden is, but staying in the COVID update, you think that we're going to get California guy, what's his name? Newsom.
Yeah.
Which I think you're right.
Oh, he's coming through our state. He may be here.
Oh,
today
he's
or
already
tomorrow.
trashed us
California kids coming this way?
I think he already trashed us yesterday.
Yeah, and him in Florida. He's all in Florida too.
Yeah, he's making a swing through the southeast, kind of, trying to line up his departments.
After telling us that we're all a bunch of backward rubes, now he's here looking for votes. But anyway,
can I ask one question? And Rick, you brought this up yesterday. I thought California passed a law that it was illegal for their elected officials to travel to our state on official business.
I did think that.
Right?
And then he did it. But of course, he did the same thing when he was having his dinner.
Right. He told everybody they couldn't go out to eat, and then he had a dinner party.
Remember, the ruling class can do whatever they want.
That's right.
Under the socialist regimes.
It's great to be in the ruling class.
So RFK Jr. says he is running for president.
He's a big anti-vax.
Yeah, this is JFK's anti-vaccine activist nephew.
Yeah, this is Robert's son, right?
Yeah, and he officially announced he's going to challenge Biden for the Democratic nomination in 2024. And he is a prominent, as you said, anti-vaxxer. Now,
this is Kennedy's done this before. You remember, what was the other one's name? He challenged Jimmy Carter when he was president.
Oh, did he? Okay. Yeah. But this is...
What was the name of Red Nose? Teddy, yeah.
Now, keep in mind...
Red Nose Senator.
There was a time that I understood the phrase anti-vaxxer, but now they use it so liberally, he may just simply have some questions about this particular vaccine. You weren't allowed... If you questioned this vaccine, you were lumped as an anti-vaxxer. No matter how many other vaccines you had taken, you didn't have a problem with.
Right.
But anyway... so
you mean the 12 that actually worked?
Yeah, so I don't know whether he is... But I think would he be what we used to call
I will say this, I think he's a bit of a bird.
Yeah.
What is he now? I mean, is he holding any type of government office? What's he doing?
Most Kennedys
do. He was a congressman at one point, but is he the one that went through the barricade, tore through there one time? Or was that his cousin?
You know what? I forgot about that. I don't know which one that was.
When it comes to Kennedys and bad behavior, you need a good spreadsheet.
It's hard to keep up with it, yeah.
Ted's got a big list under his.
Yeah, so he's going to run against Biden.
Yeah.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And we're creating the.
I would like
the
to
automobile seems confused at times.
I would like to drive and play with that lane changing deal. You know, if you drive and people that doze off, that might help though.
See, that's what I thought, but then I realized when I started driving with it that it's hypersensitive.
Really?
And I found this happening all the time. It kept moving me, and I was like, all right, I've got that off.
Yeah. Well, if it bothers you, you need to for sure.
Well, what I'm talking about, I didn't know it would respond to me just changing lanes. You know, you go to change lane, all of a sudden it's doing this. You're like, wait a minute, I'm just changing lanes.
Yeah, so got to have the option for that.
Right. So
that's kind of part of the driving experience.
Right.
Isn't it?
Yeah. So anyway, it's all good, but I'm just saying some of this is kind of experimental.
Yeah,
and
it may be early generation. You got to have to get better.
Yeah, you got to bring it back out of the field and go, all right, let's do a little adjustment here, adjustment there. But it is.
They may get it like a space shuttle one day. It'll drive better than a human could drive.
Right.
That would be good.
Yeah. Which some of them out there, it wouldn't take much to be better than me.
Yeah, I know.
We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, so those of us that love American football, we all know that it is under attack. It's got all kinds of issues. Hey, we're out to get it. It's now being, you know, we have become so civilized. We wonder if this barbaric sport should even exist in a civilized society. Of course, every time I read the headlines, society doesn't look overly civilized. But anyway, and now we're trying to do all these rules as we continue to try to take a game that is designed on collisions and still want the collisions, but we don't want anybody to be hurt. Now, that's a very difficult task. The NFL has been moving around different kinds of rules, and now they have a new helmet rule that no one seems to understand, according to some of the players, even the officials.
Yeah, and Rick, we're just covered up with stories. I was doing a little search on it, and we had the story about the Philadelphia Eagles, and they had the referees come out, and apparently there is a group of referees that's going to make the rounds through the teams explaining these rule changes. And the Philadelphia Eagles left the meeting saying that they were completely confused by it.
Yeah.
There's a Deadspin story. It says how the NFL's new helmet rule could change football as we know it. We have various players coming out. DJ Swearinger, not a fan of the new helmet-to-helmet rule. But I'm confused exactly what the new helmet rule is.
Well, to your point, the Eagles story, and one of their linebackers, Nigel Bradham, said we were trying to ask questions to get a better understanding, yet they couldn't really give us an answer. They couldn't give us the answers we were looking for. Under the new rule, a player will be penalized 15 yards and potentially fined or ejected for lowering his head to initiate and make contact with his helmet against an opponent, not helmet to helmet, just against the body. During the presentation, which lasted close to an hour, according to the linebacker, players were shown clips of what are now considered illegal hits, some of them which appeared to be just routine tackles. And he said, and so when we started saying, well, now some of this doesn't all look the same. Mm-hmm. It seems to be a little fluid, and some of the things you're showing us, we do, like almost all the time. And at one point he said, I'm gonna make the play they were calling illegal 10 times out of 10, and it's going to be a flag. And he said, you can't slow yourself down thinking about rules in a split second. The game happens really, really fast, faster than rules. And he goes, I think, take account for, but he said, I can't play the way I'm going to have to play to try to figure out all these details that are in the rule, because if I do that, then I'm not going to make the tackle at all. I mean, and he said the rule applies not only to tacklers, but to linemen and, of course, to the person carrying the ball.
And running backs, yeah.
Yeah, and he said, and it goes back to this, and I've been saying this all along, and I certainly know the seriousness of head injuries, and I'm not making light of that at all. But I think what we're doing really is we're all sitting down going, we're going to trade one injury for another type of injury. Now we're trading this for knee injuries. We're trading this for broken legs. We're trading this for separated and messed up shoulders. It's a collision sport. There's no way to create an environment where players who are colliding into each other at high rates of speed that people aren't going to get hurt.
Does the video that we have, Speedy, have audio to it, narrating it? So, Rick, listen to this, and let's just see if they can explain it. What I like about this, they give examples and show what's going to be a penalty and what's not. And this is going to be tough because a game is going to change based on one of these calls, and it's going to be really bad.
Well, and then you got the players saying they can't really tell the difference. They don't understand, and it appeared the officials didn't understand it either.
Right, and I think one thing.
Minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. And you can be part of it today, baby. Here we go. Hey, get it. As we work our way back, how much money do Americans need to live comfortably? Well,
that number's changed a little bit the last 2 or 3 years.
It's really according to where you decide to live. And, buddy, it varies wildly in the cost of living. Also, I am watching what some of you were drawing our attention to yesterday, by the way, as this current administration just continues to do a bang-up job. This thing of the rest of the world talking about getting away from the dollar, not good. It is. There was a time when an American 20, if you were toting one, just about everybody would take it, no matter where you were. But anyway,
we tell them they can't have it.
Right. Well, here we go. How much money do Americans need to live comfortably? Of course, San Francisco demands after-tax salary of $84,000. So, and I guess when you look at how they define comfortably.
What is the litmus test for that?
It's a study of the country's 25 largest metro areas, and the top 10 priciest places to live are on the east or west coast.
Yeah, show me D.C. Well, I guarantee you it's up there.
But now I want y'all to think about this, because this is what we can't miss. Because of all the, Bubba, can I use the word minutia?
You can.
Because of all the.
But I'm going to warn you, you used it twice.
Okay, of all to get through all the minutia that's out there, and you don't know what people are telling you. So we've been trying to coach you on this for years. You can make a lot of decisions by using logic, and just look at things that no one can refute. Okay, so Democrats seem to run. And when I say Democrats, I'm talking about modern day, which would be your progressive,
the cartel.
Yeah, the liberals, the leftists, the way they see the world. Apparently, wherever they go, certain things happen, and one of them is the cost of living where you live goes through the roof. Okay, along with crime usually, yeah. But so if where they go, because they run the east and west coast. Right?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Is that a fair statement? Does anybody refute that?
Well, they run the big cities.
Right. They run the east and west coast. They run the metro areas. They have been allowed to have what they keep asking for, the rest of the nation for, what? They want to be given the authority to run the place. Well, wherever they run the place, it gets real expensive to live there. So when you look at $84,000 post-tax, my goodness, and then you look at St. Louis, $57,000.
Well, it was number 25 on the list.
Yeah, that's
so
a
it
big
considered
gap.
a good place.
And
well, here are the most expensive ones, Rick. Let me give you the top 10.
By the way,
I think
here's what they say comfortable, because let's get there before you give me the list. He says here's how they ruled living comfortable. Okay, they said that 50% of a salary would be essential to your expenses, 30% would be to your wants, and 20% for savings. And if you're going to pull that off, you got to have this much money.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so we have the measuring stick.
Yeah, right.
As you said, San Francisco, Oakland, number 1. San Diego, number 2 in the suburbs of that. Number 3 is Boston. 4 is New York. 5 is Seattle. 6, L.A. 7, the Washington, D.C. area. 8, Portland. 9, Denver. 10, Orlando, Kissimmee.
So you get to number 10, and you say, well, Orlando is in a state, but that is run by a conservative right now. But if you went into that area,
but that's the only one.
Yeah, but is that area run by conservative people or not?
Nah,
it's run by Disney, part of it.
Yeah, I doubt it.
So anyway, let's just give them that one, okay? If out of 10 of the most expensive places to live, 9 of them are leftist strongholds. Yes, is that accurate?
That is correct.
9 of the 10. So if you want your cost of living to go up, let the Democrats have their way. What else can you take away from this? And don't miss, they're saying post-tax annual salary need.
Oh yeah.
So your take home has to be 84, 79, 78,
which would put your gross right about 6 figures.
Yeah, your take home.
Easy.
Yeah. Oh, look, you have a daughter that's due in D.C. right now. I've got a son and a daughter that live in Philadelphia and New York City, and it's ridiculous. I mean, you got to live in a closet. And
they even show about state and local taxes how it will influence it, Rick. They give an example over here of Memphis. If you're cut $100,000 paycheck, okay, it gets whittled down to $74,515 in take-home cash.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then you go to, I've had the pleasure of having, meeting people and even having them stay in my home that are from Canada and Europe. Same problem. And where are those places?
Well, Libo.
Yeah. I mean, they come here to where we live, and I sometimes I'm cautious about speaking of this because some of y'all may come from these places and come here and bring your worldview with you. They cannot believe the square footage that we can get for what we get it for. They can't believe it. I mean, they can't even believe it. They would say for this same amount you pay for this house, we'd be living in a loft.
Yeah,
I mean,
we were looking at places in D.C., Rick, and Georgetown, and it's just some of these buildings have probably been there 100 years, and they've been painted about 40 times.
Sure,
and I mean they're not the width of them's not as big as a studio, and they are almost $1 million.
Crazy,
yeah, crazy stuff.
So if you want to be a leftist, you better have money. And isn't it funny? They put you in places that you have to make more money to survive, and then they demonize people who make money. I mean, I can't even. How do you even wrap your mind around that? Well, I tell you what, you got to first think is they don't really mean it, because when wealthy people demonize wealthy people, they've got a plan.
Yeah,
they just don't want you to be wealthy, but they're fine with it. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good day. Thanks for being with us. If you got more Rick and Bubba, we'll do a top of the hour break, and more Rick and Bubba will continue right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Of course, a lot of it's a judgment call, but then you go back and look at film too, is that if I'm going to tackle you and I'm trying to position myself, it's hard for me to know in a second how your body is going to react to me coming at you.
Exactly.
So what appeared as me targeting you, that wasn't my intent when I started the tackle, but because your body ended up where it did, it looks like I speared you or I led with my helmet. But this was tweeted out by the NFL.
Let's see what they say.
They talk about the use of a helmet is a foul, and you went over this if you lower your head to initiate or make contact. And this gives the details. It shows different plays, like this being a foul if you go in leading with your head, which this guy actually does for the Browns.
Yeah.
And then this one here is for the Chiefs. Guy comes in trying to make a tackle, which looks like a routine tackle, but this would be a foul with the new helmet rule.
Well,
so
you
these
can
are
see
some
where they're lowering their head to make the
these
head.
These first examples are fouls, and then these last few examples will be ejections and the ejection.
Well, show us
standards.
what's not a foul. I'd like to see some
I
of
know.
those.
Well, it looked like those first ones might be an example of not a foul, but they are going to be a foul. And it goes through the ejection standards, and then these next few videos are, and we'll get these in show notes today. These will be ejections here, as he's coming in cleaning up. Guy has got his arms around an Eagles receiver here, and
he
then
kind of launches on.
Yeah,
him.
now
launches
I can
his
see that.
helmet.
I can see that.
Yeah, I see that one.
That one here, and then this one here, you kind of holding up, and then you come in to clean it up, leading with your head.
Yeah, I can see that.
Those
Well,
will
I
be
thought we already
ejections.
had that.
Yeah, those will be ejections.
Here's one of the hits that got it. You remember this one? I think
Yeah.
this was on Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
You know, he knocked the guy out, and
Yeah.
he got ejected for several games over that one.
But the frustration was in the first
goes to your
examples
point,
were the fouls earlier on. It looked like when we were taught, we just kind of. It looked like one of the guys was just wrapping up, but it would be considered a foul.
I thought we
now.
did a whole Little League campaign where we taught people to go up high, grab them like that, and lift them. I mean, that looks like
Yeah.
what some of those tackles were doing. I mean, it's hard not for your face mask or helmet to hit anybody when you're running at them and even trying to grab them. I mean, that's
Well, they want you, as one of the players said, they want you to initiate contact with your shoulder, but the problem is your head is connected to your shoulder, so it's coming too.
right. Well, the ejection hits, I understand. I thought we were already dealing with that. That doesn't seem new to me. Maybe it just means a more severe penalty, but
Yeah, and they were given a comparison of what would be a foul and what's going to be an ejection, and the way it looked.
But the fouls
looked like they were almost regular tackles, and I think that's what the Eagles guy. That's what they were a little frustrated on, is because they were showing them examples of what would be fouls now, and they're like, "Wait a minute, I'm gonna make that tackle 10 times a game."
And the
I mean,
one that they don't show on that I think is really going to be controversial when it starts is that a running back can't lower his head. And
Right.
see, that's just natural for you to do that before contact hits. And when they lower their head and hit somebody, and you got somebody who's a starting running back in the NFL who may be having a good game, and he lowers his head on a hit with three guys are coming up, and the referee's going to come over there and eject him.
I know.
In the middle of the game, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow. It'll have to be a high profile game, and the game changes on that when that happens.
It looks too fluid to me. The ejection stuff looks pretty straightforward. The foul stuff looks like we're going to have referees all over the road on it.
But you can tell just in watching that video how quick this happens, and it's going to be such a tough thing for a referee to call. I mean, they've already got 900 rules to keep up with.
Oh, I know.
Which, I've been for simplifying it down to about 5,
I like what you said. If you add one, you got to take 2 away.
Yeah, we need to clean it up a little bit. We got too many. Some of them are just ridiculous. I mean, I understand the safety rules. I'm all for that, but there's too many alignment rules and stuff. Just open that up and let people line up.
Well, I think people forget we're not controlling these players with a controller, an Xbox controller. I mean, it's live action. These are real people. And like you're saying, there needs to be safety standards set to protect the players. But some of this stuff looks just like a regular tackle. It's now going to be a foul. And that's going to be tough.
I don't know how you're going to call that. The ejections I get. The other, I don't know how you're going to call it.
I don't know why they don't let the players decide those rules, and then if they're hurt, then go, well, y'all decide it.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us. The gang all here today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. All in the mix as this new hour has begun. And we'll get to your phone calls this hour. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Put me in, Coach.
I'm ready to play.
Hey, hey. We have a baseball update today. Baseball ever-changing.
All these new rules, they're really
rules.
causing a lot of controversy here at the beginning of the year.
And so the pitch clock is causing all kinds of fun and games. And we have a first in Major League Baseball. We have a player that has been called for a clock violation as a pitcher and a hitter.
Twice as a pitcher, once as a hitter in the same game.
In the same game.
So he now will be the answer to the trivia question. What player got a pitch clock and a batter's box violation in the same game?
That's right. He's got one at the plate and two on the mound. So, and what's this guy's name? I don't know how to say his name. Otani?
Oh, they call him Showtime, so let's just call him Showtime.
Showtime, okay.
They do?
Showtime.
I know, make that up.
That's funny us calling him.
Now, which one is he?
He's batting here.
Okay.
He's batting here.
Shohei Ohtani.
Guess not in there in 8 seconds. He's got to be.
Oh, now he's on the mound. Now Showtime's on the mound, Rick.
That's the first one.
A lot of Showtime.
And then the second one here is he's about to be
not
in
the
box.
batter's box at 8 seconds. Or
the pitcher wasn't even ready.
8 seconds. He's got to be.
Go back to the.
Lambs, don't get
this
upset.
is where I
about
get
that.
bothered by this
I
thing,
know it.
y'all. I wish we wouldn't even do baseball segments.
I know, but it gets frustrating.
It made him mad when he was batting. He knocked in a run.
Pitcher's messing with his shoe. Shohei's in the box.
Yeah,
Please explain this to me.
Just now got
seconds.
He grabs his shoe. He's not even set. Why is this on Showtime?
The announcer, I think, is trying to tell us there. He's got to be in. He's got to be set within 8 seconds, and he will.
Whether the pitcher's ready or not.
Correct.
Yeah, then I guess it's on the pitcher.
It's not in the batter's box at 8 seconds.
But did you notice, though, Rick, he didn't argue with the umpire. He just acknowledged it like, yeah, I did it, and he went on.
Well, because he showed.
Well, he don't
so,
speak English very good.
Speedy, help me because he's clearly in the box. Okay,
The Asians are very respectful.
They are.
They're respectful.
Showtime is in the box, but he has to be addressing looking at the pitcher.
Yeah.
Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, you got to address
because he's clearly in the box.
You got to get in the box. He's at 9 seconds, and you're right. Technically, he is in the box.
Seconds.
He's in the box. I saw an 8.
Yeah, and you have to be engaged. In other words,
okay, that's the key. Engaged, looking at the pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like this guy's calling it at 7.
No, it's rolling the other way. He is calling it. So it's counting down. So if Adler moves it, his foot is actually in the box, and it still says 8. His foot is in the box.
Okay,
yeah. Well, I mean, he gets it on the mound twice and in the batter's box in one game.
I tell you, Showtime needs to speed it up.
I already lost face
Showtime's got
over
to, yeah,
I think
Greg.
we're going to have a lot of these early on, and I think as the season moves along, I think it'll get a lot better because this is new.
Here's
to
what I
everybody.
wanted. Here's what I want. So he gets.
I wish
So
the
that's a
umpires
ball.
just didn't
right?
act like they were butthurt
Right,
about it.
it's a ball if you pitch and strike. Yeah, if you're hitting.
Here's what I would like.
You ain't got to be so big about it.
It's going to be hard to get people to detail things like this because we just don't pay attention, and half the people don't care, just trying to cause controversy in the media. But what I would like to know in more depth is how this impacts the at bat. What happened in both these instances?
Yeah. Like, how did it finish?
Yes.
There were a couple over the last few days we've seen that were strike 3. I can tell you how that impacted that
yeah.
event.
That one's pretty easy to figure out.
Yeah.
And can I tell you another thing that bothers me about when it's the third strike? It also takes away this. It takes away the drama of somebody getting rung up.
Yeah.
It's slow and it's awkward. The guy's like, "What? I got rung up? Is that it?" And it gets out and everybody walks off.
I love the
It's
pictures.
not the same as you're sitting there and all of a sudden the guy throws it by you. And,
Look at the reactions though to the pitchers when it's strike 3 and let's say it wraps up the inning. They'll go, "I'll take that."
Yeah.
And they get off quick. Like, all right,
they don't know where to go.
They're like, "Yeah, I'll take it."
Oh, the poor umps.
Yeah, this is tough.
As the casual fan, they're doing nothing to bring me back in.
Well, now
They're
you're back
just
over.
not.
Now you're back over at Bubba's point.
I know.
Even when you try to speed the game up, you're actually slowing it down.
Yeah, you're frustrating people in the.
I will say there was a pretty
Everybody
cool.
will get better at it.
I can't remember the pictures now, but there was a time a lapse of like it was a split screen of the current rules and that pitcher pitching, and the former rules of that pitcher pitching. And by the time he had thrown one pitch, it was already a 2-1 count in like today.
So you're
because of
saying
speeding
that,
it up. Well, some of them it's just like, okay, we can't get together. I'm stepping off. Do what now? And it's just like, oh, come on now.
And I'm seeing
Speed
this
it up.
too. The whole throw over. How many times can I throw over at first? You can throw over twice per. Is that right? So now the guys are stealing. Like we're getting more steals. So it's now the stolen bases are going to go up.
Well, if they just get them to throw twice, they know they can't come over there.
Yeah.
So
they're
just
taking
take
off real
get a
early.
huge lead.
You can throw a pitch out. That's about the only chance you got.
Yeah, it is. And of course, then I know y'all go here.
And you worry about you already having a ball. You can't work it.
I know.
And again, that's one of those things where that now will taint the numbers going forward.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Hey, I stole more bases than anybody. Yeah, but were you in the era where they can
Luke
only throw over
Brock said,
twice?
"Look at this."
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you were doing it when they couldn't hold you on.
Yeah, Ricky Henderson was doing it when they could throw over there as many times as they want. They'd have a battle. Seven times over there. Throw again.
It's why you can't really compare eras.
You can't.
Because when rules change,
I boo when I'm there.
Yeah, when rules change, you can't compare that.
No, you can't.
You play.
I can't wait for 4 fouls and you're out. I can't wait.
I know. Great.
Yeah,
I've been pushing that for years.
The average MLB game right now is 2 hours and 38 minutes so far in 2023. They say that's the quickest since the 1980s.
Yeah, I like it.
I like that. I like the.
I like that number. Yeah. I do. I don't have that kind of time.
Messing with baseball.
But isn't there a way to do it without making all these rule changes? Like, hey, let's sprint on the field.
Yeah.
Let's sprint on the field. Let's get in the box. We can do those things.
Hurry up.
But I don't know about this. The whole throwing over, that's strategic.
And I understand the concern. I do, and I really don't like messing with it either. I understand the concern that they're saying all of you that are purists, you're going to be dead, and we're not going to have an audience because we're trying to. Is it a right calculation? Or like Bud Light, is it a wrong calculation? Are you?
I don't know the answer.
Are you truly building more fans with this, or are you losing more than you're building?
I think about this, and TV is I think the biggest thing here because we all got to think when we're trying to watch a game on TV, we do have a ton of around us. But when I go to a Braves game, whether it's 3.5 hours or 2 hours, I'm never sitting there going, man, I'm kind of done with this. Let's go. So are we speeding this up for TV purposes? Mm-hmm. Is that it?
That's a yes. Because you're right. If I'm at the ballpark, I love the whole ballpark experience.
I'm not even looking at my clock.
I'm much more concerned with the hot dog. And I like having enough time to get one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
An emailer had a great question. Said if let's say a batter gets a violation and it's strike 3, does the pitcher get that on his stats? In other words, does he get the strikeout?
Yes.
And I'm assuming he does because
I would think so.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, who else is going to get it?
Yeah, right. I would think so.
See, that taints
There
records.
goes your records on that.
See, that makes me mad, Speedy.
Well, we're tainting all kinds of records. Yeah.
I need somebody to email and say that's not true.
Yeah.
I don't know what it would go under.
Right.
I mean,
A whole new category, I guess.
Yes.
That's what we need. Is another category.
Yeah, right.
When baseball's got some stats.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, let's add a few more.
Phone calls next on any topic. Doesn't have to be baseball. Could be on anything you want to talk about. 866 We Be Big is our number. And we'll chat with you as we roll through a phone segment with you running the show. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up. Don't forget to shop the Rick and Bubba store. The new swag is everywhere and people are loving it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
One update, then another one's a news story. This one's the
News update. It's a Rick and Bubba news.
terrible duck boat situation.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
We know the horrible, horrible, tragic story involving Ripley Entertainment and their duck boats and the safety record and what happened with the storm and the horrible loss of life. And now there has been the first lawsuit to follow this, a wrongful death lawsuit, Bubba, seeking $100 million in damages against the operator of a duck boat that sank on a lake near Branson, Missouri, killing 17 passengers. And we all know that story and saw the tragic story of one woman who lost 9 family members, and now $100 million wrongful death, meaning they want to prove that these deaths could have been avoided.
Well, there's a couple of things here, and as you break this down, the weather that they had was unbelievable. I mean, we saw the footage, 75-mile-an-hour winds on a lake, which is hurricane force. I mean, there was, from what I've read, that there was some evidence of bad weather possibility that day, but I don't think anybody expected it to be to that level. But the thing that I think is really going to be haunting in this is that in 2002, the National Transportation Safety Board, after studying duck boats, they recommended, and it is a recommendation, that all duck boat canopies be removed. And they're saying they made a conscious, intentional decision not to remove the canopies, and the only reason I can surmise is money and profit. I don't know about that other than...
Well, comfort. I mean, the canopy keeps you from being,
out of the sun,
being baked by the sun.
But I don't even know on these kind of boats the way they were made. We're not talking about taking the top off a Jeep. It looks like it's all made together in some kind of frame. I don't even know if you could do that or not. But apparently, when this thing went under, the fact that these people were enclosed and could not get out is really the major hang-up in all this. And it is a tragedy. I don't know how you put a dollar amount on lives like this, but I mean, what do you say? A life is worth $100 million, $10 million, $1 million? I mean, I don't know how you do that. But.
Well, you have to prove, and which they say they can, that the loss of life was avoidable. It was not something that couldn't have been avoided. One of the things they have in the lawsuit, I'm looking at it now, is they're saying that, and I have been in these duck boats. I've actually ridden in them before. And he said that usually they do the land portion first, which that was my experience.
Right.
And then they put you in the water at the end, and then you wrap it up, and they come out the other side and you're done. And it said it's clear that they did the water part of it early, trying to beat the storm.
Right.
They knew the storm was coming. Instead of just canceling it, they tried to kind of change up the way they would do it, trying to beat the storm, get out of the water before it comes, and they misjudged that. And they're saying that was poor judgment.
Yeah.
The thing you're talking about the canopy will be there. And they're saying that this tragedy was actually predictable and predicted, resulting of decades of unacceptable, greed-driven, and willful ignorance of safety by the duck boat industry in the face of specific and repeated warnings, to your point, Bubba, that their duck boats are death traps for passengers and pose grave danger to the public. They say on water and on land. I don't know if you can prove it on land, but they're saying that this setup is a bad setup. They had gotten warnings from people saying some of these things are you really need to do to make this more safe for people. And of course, they were talking about in 2002, as you said, when they had a boat accident in Hot Springs, Arkansas, that 13 people were killed, and that's when you were talking about they started talking about. Maybe the canopy's not a good idea. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen.
Now, and you got to watch how these things are written because you have people trying to make a point to win their lawsuits. You have people trying to defend it. So, really getting what I would call reasonable people's facts out of this can be tough sometimes.
Yep.
Like, for instance, they say on here, life jackets not required to be worn. None of the Branson victims who died were wearing life jackets. But I guess this may vary state to state, but on no boat, life jackets have to be worn. That I'm aware of.
They just have to be on the boat.
Yeah, they just have to be on the boat.
Right.
And so you can't really put that up in a column of, well, they should have, this is another cause why these people died, because they're not required to be worn. And frankly, I don't think they should, because if you've ever been on a boat, it's like wearing a winter coat. I mean,
famous African-American baseball player.
20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Mother's Day will be here before you know it. The deadline for entering your mom in Rick and Bubba's Fix Mama's Mouth is going to be May 4th. A complete dental makeover from Thomas Dudney and the gang for Mama. $17,000 worth. So the makeover will have 2 upper veneers, lower bleaching, cleaning, x-rays, all of that. And you need to follow the instructions at rickandbubba.com under contest. You'll see that. And hopefully your mama will win this year's Fix Mama's Mouth. So but handle that now. Don't put it off. Go ahead and start gathering everything that we need and follow the instructions to the letter. To the phones we go. We start with Leslie. Leslie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Thanks for your patience. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing this morning?
We're good, great. Leslie. Hope you're okay.
Oh, I'm doing well. On my way out the door to job number 2 this morning.
Way to go.
You guys have opened up a bottle of all kinds of stuff to comment about this morning, but
Yes,
I'll pick one.
Okay.
Dylan Mulvaney. Wow. This is a guy that you've heard of blackface. Well, what he's doing, I consider woman face. It's insulting.
Yeah.
His videos are insulting. How he would never steal your husband. I would never do that, and he also has videos of him out there running around dressed up like a little girl. I don't know what Budweiser was thinking.
Well, I don't either. I'm even taking worldviews aside. The marketing of this and the strategy, I just do not.
We're getting a lot of emails from people in the corporate world, and they say that what's the score that they have to.
Yes.
That's
right.
ESG
That's right.
or something? They said you get big numbers for having transgender spokespeople.
Let's go to.
Can you believe we have numbers for that?
So they're just.
So if they want to sell any product to the government, which I'm sure they do on some level.
Well, you're right. Yeah.
But they have to have a good score.
But I got to weigh it all out. Is my loss going to be less than my gain?
Yeah. ESG, environmental. What was the other one?
By the way, you remember
social and governance. Yeah.
Speedy, you remember my concern about this? I'm afraid it may be real. Look, see, these 2 are not engaging, and they're all jumping over here, and it's filling up, and these 2 are not doing. And the last person that called went back up to here, not here. All right, so just as we're just checking it out. Okay, no, that can't work.
That looked good.
We continue. Let's go to Kyle in Birmingham. Kyle, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, fellas, do y'all not think that the length of the season would kind of help if they shortened the season a little bit for, like, the average fan trying to follow it? I mean, it's exhausting by the time you get in the middle of the summer trying to follow baseball,
Well, they got to sell tickets to pay these salaries,
They
too.
got a lot
You
of
gotta
games,
remember.
no doubt. It's long.
That's a baseball tradition, too. You play a lot of games.
It's a lot.
That's a lot of games.
I think you could cut it in half and nobody would care. We continue. Let's go to. Don't know who that is. Let's go to Levi, Fayetteville, Tennessee. Levi, go ahead. Some do, some don't.
Hey, good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. I just want to say that y'all were talking about a cashless society, and I think that's a big mistake because you can hack a credit card and a debit card and take everything somebody has and what they don't have yet, but you can only rob me of so much cash money.
Yeah, I don't know who mentioned the cashless society.
I think it was Speedy.
It might have been Speedy.
What?
Yeah, but
well, he's big on that.
He's all about it.
Y'all see,
he wants a chip
right?
put in his forehead too. He said.
What's the talent fee for that?
Let's go to Jeff. Jeff, welcome to Rick and Bubba. See that one didn't pop at all. Jeff, welcome. How are you doing?
That's funny.
I'm doing good.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
Jimmy.
You got to do better than that. Let's go to Trip in Andalusia, 107.7. That one did pop. Trip, go ahead.
Hey, boys. So good to talk to you, man. It really irks me that they always say former President Trump, and it's like the respect is just so gone in this country, man. It's Mr. President Donald J. Trump. And Joe Biden, I may be speaking out my Biden here, but Joe Biden, if he was smart, should pardon him. And that way when Mr. President Trump wins and becomes President Trump again, he can pardon the Bidens.
Oh, a little Okay.
Quid pro quo.
Yeah, everybody just cut it. Greg, did you bring that back?
How'd you like that?
I did.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jonathan.
If I was Biden, I'd write a pardon for myself right now.
Right.
You're gonna need that.
Right.
And leave the date open.
West Point, Alabama. Jonathan, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. I've been recently getting back in the gym, and I've found that a lot of good Christian music has been covered by some rock bands. And I was recently talking to an elder that I know, and they started saying that rock music is of the devil, and even if it is a cover of a Christian song, like How Great Is Our God, it can't be praising Jesus because rock music is devil worship, is somewhat of what he said. And I got to thinking, rock music, rap music, everything, every genre of music, somebody has made a Christian song in. And I started looking into the Bible, and I can't find anything that says that one type of music is acceptable to God and another type isn't. So how can I go about this and maybe correct this elder in his way of thinking without being disrespectful? And am I wrong? Is there something in the Bible that says only one type of music is acceptable to Jesus?
Well, I think you really have answered your own question. Yeah. What I would do is I would sit down with the elder and say, as in respecting his authority, and say, can you show me in Scripture where you see different types of music, one is elevated above the other, that there's no question that what is being said, and there's no question that the lyrics and the things that we're doing are very, very important. And I understand that sometimes you hear certain types of music and it does bring with it kind of a dread feeling.
The old tritone?
Yeah, like I can't even understand what they're saying. I don't think there's much value to that. But then you have to get down to how do you define rock music?
Can I speak to this too? I had this conversation with someone I have a very, very deep respect for, a very passionate Christian man who does great work and who is a great speaker and has led many people to the Lord. Try to convince me one time that anything that had a bass drum in it was of the devil, because it came out of you saw these tribes in Africa that was worshiping false gods, and they were using a bass drum and all that. I can't go there. I think they're letting their preference for music intermix with their love for the Lord, and they're trying to justify one over the other. Look, the lyrics is what it's all about. I don't think a rhythm can be against the Lord. I'm just having trouble buying that one. I don't see it.
Well, we always used to make, and this is not a new joke, but it really is a good one. When you look at Scripture and it says make a joyful noise,
it's open. That's kind of open.
That's and let's face it. I've heard some people sing before, and I keep whispering. Yeah, it's a joyful noise.
It must be to them because it's not to me.
Right, you're right.
Bless them, Lord.
Right.
So, and if I remember correctly, didn't David get in trouble by one of his wives for dancing, and they didn't appreciate the way he was dancing?
Yeah, she was embarrassed. She thought he had embarrassed himself by. She referred basically as acting like a fool.
Yeah,
that she thought he needed to have a little more demure because of him being the king.
Well,
and you saw who got in trouble over that.
Yeah. Some people were critical of Moses' choice in wives, and they spent a few nights out in the desert too.
Yeah.
So
leprosy for you.
I would have doubts with that.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Nobody wants to wear that unless you're getting in the water. Now, if you're in the water, I think you ought to wear one, but that also is left to people's own interpretation of if they need one or not.
I do find this interesting. Most every time that I've been to Nicaragua, there's a time that we have kind of a day that everybody relaxes for half a day, and one of the things we do is get in these boats and go out onto the lake and go out to where the Monkey Island is and all that, and that service makes you wear the life jacket. You can't just leave it beside you.
I guess the operator could decide,
Yeah, but it's funny that Nicaragua makes you wear it. You would think there would be even more.
Well, it may be. Who knows what the law is there? Even swimming out in open water, river, lake, whatever. I'd prefer to have a life jacket on because I just want to float around most of the time.
Yeah, me
but
too.
A lot of times the kids are wanting to swim and dive and all that, and you can't really do it with a life jacket on.
No,
it hinders your movement. So
so that part is not abnormal, But I think they're trying to, and then you get into this where the $100 million comes in, is they're saying, we certainly know this can't bring our loved ones back, but we're going to do something that nobody else dies this way.
Right. They're trying to get punitive damages on that.
We're trying to make sure nobody else is in this situation. If we can put this bunch out of business or force them to make the changes that could have, if they can prove it could have been avoided.
You get compensatory damages, which actually pays you for the loss, and then punitive damages to try to make sure it doesn't happen again to anybody and gets their attention. So, and most of the time, I think a duck boat, just by the fact that it's part boat, part vehicle, it has problems. I mean, boats don't drive very well and cars don't float very well. When you put them together, you have some inherent trouble anyway.
That's what they're trying to prove, that it's really a flawed business plan all the way around. We'll be back. It's 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. It is Holy Week for all of those that are followers of Jesus around the world, as we remember, as instructed, what God did to redeem those of us and all of us that fall short, because none of us are good enough to stand in the presence of a holy God. Only His grace and mercy will suffice. And this is the week that we remember God working His final plan of redemption with the sacrifice of his own son, who took the wrath of God on himself, so that those who repent and leave faith in self and place their faith in Christ will be presented fully righteous before a holy God. So it's much to celebrate this time of year. Perrin Carroll is with us, the executive director of the Jimmy Hill Mission. She's also representing, Christian missions all over the country through the City Gate Network. Jimmy Hill Mission is in our home market of Birmingham, Alabama, and we've been partnering with them for many, many years. And Perrin is joining us today. So first of all, I hope you are having a wonderful Holy Week.
Good morning. It's wonderful, yes.
Yeah.
Glad to have you back.
Yes.
Glad to be back.
So let's talk a little bit. You have been the executive director since 2022. Before that, you'd been, volunteering or serving on the board of the mission for over 20 years. The true meaning of this week, and people, not everybody shares our faith. We acknowledge that, but we truly believe, and the mission believes, that we certainly want to take care of the physical needs of those that are struggling, but that doesn't do much good if the spiritual needs are not also met. So talk about how the mission and Holy Week, how all that ties together.
It's so appropriate to be here on Maundy Thursday because those that we serve come to us in their own Maundy Thursday, their period of darkness, the darkest time in their life. And what we do, and really the secret sauce, so to speak, of our program is spiritual health.
Yeah.
So being able to go from that darkest spot in their life to a new life, like we go from Maundy Thursday to Easter, is really symbolic of what we do.
Yeah, and when you think about this, is all about behold, the new has come, and so and that's one of the things that we were talking about. As a matter of fact, we just released a resource called Transformed, and embracing the death of self and the power of God. And I think sometimes, and sadly, and I'm not saying this has always been this way, but I think we as the church, and when I say that, I really mean the Western church. The problems we have in the Western church are not necessarily the problems of the church worldwide.
Right. It's
but
unique.
Yeah, it's unique. And one of the things that I think is that we've almost sold a gospel, and I fell victim to this, that doesn't transform you. Just believe the right things, and of course, the demons believe the right things and all that, but it really doesn't transform your life. It really has no impact. And I had to come to the conclusion that if I had not been transformed by Jesus, it was not because of his inability to do it. So what was wrong? And I think that sometimes we need to understand, and which ties in with the mission, that Jesus Christ has the ability to completely transform anyone.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Right.
And, we accept everyone because none of us are worthy.
Sure.
We've all fallen short, but he calls us, and there again, to much is given, much is required. So he
Right.
calls all of us to help our neighbors, and with a hand up, not a hand out, but a hand up.
Right. And the fact that I've asked people have asked me before what turned my life around. I'm certainly not perfect, but I don't have the problems I had at one time, and that is because I say it's a one-step program: total submission to Jesus and repentance. And I think when that takes place, and only God and the person know the sincerity of their heart. If a person so desires to leave their life of sin and turn to Jesus, and I'm not minimizing addiction, don't hear me saying that, but I don't serve a God that's too weak to solve addiction.
Right.
So he just can't do anything about addiction.
Right.
I mean, that doesn't even make any sense. So, but
spoke the universe into existence.
Right.
Can't cover that
I
one.
think he can handle addiction. And I think sometimes, because back to us, be sure we're talking about the correct gospel, is that sometimes people, I think, say, "Oh, good, I'll repent, so Jesus will then give me my desires." No, what you understand, back to addiction and the problems that bring a lot of people to admission, Jesus is not here to give us our desires. What he does is transform us to new desires. That he changes our desires, including the desire for drugs, the desire for alcohol, the desire for sexual immorality. He truly is stronger than any of our addictions and any of our sin.
Oh, absolutely. We want to change that need, that desire for those things to the need and desire for Jesus Christ.
Right.
It's as simple as that.
So,
and we provide
yeah.
the tools to do so.
You got a hole to fill. You want to get the right thing in the hole.
Right.
right.
Yeah. So let's talk about that. So what does this week mean at Jimmy Hill Mission, other rescue missions? So around this week.
It is so symbolic of what happens, the transformation,
Yeah.
the darkest time
Right.
in someone's life,
Right.
going to new birth, new life, and new faith for eternal life in Jesus Christ.
So what are some things that maybe you guys do that we're not so aware of? Some of the things that go on. Yeah. I mean.
People that tour our campuses walk away going, wow, I had no idea. We start with a 16-week program that teaches physical, mental, relationship, vocational, and, of course, the cornerstone of our program, spiritual health. And we do that through counseling classes and a complete active recovery program, also through our learning centers where people that come to us get GEDs, they get short-term work certificates. They enter college to get back stable in this world, but also get the spiritual health that they need for eternal life. Because face it, if we hit the first four, we've just put a Band-Aid on it.
Right,
We have done
right,
nothing.
right.
We've really done nothing. We've got to make sure that someone has their own spiritual health. It's not indoctrination. We don't tell them what to believe. We have such a wide variety of churches and ministries that come in so that something that speaks to them personally, that relationship with Jesus Christ, is formed.
How can people get involved?
Oh,
How can they help?
We make it very easy, and most ministries make it very easy. We need your prayers. I cannot overstate that enough. We need your prayers. Come volunteer. You can go to jimmyhillmission.com at the Get Involved tab and sign up to volunteer. Someone will reach out to you and discuss with you what you're interested in doing, and we'll find a great fit for you. You volunteer down there.
Yeah.
And also, I hate to say it, but we need financial support. These programs and getting people in our community back on their feet, it does take money. And so all ministries appreciate financial support if you don't have time to come down and bring a meal or volunteer.
And it doesn't, if you're out there and you're thinking about, well, I don't know, that feels uncomfortable to me. I've never really done anything like that. Look, it does not require anything other than you caring. For some of these men and women that are either at Jimmy Hill or, at Jesse's place, I can't tell you what it means to them for nothing else for you to sit down as you bring them a meal and serve them and just say, what is your name?
That's right. To see them.
Yeah. Hello.
What's your
How are
deal?
you? How are you today? I'm here to serve you. And what do you need? And you think, well, Rick, I'm telling you, it means a lot.
It's so meaningful. So many of our clients that come to us have never had someone express that interest and care in them. And I guarantee you will find that we are a lot more alike than we are different because we're all children of God.
Yeah, and what do we always say? I may not have your particular problem, but I got problems.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
We all got problems.
We all got our problems.
Yeah,
that's right.
As Adrian Rogers said, ain't none of us gonna strut into heaven. And so let's talk about what people can do to find out. Jimmy Hill Mission. We've got in show notes today, but if people are listening, first of all, Jimmy Hill, then of course maybe a mission near them.
That's right. City Gate missions are all over the country. Those are Christian-based missions. Go to your local mission. Call them and have a conversation. Everyone wants the volunteer experience to be a good experience for all parties. So they'll be happy to work with you. At Jimmy Hill, you'll call, and our volunteer coordinator will get you set up with what works for you and your family. We have 3-on-3 basketball tournaments that we hold. We have meals to be served. We have outreach activities, calls that need to be made. We'll find a place that's good for you.
Well, all that information you can find in show notes today at rickandbubba.com. Perrin, always an honor to work with you guys. Our part's easy. You guys are you're on the front lines doing the work, and the lives that I know have been transformed by God, not y'all, but have met God through your obedience and the hard work you do, and all of you out there that support. In any of the ways that we mentioned, it all matters, and you're building treasures in heaven, no doubt about that.
We cannot do what we do for God without your support.
Thank you very much. There it is, Perrin Carroll, Executive Director of Jimmy Hill Mission, but also you may find a Christian mission near you. Yep. And there is a rescue mission in the City Gate Network. So go look for your location. All of that at rickandbubba.com in show notes. We'll be back. We'll take final phone calls of the hour, any stories that we may have missed, and we'll share those with you when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We've got Wally standing by to Birmingham. Wally, thanks for your patience. Wally, you're on the Rick and Bubba show. Go ahead, buddy.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, thanks.
Hey, Speedy, how was that trip to the DMV yesterday?
I wasn't there.
Well, I was just making sure you didn't go have an F put on your driver's license to save on your car insurance.
Well, I was thinking about it. Talking about that story out of Canada. Yeah.
We continue.
I didn't know, like Bubba didn't. I didn't know that if the females get a better rate. I
up
had
to a
no
certain
idea.
age.
Up to 25.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Up to a certain
not having any daughters, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Up to a certain age. They ain't nothing more expensive than when you put a 16-year-old boy out on the road. The insurance company really hates that.
Yeah.
We continue. Let's go to Zach and Gadsden, Z93. Zach, go ahead.
Hey, guys. About the survivor of the duck boat said that the captain said not to put on their life jackets. There's no boat captain in their right mind would say, as the boat is taking home water.
No, that's. I don't think that's accurate. I think what he was saying was, and I've had.
We've got life jackets, and you put them on if you want to, but you don't have to.
No, that's still not right. That's still not right. What he said was, and I've been on these boats before, and I've been on, on cruises and stuff. They tried to put you at ease by saying, we're going to show you where the life jackets are in case we need them, but hey, trust us, we're not going to need them. Meaning it's going to be safe. Nobody said as the boat was sinking, don't put on life jackets.
Yeah,
that did not
all that's
happen.
in the spill before they take off.
Yeah, that's the pregame, and they show you where they are, and they try to calm you by saying, but look, we're not going to need them today. And that doesn't need to be misrepresented. That is not accurate. 866 we be big. They got enough trouble going without stuff being added. 866 we be big. Trent and Coleman. Trent, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you guys
good.
doing?
We're great. How are you?
Hey, have you heard the latest on Jim Harbaugh and his theory on eating chicken?
On eating chicken?
Yeah, he's saying that it's too nervous of a bird, and I'm assuming it makes you crazy and weak.
Chicken does?
And telling his players not to eat chicken.
I have not seen that.
There's actually a story out that says Jim Harbaugh tells his players not to eat chicken. It's a nervous bird.
Please tell me there's actual video of him talking about it.
I think so.
Guys, those glasses he wears with a hat.
Yeah.
I mean,
are we sure this is not a press conference from Washington State? You sure that's Harbaugh?
Yeah, that does sound like that.
So if I eat
a nervous bird, that's going to make you nervous?
Bird.
So that means if I eat steak, suddenly I'm a cow? I mean, this is what?
Oh, Rick.
we continue. 866 we be big. Oh, by the way, Helmsley, to your point, I got a text. I had to share this with you in the break. You were asking, do our parents have the same response sometimes that we call them, you called it a bad time?
Yeah.
I got a text from somebody who said their mother is 93. Called her the other day thinking, big check-in, son checking on you. She was whispering, and I said, I'm sorry, you're asleep. She goes, no, I'm playing bingo. Can you call me later? So I think it does happen.
I do.
Yeah. 866 we be big. Let's go to Ben in Tennessee. Ben, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good.
Hey, I was listening earlier to the kickoff hour. They was talking about stupid things people are doing these days, and I was just wondering if any of y'all have ever heard of the phrase Jenkem, Jenkem.
Oh, I'm scared to death right now. No, I have not heard of that.
It's a form of people huffing human waste due to basically, I guess, lack of money to get their drug crave. So they couldn't afford to buy gas or whatever, so they started huffing human waste, and they some people have even been known to go to porta potties and stuff like that and lean over them.
Oh,
And,
are you making this up?
What was? No, you can
What is
Google
this
it.
called?
What high do you get
get
from
outta
it? Where does
here.
the high come from?
The methane?
Well, human. Yeah, methane. So therefore, it's a type of gas. And I guess they get so broke.
What do you call
so broke they can't even afford.
Jinkum?
This
J-
this is not a true story.
Yes, it is. Yes. I'm for real. Don't confuse it with Jinkum. It's Jenkem, and it's on Google.
Oh gosh, be careful,
my
man.
God. So they're
This was
sniffing.
brought
They're
up.
sniffing doo doo.
This was brought up because we talked about juuling. Have Rick and Bo? Have y'all heard of juuling?
No.
All right, here we go. 9 minutes to the top. Phone calls 866-WE-BE-BIG. Helmsy's ready. He can line you up and get ready to talk to us. You like heaven right now? Don't it feel like something from a dream? Bubba, as we work our way back, fieldofgreens.com. Boy. There is a huge push across this audience. People are giving me great reports. I love this product. I do not miss taking it every day. I see the results, kind of a clear energy, feeling better, feeling healthier, moving around good because my body's getting the fuel that it was designed to run on. That is delicious fruits and vegetables, certain amount of servings that I just don't get. Really hard to do it with your normal diet. If you can pull that off, good for you. But if you can't, like a lot of us, each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support the vital organs we have, like our heart, lungs, and kidneys. Also, the others support immune system. I certainly have seen that, especially last week. Now that I'm full-blown on Field of Greens, somebody coughed on me to the point the back of my hair was wet, but I never got sick. I was fine. Also, blood pressure. My blood pressure has started doing so much better since I started taking Field of Greens. The doctor just took me off a blood pressure med.
Really?
Yep.
Rick, that's amazing.
They
usually don't do that.
Yep. So he says, I think you're going to get off of this completely. So anyway, so if you would like to find out more, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba, and you'll save 15%. You'll also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. And I've got some blood work coming up, and I fully expect to get a good report, and I bet my doctor's going to say, keep doing that. We like this stuff. All right, so 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Now, I'm also combining that with living an overall healthier life, but it certainly has helped. How about Walmart says right now 65% of its stores will be serviced by automation in the next 3 years as it lays off 2,000 warehouse workers.
Okay, so I saw that story.
Mm-hmm.
What do they mean by that language, that terminology?
They said
serviced by automation. What does that mean?
I guess what they're talking about is whatever goes on at the warehouse, and I think it looks like it's focused on the warehouse because that's who they're laying off. And it says that they are going to use more automated robotic items, I guess, to do that. It says the changes are implemented across the business. One of the outcomes is it will require less physical labor, but have a higher rate of pay, meaning fewer people making more money. But looks like the robotic stuff is going to take away. It says about 55% of the packages that it processes through its fulfillment centers will now be moved through automated facilities as early as 2026. Improving unit cost averages about 20%. There'll be an increase, they claim, in efficiency and better inventory management, but also it says it will help with their rapidly growing e-commerce business. Know that. And they're basically saying that they will move up those that are still physically working. Human beings will be paid more. There just won't be as many of them. So there you go. So that's, and it says that's the biggest privately owned company to go this far. So they're kind of leading the way as they normally do on a lot of things. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Grant in Guntersville. Grant, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Hello.
Hey, Grant.
Did somebody hit a baseball?
with an aluminum bat. Grant,
they're backing up. Watch out.
I don't know where Grant's going.
They're backing up.
I'll tell you where he's not going, and that's on the show. So 866 We Be Big. There's a line available for you. Unless you're, for some reason, trying to call line 5 and 6 and you can't get in.
Send them a message about
that's
that.
Fine. Well, look, we're figuring this thing out.
We'll see how what they say.
Look, there's a lot more upside with the new phone system than downside. Renee, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
My brothers, I'm in the last moments of being a stallion in my life as I'm about to walk into the doctor to get a vasectomy done. I have avoided it at all costs. In fact, avoided it with so much vigor that we had a 5th child. I tried your strategy, Rick, to explain to my wife that you don't do that sort of thing to a stallion, that she was asking Babe Ruth to drop the bat and Hemingway to drop the pen, but she didn't seem to buy it for some reason.
It didn't work, did it? It didn't work.
It didn't work. I'm not sure why she didn't believe that was true.
Run.
The place I'm going to today is they don't even allow you to be awake. They knock you out. So I'm going to go in and get an IV, and then I'll wake up and it'll be done.
I think I would.
That's a good change.
I think I would prefer that actually. Yeah.
Or you could just run.
Yeah.
That's the other option. She's in the car with me, so I have to be quick.
Yeah. Oh well, you know what this is. Now it gets to the point, since you've been so defiant, she's going because she wants to be sure
She's
this
gonna
gets
make
done.
sure that you don't just say it got done.
I've heard some stories of men that claim to have gone and didn't go and just start hoping to work out.
I have too, by the way. And it may be more common than we know.
And it gets
we may need to
ugly.
have a phone segment on that.
Yeah. Well, Renee, today the nation mourns as Renee, the father,
exactly right.
the father of 5, goes from stallion to gelding.
Yes.
You're exact. I don't know if the nation can handle it, but here we are. They've got to deal with that today too.
All right, man. See you, buddy. Good luck.
See you.
Bye. Let's go to Joy in Birmingham. Joy, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Joy.
Hey.
That didn't take long. What happened?
Talk to the world.
Joy, are you still there? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Okay. I just called to say I am so excited that I will be sitting in the golden ticket seat tomorrow. I've been waiting for this since 2020 when I retired.
That's
and
awesome.
COVID did away with the...
Well, listen,
Are you there?
we're excited about you coming too.
Yes.
And did you order some merchandise to meet you here?
I did not.
Okay.
But what I called about today is I know you guys like a little something sweet every now and then, and I wanted to see if there's anything in particular that you would like for me to bring, because a good fan can't come in empty-handed.
Well, I mean...
Well, I'm going to go ahead and tell you, go ahead and cancel the Bud Light.
You waited all day for that.
Finally, I got one.
There you go. You were so patient, too. You didn't rush it.
I did.
Yeah,
Got it, kid.
I just... I mean, could we talk you out of sweet and let you go another way? I mean, could you go more down the
How about
sausage
some meatballs?
Down that sausage ball road, or maybe some little,
sure.
some little Chex Mix, something like that.
Ooh.
Sure.
You know something? Can I tell you something?
Chex Mix go a long way.
Can I tell you something I love? I don't have it a lot.
Thank you,
but
Joey.
When I pass it, I always grab some. Are those square like pretzels that has peanut butter in the middle of them? Like you get them at the Tractor Supply place.
And once you get started eating
and you get them in a
can't
big
stop.
plastic tub.
Oh, you can
like-
see right through it.
Yeah, you get those at the grocery store, by the way.
Fun. Well, I don't go there much, so I don't know.
I'll put that in the top 5 snacks.
Oh, it's a big time snack.
I love them.
Oh,
I wish they loved me as much as I loved them, and they didn't.
they did.
You know, but boy, they're good. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, hang out.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick